lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, down,
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of Chess.
Welcome to the 88th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The players are ready. The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Hello, it's day 4 of Tata Steel Chess, and the twists and turns, they just keep coming. What surprises do we have in store today? Well, we will find out. I'm Ivanchuk, and I'm here alongside the absolutely wonderful Ginger GM, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and we are live from the Café Lazon alongside our absolutely fabulous audience. If you can give us a cheer, that'd be much appreciated. Yoo-hoo! Well, it's all about the quality, right? That counts.
Yeah, quality, not quantity. That's right. And yeah, we've been joined by many audience members, and some of the tournaments have sort of stopped, some are starting. So I'm sure it will get more packed as the day goes on. Yes, and we've got an exciting day.
It definitely exciting day ahead. Yesterday was an intriguing day. We had a lot of draws in the Masters, 2 decisive results, especially in those derby encounters where we had Jordan van Foreest. He took down Anish in a very big fight, and also Vincent Keimer going down with the white pieces to Matthias Bluebaum. But it does mean that we have now a 5-way tie at the top. No clear leader.
Yeah, it's early days. I mean, this is a long tournament, so there's always a chance to bounce back, but you obviously want to start well. And that score group there, all those players on 2 points, will be very happy with the way that things have gone so far. Hans is, well, at the top there, but obviously it's first equal, and he's had quite an easy ride, I'm going to say. His game's been quite short, while some of the other players have had tougher games to get in the same position.
Yeah, you know, he came out swinging in the first game. You know, he won in 16 moves, and then he showed us how exceptionally well prepared he is. He has completely neutralized any form of white advantage in some of his games, but it's day 4, and we'll see whether that momentum continues. And whilst yesterday there were a lot of draws in the Masters, in the Challengers, there were anything but draws. I mean, just one draw between Bibisara Asaubeva and Faustino Oro.
That's right. It was a really bloody day, as you can see there. Lots of fighting chess. And let's remember, one of the great things about the Challengers is the winner will get a place in the top group. And that really is something very special in this, the Wimbledon of Chess. I mean, the highlight of the games there was, without a shadow of a doubt, Ivanchuk's game. And, well, you can see it on our YouTube channels, etc. But Ivanchuk got down to 1 second without increment to play a move, and we're terrified that he wouldn't move in time, and he just about made it with a split of a split second to go. So that was really exciting stuff.
Yeah, time is no barrier for a legend such as Vasil. And it does mean after 3 rounds, we do have a leader in the name of Aydin Süleymanli, but there are a whole load of people on 2 points. We also, unfortunately, have Two people not having the best of starts, Owen Lummy and Aline Rubbers, yet to score. Maybe today will be the day where they start to turn things around.
Yeah, Max getting off, at least getting a win for the Dutch players there with a nice game yesterday. And it's a really cutthroat group, this, but again, it's really nice mix of players. You know, you've got the legendary Ivanchuk, but then you've got some younger players, very, very hungry. One I would like to mention, of course, is Faustino, who is playing good chess and could be the world's youngest grandmaster if he gets it in the next couple of months, the last grandmaster norm.
Yeah. Well, the players will be feeling the heat as they prepare for their games on the board. We also decided to put them under fire. And by fire, quick fire questions. So we decided just to get their opinions on certain topics. Have a listen.
Can you tell me the questions in advance so I could come out looking better than everyone else?
Worst opening to face in a must-win game.
Alapin.
The exchange French?
Whatever Anish played against me, he won the Grand Swiss.
Blitz rapid or classical?
I'm gonna say classical.
Classical.
Rapid.
Blitz.
What is the most overrated chess opening?
The Spanish.
I don't want to give away my preferences.
The Italian. Everyone is playing it. I don't know why, because it freaking sucks.
Do you prefer time trouble or worst position?
Time trouble.
Worst position.
Time trouble, probably.
Depends on how was the pitch.
What is the most difficult thing to explain to non-chess friends about chess?
It's so hard to explain norms to them.
And passing.
How do you feel after losing?
Window seat or aisle seat on the plane?
Windows.
I'll sit.
Actually, I've been debating this question a lot myself. I'm really passionate about this. I prefer the aisle.
Oh, aisle for sure, but preferably business class.
Preferably business class, yeah. I prefer to travel business class, which I never do, by the way.
Only first class for me, or baggage class is probably more likely. But yeah, we can't all get business, and some very interesting questions there. And Carissa's showed a good sense of humour there.
Yes.
What about you, aisle or window seat?
Yeah, I'm a window girl.
A window girl.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice to look out a window, surely. you know,
Exactly.
so-
See those UFOs, as you mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, and we don't. Hopefully, we haven't got to the age yet where we need to run to the toilet all the time. When an aisle seat would be preferred, just to clarify.
Okay. No, thankfully, not quite there yet. But, you know, what is very interesting about those questions is that they did reveal they don't like their boring openings. They don't like the Alpine Sicilians where things have been relatively worked out, especially when you're in a must-win situation. And certain players might be feeling that already, like Anish Giri might be feeling like, half out of 3. Pragnanda's another one. We need to get firing.
Yeah, no, definitely true. And, you know, you could see it was interesting because at top level you get a lot of these very safe openings being played, and it's probably more out of necessity than what the top players would like to do. I'm sure the top players would prefer exciting, crazy chess, but they can't always get that, you know, because they will pay the price. And, well, we can have a look at the pairings now, I guess.
Let's do it. Let's have a look at the round 4 pairings. As always, we are in for a treat. We are being spoiled. And I want you to kind of pay attention to certain matchups. Gukesh, starting with 1.5 out of 3. He's playing Pragg, who's got just half a point. Things are not going Pragg's way. Anish, who's won this event before, also starting with half out of 3. Could have been 0 points, actually, if Zindarov had found some wins. And he's playing Arjun, who's on 2 points.
Yeah, interesting pairings, as always. I mean, I suppose the one that does stand out is Gukesh versus Pragg. It's always interesting to see how these, young Indian players fight against each other, and also the openings that the world champion might try out against a player he knows very, very deeply. Yeah. Vladimir versus Jordan. That's something I'll be interested to see. Vladimir's very, very good with the white pieces, but Jordan's one of the most imaginative players. We saw yesterday he played that very interesting idea, that long knight maneuver, but in a modern way. He did it with the queenside castling, so I'm always interested to see how Jordan goes about playing.
And I'm always excited to see how our 14-year-old prodigy, Yaz, will do. And in the challenges, we have a real mix of players. Aydin Suleimanli, he's in the lead, just nurturing half-point advantage over a contender such as Liu Miaoyi. She's just 15 years old, and she has 2 points. Will Faustino, you know, we talked about 14-year-old prodigies. He's just 12 years old. He's got the white pieces against Eline Rarest. And other matchups that I'm interested in is Vasyl Ivanchuk against Erwin.
Always interesting to watch Ivanchuk. He's got probably the widest chess repertoire because he's played everything in his life. He's probably played every single opening. There's about 1,000 of them, and he's probably gone through them all. And there were stories, I think it was Ivanchuk before Chess Base and the modern era. He used to turn up at chess tournaments with a couple of big suitcases full of books. I think that was him, but yeah, I could see him doing that, you know, just so he could prepare properly.
Yeah.
But we do have our reporter on the ground, and that is the lovely Fiona.
Let's head there.
Hello and welcome to round 4. I'm here in the Morian, the venue of Tata Steel Chess, and I'm delighted to be joined by Carissa and Hans, who are early to the round. First of all, do you like getting here early before the game?
You know, actually I always want more time to prep, but I get paranoid about being late. But it turns out no one else is as paranoid as me, so.
I think it's quite relaxing to come early. There's no rush. You can walk peacefully.
And you see different approaches, right? Some people are happy to chat between each other, chat to the tournament director, whoever they can, while others sit at the board. You feel you don't need that to just sit at the board?
I don't know. I think, first of all, what you eat 20 minutes before the game, days, you're not going to remember much. I actually find the things that I checked the night before, I remember after a good night's sleep. It's not that. It's not like we're playing a world championship.
And you're enjoying?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the tournament. I really like. I'm having a new, Vachier-Lagrave is like a appreciated taste. It's like drinking whiskey, which I have not yet reached that level. But I think
You're getting there?
Not yet, thankfully.
Okay.
But I really enjoy. I'm enjoying Wijk.
What about you?
Yeah, it's been a good tournament so far, so 10 more rounds to go. Looking forward to it.
Hans was talking about prep, how you memorize things the best maybe the night before. Can you tell us a little bit about what your prep looks like here in Vachier-Lagrave?
No, I can't.
No?
Yeah, just in case the ops are watching.
Netflix.
Do you work with a second? Can you reveal that, or you don't want to talk about it?
Team.
Whole
Mystery
team.
seconds.
Yeah,
The
multiple people
Americans,
for
have
sure.
a lot of hidden snipers.
What
Hans
about
is my
you?
second,
Hans
actually.
is your second.
Yeah.
He's working double time.
I just am such a American patriot, you know. I'm helping Andy as well, so I don't know what's going to happen when they play.
Do you guys hang out a lot?
I think we're in different hotels, but in Kolkata we hung out. But yeah, here are the hotels. You really want to walk on the cold.
I think we just lost our camera, guys, so I don't know. I think there might be an internet connection issue.
Okay, that's fine.
But this was fun anyway, so thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh no, the camera's here actually. The camera never left us. I was like, oh, the camera's gone. Hans, can you reveal? Are you working with a second here?
My team is plentiful and dangerous.
Okay. I like that. Well, thank you so much to both of you. Best of luck today and keep enjoying, if I can say.
Thank you.
And we're going to go on. I think we're going to talk to the person who is going to hit the gong today. I can see him come with me. Hans. Hi. We are live on the broadcast.
All right, okay.
And I heard that you were going to hit the gong today, so I thought it's a great chance to chat to you. Welcome.
Thank you, yes.
You've been here, of course, many, many times. For a quick introduction, Hans Pies is the CEO of DGT. And actually this year, I heard there are new pieces here.
Yes, indeed, yeah. We've swapped the old timeless set for the new modern Staunton. Our own design, our registered design, and I think it's a beautiful set. Yes.
Maybe we can grab the camera for a second and just show the set before we keep talking about it so people know what we are talking about. Tell us a little bit, maybe we can get a close-up of the new set. What goes into the process of designing a new set like this?
Oh, well, the actual designer is not here, but it's quite a long process. A lot of changes. The nice thing perhaps to say is about the night, because we really love the night. And the designer had made a night, but then we have two people working for us who used to ride horses. They say, well, that doesn't look like a real horse. So with input from other people, not in design, we made this night.
It's very arty, I feel like. It has a lot of shapes.
Yeah.
I don't know much about art, so I can't go into detail, but it's unlike the knights we've seen before. And also I think the king and the queen are quite different from what we've seen before.
Yeah, we decided not to put the traditional cross on the king. For no real reason. I suppose some cultures don't want the cross, so we cover the whole world, of course. Chess, and we want to be inclusive, so we thought we'll do it like this.
I like that a lot. And Hans, tell me, what else is in the works at the GT? What have you guys been working on, or maybe what's coming?
Well, interesting question, because here you see the boards connected with the cable, and you don't see the cables except here, and of course they're under the floor. But the new system that we're working on is without any cables at all. It'll just be a wireless system, yeah.
That will be a big improvement.
End of the year, hopefully. Yeah.
Very, very nice. Today you'll be hitting the gong. I guess you've been following the tournament so far. What have your impressions been?
Yes, well, I mean, okay, the Dutch players, I don't, in chess, it's not like football teams where you have a strong favorite and you're supporting, so I'm just for the good chess. I hope the Dutch will do a little bit better, but, it's all a very long tournament.
In your opinion, what makes Wijk such a special tournament?
Oh.
You've been to a lot of tournaments, I imagine, over the years.
Well, obviously the tradition, the long time it's been going. But the atmosphere, I mean, I came here today, like I visit a few times every year. And I'm bumping to Jeroen, the tournament director. He says, Hans, you can hit the gong. I mean, to me, that sort of tells you the story about Wijk. It's like very, in a way, low key.
Yes.
But it's the top of the chess world, but it's still just people managing it.
Funnily enough, that's what I always say. I mean, it is the Wimbledon of chess, right? But still, the atmosphere is kind of, the team feels a bit like a family. The players, I think they feel well here. They play well, and we get treated to such exciting games.
We want to do well here, and everybody here has chess in their heart, and that's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Well, Hans, thank you so much. I believe we're gonna get started very soon, and maybe Leonard. Why don't you join us for a second as well? Because Leonard also, of course, works for DGT. We were just talking.
Yes, he builds the boards, and I work with them. Yeah. How do you like the new skin over on the screens here?
For start, the screen in front of the table is really very nice, very professional. You can follow the game more easily.
A big improvement. I think we have Menno to thank for that, right?
Yeah. I mean, like it's our team. Yeah.
Well, there's the music. I'm gonna let you go, Hans. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. And that's our signal. We're gonna go into the hall and get the round started.
Dames en heren, vandaag is het 20 januari 2026, sorry. Today is 20 January 2026. We will start soon with the fourth round in the Masters and Challenges. En ook met de tweede ronde, de tweede dag voor het Cultural Village toernooi en de dagvierkampen. Die hebben hun tweede ronde. Commentaar wordt in Café de Zon gegeven door Jovanka Hauska en Simon Williams. En dat begint nu en zij worden daarbij geassisteerd in de Nederlandse taal door Tom Bottelen. Dan de telefoons. U weet het zo langzamerhand, ik zie dat het ook steeds begint te werken aan de voorkant. Foto's mogen alleen gemaakt worden met gewone klassieke fotocamera's, maar niet met de telefoons. Telefoons kunnen we en mogen we hier niet toelaten in de speelzaal. No cell phones are allowed in the playing hall. Also not for the audience. And the players, obviously, I have not mentioned it yet in the amateur section, but also in the Master Challenges, no smartphones. Sorry, smart watches, pardon. Geen smart watches ook. En betalen bij het barretje voorin mag ook niet met je telefoon, alleen met plastic kaarten. Dan gaan we over naar de gong. De gongslag wordt vandaag gedaan door Hans Spees. Hij is CEO van DGT. En dat is het bedrijf van de klokken waarmee u speelt. Of ook met de meeste borden in de speelzaal. Today, the CEO of DGT Enschede in the Netherlands, Hans Spees, he's standing next to me, will hit the gong. And he's the man responsible for the clocks that you use and all the boards that you are playing with. So Hans, it's good to have you here. And after your hit on the gong, the games can start. Good luck and enjoy.
Has been set, and now we're expecting the first moves to be played. On our screens, Hans Niemann, he's waiting for his opponent to arrive. But the other games that are now in progress after some hesitation. Moment's thought. E4 is the move of choice from Nordibek Abdusatorov. And for some players, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, I'm looking at Pragg, just half point out of 3. He's defending champion of Tata Steel. He really wants to get going. He's got the black pieces once more, this time against Gukesh. He wants to start making that comeback. Also, it's the same for Anish, who could have found himself on no points out of 3. This really hasn't been his event. Vincent Keimer losing 2 games in a row. He's got the black pieces against Edo Mush. So there's a few people who really will start to feel the pressure to at least score a point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's horrible when you get on a losing streak, obviously. It's not a nice feeling because you kind of start getting, you start doubting yourself as well in chess. And it is like a mental sport, so you need to be strong, and you know, as soon as things start going wrong, it's like I can't lose another game, and that's going to play against you. So let's hope they bounce out of this sort of streak they have. But talking about comebacks in past,
you can take inspiration from comebacks from history, right?
Yeah.
And it's certainly something that can motivate you. I know I have my video. It's the female 4x400 relay, like a big, massive comeback. But you can also take inspiration from previous participants of this event. You can say, well, I might have started badly, but I am in good company, because take a look at this set of statistics. So these are the biggest comebacks that have been made at Tata Steel Chess. And we see Lajos Portish began with no points out of 2 and finished on 10 points out of 15. Not bad.
It's interesting to see that all these comebacks happen in the space of 2 years, pretty much. So they're all 69 to 71. Some legendary names there. They're all legendary names, these players. Victor the Terrible at the bottom there. That was his nickname. And, well, here you go. Victor again. In the top 2, and he was a real fighter, one of my favorite players, and interesting character, and he really showed determination, had a very interesting life. And Magnus Carlsen starting 1 out of 3 there, Ivanchuk as well, and Magnus is known when he loses a couple of games to fight back. I was in a tournament, Gausdal, famous tournament in Norway, where he started by losing, I think, his first 3 games when he was very young, and he bounced back very nicely there. So there's still time.
Yep. Also Gukesh beginning in 2024 with 1.5 out of 4 and managing to win the event. as you mentioned, and when we're specifically looking at those players on half point out of 3, so we've got Anish and Pragg in mind, they can take inspiration from Vlastimil Hort, Simon Agdestein, Geza Fuster. These are all players who have not started with too many points, and they've managed to actually make some positive inroads.
Yes. I think as we saw from a lot of scores there, it's harder nowadays to get a string of wins. I mean, okay, it can be done. You just look at, again, Magnus, how he does that on occasions, and other top players have done it famously. Fabiano Caruana got 7 out of 7 in American tournament. I think the American Championships one year. And it's possible, but because chess is now at a higher level, less mistakes are made, and it's hard to win, you know, but we are getting wins in every round. Good sign.
Yeah, we are getting a lot of fighting chess. As we see Sindarov with the black pieces, he is playing against Matthias Blubaum, who's had a tremendous 2025. And it does feel like with Vincent Keimer now being number 4 in the world and Matthias Blubaum qualifying for the candidates because of his fantastic performance at the Grand Swiss, and also other German players such as Alexander Donchenko, you know, having a great run at the World Cup, that German chess is just getting better and better. And we in fact asked Matthias, what is it that makes German chess so good?
That's a good question. I mean, Vincent, I guess, is also an exceptional talent. Like he's just incredibly strong, and he's now number 4 in the world, and I think he certainly belongs there right now. So yeah, Vincent is just incredibly good, and now I had this like great run at Grand Swiss, and I'm also doing well, and also like others like Alexander Donchenko had a great run at the World Cup or something. Like, yeah, maybe it's just we are pushing each other a bit. Like everybody sees like, okay, this guy is doing that, I shouldn't be worse. Like let's show I can also compete. So maybe it's a bit of that.
So Matthias says it's all because they keep just pushing each other, perhaps discussing ideas with each other and just motivating the other to get better and better. And Matthias having a great result yesterday. He defeated Vincent Keimer with the black pieces. Now he's got the white pieces against Yavokir Sindarov, and Sindarov is like, no d4, d5 for you. We're going to fight it out in a King's Indian. So that is going to get the approval here from us. We love fighting chess.
We do, and we've seen a lot of 1d4 in this competition so far. It's certainly the move that has been favoured by white so far. And most games have been a Queen's Gambit, but I really love seeing the King's Indian defence, because it's such a double-edged dynamic opening, and the King's Indian defence comes about when black moves the bishop to g7, and it's been favoured by, well, some of the most exciting and the strongest chess players in history. You know, obviously Bobby Fischer, world champion, used this pretty much exclusively, and then Garry Kasparov based a lot of his opening repertoire on Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer basically, he sort of changed chess a bit in the way that rather than trying to get an equal game and go for the draw with black, which a lot of the Soviet players were taught to do, he tried to win with black, and this opening is perfect for that. And if we fast forward to modern days, well, England's own Gwaine Jones plays this a lot, and it's a great chessable course, well worth checking out. And a lot of the top players flirt with this sort of opening now and again, because it's an opening you play with black if you want to win, because it's so double-edged. White gets this massive center, and I think it was Korchnoi who basically, there's fighters on both sides. Korchnoi said about this opening with the white piece, he just said the King's Indian is a load of rubbish. He said, how can black give away so much space in the center of the board? What kind of idiot would play the King's Indian defense? That might not be quoting him verbatim, but it is the emphasis of what he said was basically it's a bad opening. So he had lots of battles in this.
I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
How many members of our audience are King's Indian fans?
Let's have a hands in the air or a little shout. Anyone a King's Indian defense player?
I saw one hand being raised. Anyone else?
No ones. Do we have? Yeah, because I want to ask this every day. Any Dutch defence players? Anyone play the Dutch?
Simon.
It's dead quiet. No one.
Don't make it awkward.
No one in Holland plays the Dutch. This is wrong. Come on. So... and following up with this game, well, let's just get to the current position. This is the standard move to stop e5, and now white plays the main move, developing the second knight, black castles, and there's lots of different systems. Bishop e2 is what you can call the sort of classical main King's Indian defense, and there's some very, very exciting lines with that. But this little move played now, is it called the Averbach variation, with h3, has become in modern days the most popular way to play against the King's Indian defense.
I'm going to disappoint you, Simon.
It's not the Averbach, is it? That's with... Did I say the Averbach? I can't even remember what I said now, but I think that's with bishop g5.
Yeah.
I always get confused by the names.
Bishop e2, bishop g5. But I've got like after h3 again. I'm going to disappoint you because it's called, and I'm not sure whether I'm going to believe this, the normal variation. I've never heard of that.
The Makhachkov, is that the line named after the Yugoslavian chess player Makhachkov? I'm saying that with so much confidence. I don't know. It's Soviet player, I think, yeah. And it's, yeah, I mean, the names of openings are not really that important, but it's nice to know the history a bit, of course. And the idea of h3, and that's much more important to know why white plays this little pawn move, is to play, in some variations, g4. Now, why would white want to play g4? Is white playing for the attack? No. White has this fantastic center, and the King's Indian attack is really all about, very often, if black plays the main move, let's say e5, this is what black historically has always played in these positions, and white will often play d5 at some point. You get this locked pawn structure, and it's about the pawn breaks, and black's pawn break that he can have a lot of fun with is pawn to f5. Obviously, pawns can't jump, so you need to move the knight out the way first. And if black gets this pawn to f5, he can generate an attack against white's king side and white's king. Now, what about white's pawn break? Again, you've got to look at your pawn structure and see where your sort of ideas are based because of your pawns. And white's pawn break normally is c5. Again, not straight away, but you try to prepare this move with ideas like bishop here, rook here, and you try to get this play on the queen side on that area. And the point of h3 is, in a lot of lines, you can play like g4. And this is just aiming, saying, I'm going to stop your play, and then you can't break. You can't do anything. Because obviously, if black ever plays f5 in these positions, you take this way, and you have the opportunity to start your own attack. So that's the positional idea of this h3 move, and it really has caught on a lot in recent years.
Yeah. And after h3, I also noticed that Bluebaum had actually played this particular variation before. Didn't come as a surprise to Jordan, who used some time, but then just went a5. We saw Jordan's been exceptionally well prepared here.
Sindarov, yeah. And,
sorry,
a5.
Sindarov.
Yep.
Yes, sorry.
That's right.
Yep. And then bishop to e3.
Looks like a very sensible move. And this, I suppose, Yovi, this is the other advantage under pawn on h3, that your bishop can sit here without worrying about knight g4. So that's a normal move. Okay, yep.
And here, there's a few moves that have been tried for black. You know, you can go knight a6, which I guess is pretty standard. You know, you want to be preparing this e5 idea and securing the c5 square. You can also go a4. Having said, I'm going to go a5, why not go all the way? And another move that's been tried is knight d7 and knight c6. And looking at some of the names I'm seeing here, like Mark Hebden has played this with the black pieces. He went for knight a6.
Knight a6, yeah.
Knight a6 and some kind of knight d7, and then e5.
So Mark Hebden is a friend of ours and a strong English grandmaster. He's played this throughout his life, and we're talking about other English players who've played here, the Wimbledon Chess here and done well, and another player who really only plays the King's Indian defence, of course, is John Nunn, John Nunn had some fantastic victories on the black side of this. And I think it was John Nunn who made the idea of basically putting the knight on a6 quite popular, going back to, I think, the 80s. He started to put the knight over on this square before playing e5, just to keep things a little bit more flexible. We mentioned the e5 move. Black can sometimes try c5, but you don't combine a5 and c5. So I would assume that black has to try to go for e5 here, otherwise you do get very cramped, and you've got to make some break in this position. So at some point e5 I'm sure will come.
I'm thinking knight a6 and e5, and some manifestation will be making an appearance, and I think that we're going to be seeing some kind of lockdown in the center, and white going g4 is very much in Bluebaum's style. So yeah, knight a6 in fact played, and now white has some choices. Bishop e2, knight d2 have been tried. White has the space, but black is getting ready to chip away with e5.
Yeah, it's we talked about g4, and the other thing we should note here is that white probably shouldn't play it too soon, because you're going to open up your own king. You play it to stop f5 when f5 is becoming more of a threat. You probably can do it, but it's not necessarily the best move to do. It's very committal moving this pawn. So I would think other sensible moves would be more likely to occur here. And one thing is clear with this opening, Sindarov is basically saying, let's have some fun. I'm trying to mix things up. I'm going to play an exciting game here, an exciting opening. I'm going for complications. It's always amusing to see the evaluation bar in the King's Indian defense. It's not a fan of the King's Indian defense. Maybe even the Dutch opening is the evaluation bar might even like the Dutch opening more than the King's Indian, which would be a surprise. But the computer just doesn't like giving away the center. It's like, no, I don't like it. But you know, I'm not sure about nowadays, but certainly 10 years ago, it did underestimate attacking breaks later on in the game, the engine, and also humans are playing. There's more chances that craziness can go in humans' way.
But you know, this is not the only King's Indian that is making an appearance today.
Okay.
Also, Jordan van Foreest has chosen the King's Indian against Vladimir Fedoseev. And Vladimir began the event with a horrible loss, 16 moves against Hans Niemann. He struck back with a win against Vincent Keimer. Super important to take a comeback. And you know, Fedoseev has had mixed fortunes here. He's very much a player who either wins or loses here. So he's the perfect person to ask, how do you come back from a loss in Wijk? Take a listen to this.
I hope I will not need such experience this time. Before, it was a big challenge. First time I played here, I lost 5 games. And last year, I lost 3 times. So in total, in 2 tournaments, I lost 8 games. It's quite a big amount for a professional player. But on the other hand, I won 7 games. So I'm in -1 in total in 2 tournaments before this edition. And I hope I will improve. So I hope I will avoid such experience. Yeah.
I like that advice. The best thing to do is just avoid losing. But how do you come back from like a terrible loss?
It's not easy. Especially if you've got a game very soon, like the next day. You know, you've lost a very painful game, and you've got to play another one, and it's like, you know, it's hard to adjust. I mean, go and take a long walk, just try not to think about it, and you have to decide whether you're going to try to really win the next game, take risks, or try to shut up the shop and go for a safe game. So it's not easy, but as we saw, Vladimir bounced back really well when he won. I think it was the next game, wasn't it? Yeah, of course, in round 2.
Can I put you on the spot and ask you, what's the worst thing you've ever done after a loss?
The worst thing I've ever done after a loss? Wow. Am I allowed to say? Is what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, this is the point where we
I
put
think
the sensors on.
Yeah, I mean, I think my most painful loss, and we talked about this earlier on, I was playing Danny Gormali in English Grandmaster, and I was black, and I think I'd have won this. I'd have come first equal in the European Union Chess Championships, which Nigel Short won in the end. And I got absolutely smashed in a Dutch opening. So, and the opening of quote is very weird. But the weird thing about it was that I tried out in this position.
Oh, was this when you were doing your funny rook at h7?
Yeah, I tried. It looks like complete beginner's chess, doesn't it? But I played this move, which was the shock. But what I didn't realize is the night before, I was discussing this in my room with a friend of mine, and Danny had his ear at the door.
No.
Apparently. And he heard me discussing it, so he was prepared. So
You're serious? He
yeah,
was
that's what
there
I
with
heard.
like a
Yeah,
glass,
I was like,
listening in.
an old man's microphone at the door. That's what, I don't know, yeah, that's what I heard. And he knew I was going to play this shocking move. And I lost horribly, but I actually got a good position from the opening. And I had to drive that night, so I couldn't have a drink. So I think I hit the local casino up.
Oh dear.
Yes, oh dear. Double whammy. But yeah, I mean, taking a loss is, a painful loss, especially when it costs you money, a prize, everything.
Yeah.
It's painful. Now we can have a look how this.
Let's have a look at let's compare
Sure.
with how Jordan has played the King's Indian. I'm sorry about that, Simon.
It's okay. Not the worst thing. It just happens, doesn't it? So, and G6, Knight
It does
C3.
remind me of the story. Was it Fischer who looked through the keyhole and saw his opponent had set up a game? I might be making things up, by the way, but we have Satirist in the background, and he knows all the information, so he knows whether I'm making up the story or not. But I'm pretty sure I've heard a story about someone peeking through a keyhole and seeing a board being set up. No idea. Okay, so it could be fake news, everyone.
I mean, there's a lot of stories of people trying to get their opponent's preparation and tricking them.
You're
and
right, the whole
there's
of Karpov-Korchnoi match was all to do that,
Karpov-Korchnoi. You can take a look. There's a great documentary on that, or just on YouTube, and even modern day chess. I think Fabiano, they did a St. Louis Chess Club did a preparation thing for his World Championship match against Carlsen.
Yeah.
And they accidentally showed one of his chess base, sort of, what he was looking at on chess base for the match.
Yeah.
And it might have even given away an opening line. It could have been a double bluff, though. I don't know. So it's it was a double bluff.
No, it wasn't a double bluff.
It wasn't a double bluff.
No, they had literally accidentally leaked it, and he was like, "Uh-oh, blunder."
Yes.
And yesterday it's quite funny because Matthias in the interview with Fiona said that he had seen a game that was played between Vincent Keimer and Frederick Svana. It wasn't online, hadn't been recorded anywhere, but he'd seen that game and he knew about that game, so he had some idea that Vincent was going to go in this direction.
Okay, interesting. Preparation, very, very important. So let's have a look. So Jordan also playing this aggressive line. Great to see. The King's Indian defense, it can certainly be considered aggressive nowadays. And now we have Bishop E2. So this is the main line. This is the classical variation as such. And Jordan's gone for a similar idea to Sindarov. He's gone knight to A6 first. Now, the main move here is to play E5 immediately, when you generally put the knight on C6, and there's been thousands upon thousands of games in this. Gwaine Jones recommended a setup with knight BD7, so you've got these ideas. But knight to A6 is certainly another option. I think this is, again, that John Nunn idea, quite possibly. White just plays the normal castles and E5, so we get this first break in the center. Now, there's not really any danger if black has to face white capturing on E5. That's not a free pawn by any means, because there's ideas now with black counter-striking with this move, unleashing the bishop, and black's absolutely fine at these lines. So after E5, white's got to decide. Does white now go D5, go straight into the structure, or does white try to keep the tension in the middle? White brings his bishop to G5, and now you can consider playing H6, and you do play H6 here, asking the bishop the question, where's that going to go? And either white comes back this way or keeps the pin. The bishop tries to remain solid in the center. And now knight g4 played, so this is all theoretical line, attacking that bishop. White doesn't want to lose this bishop. It's quite a good piece, controls the center, so he keeps the bishop. And this, again, may look very strange, but White is banking on the fact that the knight is misplaced over here on g4, and we might have time to play h3 and just put the bishop back. So he's going to most likely gain the tempo back now. And now Jordan plays pawn takes d4. Now this is a move, I mean, again, it's maybe personal choice. This is a main idea. I never like playing this myself because I don't like giving White this sort of space advantage, but it's a main move, and let's just see. Knight takes d4 played. You can see we're on the knight here, and White's now got this Maroczy bind, this space advantage in the center. What do we do with the knight? Well, here...
Delay the question for a little bit.
That's
Queen
right.
f6.
Queen f6. Counter-striking the white knight on d4, and this must be all part of both players' preparation. It's still very early days at this level. They would have looked at this before. And it's an interesting position. And you do get very interesting positions in the King's Indian defense.
Yeah, well, White has a choice, you know, go knight b3 or go knight db5. I prefer knight b3, to be honest, because the knight feels a little bit more stable there. On b5, it can get kicked back eventually.
Yeah, I guess the advantage of putting knight on b3 is we're trying to...
stop knight c5.
Stop knight c5, yeah. Make that knight slightly stranded. And maybe what Jordan is doing, maybe Jordan's saying, well, okay, I've kicked your knight away from the center because the knight on b3 is more passive than it was on d4. So could I now play queen h4? I mean, this would be the first move. I always like threatening checkmate in one move for some reason.
It
it's
gets
quite
the
nice.
heart rate up, right? You know, maybe your opponent doesn't see it, but obviously they will. So they'll go h3 and they'll go,
maybe
no checkmate for you.
Maybe you get a mouse slip here and g3 could be played. You never know. But this seems a very logical way to continue after this, because you defend your knight and you just ask the question, how are you going to stop the threat? And obviously h3 would be the normal way to stop the threat. Probably the best way. I don't think you want to give up the bishop pair so early. That would probably be very comfortable for black. So something like h3 could be likely. And now this knight's got to decide where it goes at some point. I mean, this is something that I know Fabiano has tried this kind of idea as black. I mean, in the old days, you know, if someone had played this move 40 years ago, they would be looked at as a complete fool, because you'd never give up your King's Indian defense bishop. But chess has changed, and I wouldn't be surprised if something like that is playable. But I like keeping this bishop. It's a fantastic piece. Yeah, you have to decide where you put the knight now, and the game goes on. Black playing with his pieces here, and White trying to stabilize and use the space advantage, really. It's going to...
It's already tense, right? Because if White manages to stabilize the pawns on e4, c4, Black is going to have like a passive, but really, you know, I don't know, passive is the word I was looking for, position, and, you know, not too many ambitions. But if Black manages to get active, gets a knight to c5 or rook to e8, manages to make a trade of minor pieces, then it's going to be uncomfortable to deal with the pressure against e4. And as you mentioned, you know, Black is very active with the pieces. Okay, let's put this one on the back burner for a while, Simon.
Yeah. Do you think we could ask the audience, like, because I know we had a lot of Jordan fans.
Yes.
In the audience.
And they're giving him all the luck, right? Do you know he hadn't won? He hadn't won since 2023. And then our audience were like, no, we believe in Jordan, and he wins.
What, a game?
Yeah, he hadn't won a game in
Really?
Tata.
Oh, no, Tata, right. I was going to say, yeah, okay. That surprised me. By the way, we'll come back, maybe, yeah. But, okay, Jordan fans, let's hear. Obviously, I'm sure you want Jordan to win. How many of you think he is actually going to win today? Let's just get a bit of a feel in this sharp King's Indian defense. So can we hear a shout out if you think Jordan is going to win today? Yeah, there's a couple of voices there. Not as loud as other days. Is that a good sign, a bad sign? Okay, so there's a little bit of a yay coming from the audience there, and hopefully we can see him playing a good game here. Bishop G4 played up. Yes, we can move on. Ivanchuk, definitely.
Let's check out the other Dutchman, Anish Giri. See how he's doing against Arjun. Because I'd like to ask the same question to our audience. Do you think Anish will make a comeback? Guys!
You're not supposed to laugh. so yeah, is Anish going to win today? Big yay if you think he is?
Come on, guys.
No.
No.
It's gone dead quiet in the audience. And, well, it'd be nice to see Anish.
Okay, do you think Anish is going to draw? Maybe. Maybe. We will find out. Let's have a look at the position. He's got the white pieces. He's playing Arjun. And I think for Anish, actually, the best thing he can do is just stabilize the ship, and then go for a draw. And then just continue with the winning ways. I have the faith in Anish. So he starts off with d4, d5. So we saw Arjun in previous encounters, he can play more or less anything. He can kind of lock it down with the Queen's Gambit. He can play Queen's Gambit accepted. That seems to be the trend at the minute.
It does, yeah. The Queen's Gambit accepted.
With the young Indians.
Yeah, so the Queen's Gambit accepted has certainly been favoured by Pragg and Arjun so far. Was it Arjun who played it, or Gukesh, wasn't it? So
yeah, it was Gukesh who played it against Arjun, Pragg played it against Arjun.
Yeah. And this is a test for Anish, as you say, because he is playing Anish, and Anish is very, very, sorry, not Anish, Arjun, a very dangerous player with the black pieces, and he's got to be careful. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tries a bit of a safer opening to not give Arjun too many sort of attacking chances. So we've got the Queen's Gambit. We've seen this a lot so far. Now, Bishop E7 is aimed at some lines where you take on d5, but it's a very normal move. The knight will come out next, and Anish brings his knight out to f3. We have the knight coming out to f6. White has to decide what kind of Queen's Gambit he wants now. Does the bishop come to g5? This is the older sort of way to play the Queen's Gambit. Bishop f4 is a sort of slightly more modern way. Nope, neither of them would play. G3 played the Catalan.
But it's a kind of aggressive version of the Catalan. I gotta say that. Because usually it's inviting black to take on c4. Sorry, we got given these amazing DGT pieces, and we have them as a bonus.
We do.
We do, so...
Try to give them away as prizes.
We are going to give them away as prizes.
If we can get some good questions. That's what we got.
We haven't come up with great questions.
No. We're slowly getting into the vibe here, slowly today. And we'll try to give our audience members some nice knights on a key ring. So if you want to win a knight on a key ring, you're in the right place. And so G3 is more aggressive because the knight's on C3, right? That's a plan. And now Arjun doesn't grab the pawn. He develops Bishop G2. And okay, he says, I will take it in this situation because I might have better chances to defend it. Obviously, all theory. Anish wants to get his pawn back as quickly as possible. And there goes the knight. But this doesn't stop White from winning the pawn back. This is quite a well-known idea. You can still take that pawn whilst black has not castled, because if black goes knight takes knight, then queen a4 check should be very comfortable for white, with white grabbing the knight. And the pawn structure, we talked about having more pawns in the center of the board, and white would have more pawns in the center there. So Arjun plays c5, trying to get rid of that pawn in the center for a more wing pawn. And that's, again, a positional exchange which would help black. Anish grabs the knight on b6. Pawn takes b6. And this is always a little bit double-edged. Double pawns, but the a-file's open. Pawn takes c5, offering the exchange of queens. So Anish seeming to go for a bit of a safer variation, getting the queens off, basically saying, okay, yeah, I don't want you as an aggressive player to attack me.
Exactly, he's trying to lock the game down, but also perhaps taking inspiration from his own game against Vincent Keimer in round one, where, you know, it looks like it's just going to be like an easy, comfortable equality for black, you know, once the queens come off, as they shortly do. But we saw it's not that easy. You know, white is just playing on the baseline, you know, just improving the pieces. And the problem for black is all the time, how are you going to get the bishop on c8 into the game?
That's right. So we have a couple more moves. So the queens do come off, and it's absolutely fine moving your king here, because when the queens come off, it's less dangerous, and it looks like c2 or e2 will eventually be a nice square for that king. Maybe getting ready for the ending, keeping your king in the center. Now, bishop takes c5 played, making sure that bishop is still free. If you played pawn takes, the bishop would become blocked behind there. You get rid of your double pawns, but it's also like a big square on b5, and I don't know, it looks better to keep this bishop open.
Yeah.
So bishop takes
And
play.
that's a lesson for us all, right? Because a lot of us would be just looking at b7 and
Yeah.
b6 and going, ugly.
Yes.
And the stop at that.
Definitely. Let's get rid of my ugly pawn.
Yeah.
And take that way. But Arjun's saying it's more important my bishop remains free. And Anish goes e3 to stop any chances that pawn dropping. What does black do with a bishop on c8? Well, at the moment it's caged in by the pawn there. So again, a normal move, e5, trying to release that into the game, into a more open situation. And now the king comes to e2, so you can try to get the rook on the open file. And Ivanchuk did say this position, it doesn't look very dangerous for black, but there's always stuff going on under the surface. And this bishop on g2 is white's sort of main idea in the Catalan. Basically, that bishop, white is saying it's a strong piece. I'm always going to have ideas across the board with my bishop.
Right. Like as white, I mean, I have to campaign for white because I kind of play this type of position. You know, there's small things happening like that. You go h3, g4, start inching up the board, you know, then you're going to be looking at black reacting to that. If they go h5, then you've got the g5 square to consider. And you're also trying to centralize a rook. The bishop on c1 looks like it doesn't have a future. Well, you know, it can make its way into the game via b2, you know, somehow I'm thinking either a3, b4 or b3, bishop b2. Somehow it's going to get in there. It can also go in a more stable way with bishop d2. You move the knight out of the way and get to c3. So there's a lot of possibilities there.
Yeah. So this is Anish basically saying, I'm going to take it risk-free today. And so far, this does look very risk-free. One more move, king e7. Black's doing a similar strategy, trying to get the rook to d8 and get it into the game. And yeah.
Yeah,
so
we'll see. We'll see. This is a game of small margins. Let's take a pause from this one. What do you think? Maybe, what do we think? Small advantage? Can Anish press?
Yeah, I don't see too many problems for black. The only issue, as you mentioned, is kind of the bishop on c8. I mean, if I can get my bishop to e6 and not drop this pawn, I might start getting some of my own ideas. Bishop c4 check. I might have even considered bishop to g4 check last move. Maybe very small edge for white. I mean, I've talked about bishop on c8. I mean, the bishop on c1 also has those issues, so
yeah.
It's not much. It's not much at all. I would say more equal than a small edge, but you know.
Yeah. We will see.
Yeah, we will see.
That is our conclusion there. I got to say, there's been no one has come out with like something super sharp at the minute. Maybe we can take a look at Gukesh.
Yeah, let's go to this one.
Can you put the position up on move 3? No, don't put it on move 3. Can you just put it up on move 4?
Let's do it. So yeah, there was a bit of a surprise in this game. So
I just wanted to see whether we could like play a little fun retrograde.
Oh, you want me to go to
Yeah,
move
I
4
want you to go to
first?
this position, Simon. Have a look.
Okay.
And then ask our audience, how did they get there?
Well, good question. Should we give a key ring away?
I think so.
Okay, we've got to get rid of these key rings. So, so question to our audience: So there's a great book. It's Sherlock Holmes Retrograde chess puzzle book. I don't know the exact title, but it's Sherlock Holmes themed, and it's what we call a retrograde thing. So you have to work backwards. So you look at a position, and there's a forced sequence. There's only sort of one way that you could get to that position. Now here, there's probably more than one way, maybe not. What were the first 4 or 3 moves?
What was the hang on a second.
Are you going to go opening?
Yeah, I was going to go opening,
Okay.
but yeah.
Well, let's see if anyone can get the first 3 moves, shall we?
Yeah,
Let's
first 3 moves.
So French, very good.
French, yeah, very good.
The Chigorin with Queen E2. Sorry, say the moves. So E4, E6. Okay.
Yeah.
So audience, we have our audience really on the case there. Do it straight away, winning a lovely key ring. Well done.
Well done.
And you've got to come up and collect as well. Are you okay coming up and getting your? You don't want it? Okay.
It's very beautiful. We put it on the side.
It's very nice.
We'll put it on the side for you so you can come collect it during a break.
Now, I was thinking, shall I throw it?
No, don't do that.
But I could take out an audience eye, so we won't do that. But you have won a key ring. We'll give it to you in the break anyway. Put it on the side.
Congratulations, yeah.
So well done. And that was, so we saw the moves in this game, as our very alert audience has mentioned. Now, with Gukesh playing D3, it's a bit of a surprise to me because, he played D4 in the World Championship match against Ding. He famously lost the first game there with D4. But he's obviously got a lot of preparation in this position. Pragg maybe was ready for that. So this move is indicating you just want to sort of not engage with theoretical battle, because it's not, I don't think it's really considered a way to get an opening advantage for white. It's just saying, I want a game of chess. So, okay, on with D5. And now the next move is a bit peculiar. Knight D2 is much more common here. As played by Bobby Fischer.
Right, because normally when you're doing Queen E2, you're doing it on move 2, right? And it's designed to fight against D5.
Yes, Queen E2 here is the so-called, I guess, Chigorin variation. And this is one of the only moves that tries to stop D5. Of course, black can play D5, but when you capture, you can't recapture with your pawn. So you get quite a bad Scandinavian here. And the Scandinavian is bad enough already. So,
hang on a second.
Okay,
how many people play the Scandinavian?
No one's going to admit to it now. No.
I thought it wouldn't be funny, right, if everyone raised their hands.
Yeah, I'd be in trouble. The Scandinavian, of course, is with 1 D5, and the expert on this is John Bartholomew, really, and Tivyakov plays it a lot. It's not as bad. Well, maybe, as I said. Any opening is okay, pretty much. Even the Dutch is playable, so it's got to be all right. So Knight D2 was in, I remember it, some great games by Bobby Fischer. There was one in his book, My Most Memorable 60 Games. And Queen E2 is slightly strange. Pragg now plays a very sensible move. There's lots of different setups you can play, but you've got to watch out now for pawn takes pawn. And he decides, well, okay, your queen's on E2. I want to prove that's a little bit misplaced. And he just takes on E4. Now, white doesn't want to bring his queen out and get hit, so he takes back. And again, there's different ways you can play this. Knight C6 would be a temptation, just to try to come in. Obviously, C3, it's not going to get very far. We get E5. So, strange stuff. That pawn moving twice. White's got to develop, so knight F3 now. Knight C6. Is this queen good here? Is it bad? This is something you need to already think about. C3, stopping that knight from ever coming in, as we said. And now A5. 2 ideas behind A5. Number 1 is that your bishop would be on a good square on C5, and you don't allow B4. And a second idea, which you could certainly hint at, because the queen is on e2, is to play b6 and bishop a6. And you need the rook guarding that bishop. So this is something you could consider. Queen c2 played. Now b6 and bishop a6 doesn't make as much sense. But this queen has moved a number of times. Bishop to c5, finding a good square. Bishop e2, and this is the current position. One thing I would say straight away is this is quite intriguing from Gukesh. I mean, Gukesh is not by any means saying, I'm trying to get an advantage out this opening. This is the kind of opening I would expect Magnus to play. You know, Magnus often avoids theory and just wants to get a position where he's really relying on his superior skill to outplay his opponent in what is an equal position. So it's intriguing that Gukesh is playing in this manner.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird, right? Queen e2, queen c2, as you mentioned, and then now going bishop e2.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like white is actually playing on the white side of things.
No, and
like you know, as soon as black goes knight f6, for instance, which is like the most natural move, black has got more pieces in the game than white. And this pawn on a5 is pretty useful, stopping any b4s or anything happening there. And black has got no problem with developing the pieces. You know, white is going to castle, so is black. Queen e7 is going to happen for black. You know, and I just don't see any problems whatsoever.
There's absolutely no problems at all for black in this position. There can't be. I mean, it's a symmetrical pawn structure, so you look at the pieces, and there's even an argument that black's pieces are better. They're not really, but I mean, white has no advantage from this opening. So it's an interesting psychological ploy. It is Gukesh basically saying to Pragg, look, I'm going to outplay you. I don't need to get an opening advantage. I'm going to maneuver my pieces better than you. It's a very Magnus approach to an opening. Not getting involved with theory, just trying to outplay your opponent. And I would have thought that Pragg should be pretty happy with this as well, because with the black pieces, you know you're equal, and you don't have to worry too much.
No, this is kind of exactly what you want when you're playing black, right? You just want a game where you're able to get your pieces out, no problems whatsoever. Simon, I found a very unbalanced position, and it's between Aravind and Hans Niemann. So they've played a lot of moves. Some players have only played like 10 moves, others have played 15. And it started from an English. And Aravind, I feel like he's quite a provocative player.
He's a very interesting player, Aravind, and I think it's fair to say he's the player we've heard the least of from India in the top section. And he's really started to shine in the last couple of years. And it's been known that he's a real talent for a number of years. And in round 2, he played a new variation Sicilian. Really exciting to see that. It's great that he's playing here. He deserves this chance. You can see his rating graph there, and that is generally the rating graph of most Indian players nowadays. The English players seem to go the other way on that graph. Funnily enough, the most I went up in the British rankings was when I didn't play chess for about a year.
Because everyone
else dropped. So I shot up about 5 places by not playing, because everyone else was losing rating points by playing all these young, talented juniors. Now, Hans, we've mentioned, very well prepared. And we have a symmetrical English. So as soon as c4 is played, we pretty much said the other day this goes into the English variation. The Rubinstein with d5. We had this before, and simple capture there. Black's going for the space advantage. Knight comes out, developing sensibly, and that black knight has to really step back because it's a little bit loose there. All been seen before. The king gets safe, and now e5 played. Hands right. I'm playing very principled stuff. I'm getting this Maroczy bind, which we mentioned, the pawns controlling a lot of the center. So black has a space advantage. That's one thing. There's a couple of ways you can play this now. And a3 is a move, I think like Julian Hodgson might have played this a long time ago. The idea is actually to play b4 in a lot of positions. I think rook b8 was for some reason, a move which I think is quite
It
decent here.
happens. It
happens,
yeah,
right. So
one way or other.
So the point is, when your opponent plays a move, you've got to think, what's he trying to do? And b4 is what white is trying to do. So if you're kind of half asleep here and you play bishop e7 thinking, I'm defending that easily, then b4 can happen. And because the black king is still in the center and you have this sort of strike here, you have the sequence where if black tries to capture this pawn, well, first of all, if knight takes, white gets a very strong central pawn. And we talked about the central pawns. You've now got 2 extra ones, and they're very mobile. So this is clearly good for white. And if the bishop takes on b4, well, you can still take on e5. This is the trick that you also see in the Benko, the Benoni kind of position. And now you're threatening that knight with tempo on the queen. And if the knight captures, you rely on this check here. And this is the point behind a3. The knight comes back, and I have to take this one. And now queen takes b4, and, well, that king is stuck in the middle. And you might now see why black plays the move, if he did play it,
He played rook b8.
So that's right. So if we go back here, after a3, rook b8 is the main idea.
Yeah.
Because that stops that plan. Because if now we do the same thing very quickly, we can see that this rook very subtly defends against that idea in quite a bizarre way. Because now the knight comes back, and if you take here...
Oh dear.
You're suddenly defending your bishop. So it's quite embarrassing, yeah.
Yeah.
And I noticed, actually, I was looking at this with my brother, believe it or not. Yeah, it's in the pub a couple of weeks ago. So the best place to learn chess, of course. And that takes the sting out of b4. So white's got to change plans. And d3, you can't play b4, so you've got to go to another plan. So d3 is working for that bishop to develop. Bishop e7, now black can do this. And white's got to think about the right way to play. And he's cramped, so you do want to you want to get a pawn break in. Now bishop e3 is also possible. Very hard to play b4. Now this move is a very aggressive try, as we're going to see. Yeah?
Exactly, because the pillars in black's positions are the pawns on c5 and e5. And if you do nothing as white, black is going to castle, put a knight onto d4, and just enjoy the space. So white has to fight that. And you fight that by just attacking the pillars. Since you can't get b4 in, you have to go for the other one.
First of all, you might as well get your knight to a decent square. And one of the ideas in the English is often to control the light squares. So this knight here is even heading to go right into the outpost in the middle. That's why it's done this long maneuver. This is a nice square for the knight in some variations. Black just consolidates the pawn. There maybe was a mini threat of bishop takes knight and knight takes pawn. So you go for the structure. And here, f4. And this is really an aggressive strike. You're hitting those pawns. If that pawn's captured, your bishop can come flying in.
And it's like you say, a knight is just going to jump into d5. It's exactly like, this is just, it's interesting because b5 forcing the knight goes to e3, but black is still going to hold on to e5. And it becomes a real battle. Black is going to use the d4 square. White is going to... this is the question. Does white maintain the tension on e5, or do you just push?
Yeah, let's see. We'll get to current position. I mean, black has to castle. That's clear. And now white makes this decision. And I mean, it's funny to see the evaluation bar. I mean, we always have this running. But I like this decision. Again, it's kind of personal preference. And I'm quite a very big fan of Arjun's play. He's very aggressive. He always goes for quite unconventional moves. And this is more like a King's Indian defense idea. We talked about the King's Indian defense. And the idea is later on, you just go for a kingside attack. You're kind of putting all your eggs into one basket, but you're saying, I'm going for your king. You've committed your king. I've got this advanced pawn. I'm going to go g4, and I might even go for something like queen h4, rook f3. I'm going all in over here. I've got squares, I should say, that I can also place my pieces. Maybe a knight on e4 or a knight on d5. I can put my pieces so they all point this way. So it's a tempting move to play, even if the evaluation bar says, no, 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 don't do
go
that.
there. Well,
Don't
the
do that.
evaluation bar, I mean, has been laughing at both us and everyone. So let's not take it too serious.
No, it's a human move. and
Yes.
we're not playing against a computer, you're playing against a human, and defending is still one of the trickiest things to do. And this is indicating that white's taking risks in order to attack. So black gets this nice square for his knight. Now black is obviously not just trying to defend the kingside attack. Black needs to get counterplay. And you look where you've got your pawns, you look where you've got your extra sort of majority. And black obviously has these ideas of pushing these pawns. He'd probably like to make some exchanges, maybe get rid of the bishop there. And this is a superb knight in the center of the board. White continues, g4.
Does
Wow.
that get your seal of approval? Because you kind of mentioned
course.
attacking with the
Of course.
pieces.
Yeah, pawns, pieces, anything. Just throw them.
just-
See a king, go for it. Don't mess around. Just throw them at the king and see what happens. And this certainly gets my seal of approval. It's quite hard now to get the rook to h3, which
Yeah.
I'd very much like to do. This would be my ideal attacking formation because it's very hard for black to defend h7. If you go h6, this is where you've got the King's Indian defense bishop, even though it's
Right.
not the King's Indian defense, you want to sack there. This is your ideal setup, but let's go a little bit further.
King h8.
King h8,
And now
okay.
it's up to us
Intriguing.
to continue
Okay.
in Aravind style. So
Let's have a little vote with our audience here, just to see who they think is going to, what they think the result of this game is. I mean, Aravind is he's really going for it with the white pieces. But Hans has played very good chess so far. So let's hear a cheer if you think that white is going to crash through and destroy Hans with an almighty attack. Can we hear a cheer?
that was...
I'm not sure we can define that as a cheer.
No, that was a kind of...
That was
meh.
more of a... Yeah, that was okay, right. Now a draw. Who thinks it's going to be a draw?
Oh, one person.
Wow.
And who thinks that Hans is going to get Aravind on the counter? Yeah. Did you hear that? There weren't too many voices, but they had
Power.
authority. Yeah, exactly.
They did. Yeah, they were like, yeah.
Yeah.
Have we got some big Hans supporters in the audience here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've got one or two there. It's good to see. And I think this is going to be it's going to be very exciting because white is really going for it with this setup. It is over to us now. What does white do to continue? I mean, like I mentioned, getting the rook to f3 would be my first choice, but it's hard to do. I mean, the other things you can think about doing here is at some point you want to break with g5. That's hard to do because black is defending that very well. Do you start moving your pieces into the center to try and help that?
I'll tell you who's annoying. That knight on d4.
Really annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, it bugs
really
me
annoying.
no end.
Does.
So,
yeah.
like what I would like to do is I would like to kind of go e3 and orchestrate a beat back. But that is going to be very difficult to do. So and then I was thinking, what about playing around that piece with some kind of knight e4 ideas, at least a knight in the middle.
Yeah. Move
It's a good
them the right
steed.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not obvious. This was a really good move. I mean, put the knight into the center of the board, and it's like that octopus knight we've talked about before, all its tentacles going everywhere.
Exactly. So I got some ideas, Simon.
Sure.
So knight for my first move.
Yeah.
I'm
Make it
thinking
good
like knight e4. I was thinking another one
Yeah.
would be knight. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not obvious to see, but there
Is
is.
there something wrong with it? Okay.
Well, there is an idea here, and we're talking about hands getting counterplay, and I mean, I think a sensible move would be bishop c6. Just
Yeah.
put the bishop, improve your pieces, maybe try to go for knight d5. But we did talk about the pawn breaks that black has as well. Now, I don't think, what is Hans trying to do. We've got to consider this. Now, I don't think Hans is trying to go b4 because you give away the c4 square, and I don't think this achieves too much. I'd probably go a4 first. But I think c4 is a much more scary idea. That's, in this pawn structure, something that is quite thematic for these positions. So could you now play c4? And I want to get one light square bishop here and maybe a dark square bishop here. Now, if you try capturing that pawn, let's say twice, then as well as having ideas with knight b3 now, which is very tempting, I will continue with this idea of putting my bishops. I can't put my other bishop here yet, but this one here could work well. Because if you move the knight, and suddenly White's position like collapses already.
That was very quick.
It was very quick, yeah.
So let's take that one back. So already knight e4, like not in the radar. Okay, but a move that I did want to play at some point or other is bishop d2. So let's get that one in.
Bishop d2, yeah, a sensible
okay,
move.
the evaluation bar hasn't moved.
Good sign.
Yeah, that is always a good sign. But then, what is black going to do? Can you use... Like, I was thinking, is bishop c6 like a massive mistake? I mean, it kind of just to soften things up.
Well, I guess you can at least take and go rook f3 then. I mean, let's say bishop c6. I mean, I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's an idea I want to play. That the one plan I'm really keen on is getting the rook lined up against the king and going all in. And positionally, I'm not even sure. I was thinking black wants to exchange off this bishop here, but I don't know if that's true because the light squares are very nice to White's piece. But I would certainly, as White now, get my rook here and just go for it. Again, it might be some problems. Though. c4 again, and this time if I take it, then it's going to end badly, is it? And if I'm just gonna let me just have some fun. Okay. They're not my pawns, as I keep saying. I'm going for your king. Yeah, don't look at the evaluation bar. Don't look at that.
Congratulations, Simon.
Yeah, I'm just going for your king.
Okay, I'm going to grab everything. C takes d3.
Yeah, I don't care. Let's get on with it.
Okay, but you've always got h6. Okay, but there's some problems.
Yeah, I'm going to throw that one in.
No, I'm going to take everything.
Okay.
Pawn takes e2.
In we go.
Yeah, okay,
I have a threat.
h6.
Okay, in we go. Woohoo! I just want to play bishop h6.
Hang on.
Okay,
you
now
can still run. Hang on, but this bishop takes d7. Okay, so if I take everything, so knight takes d5.
Oh, you're so greedy.
I know.
Okay,
it's like my middle name.
Okay, this is where
now I can't take the bishops. I have to go king g8. Run.
Okay, well,
where's it go?
Here we go. Woohoo!
Okay, now I'm like panicking.
Scary, surely.
Yeah.
It's quite scary.
Okay.
I've got some threats, maybe.
Queen to b6.
Queen to b6. It's only a check. No need. Oh, look at the evaluation bar. Suggest some more moves, please.
Well, no, wait 1 second. I got the idea. So you're going to threaten to go. No, I can't do queen b6.
Okay, but why can't they go queen b6? So I mean,
I
mean, it's not. I mean, okay, it probably is defensive, but queen b6 is, it doesn't look like a stupid move.
No, it doesn't.
By any means.
No, it's just.
I mean, I just go here, and now for some reason you can't defend.
Yeah.
But I don't. Okay, but let's go back. So what is the defensive move?
Okay, let's give it to the audience because this one is scary.
It's keyring time, and we've already had one keyring giveaway.
So now it's for the rook.
No, it's for the rook. Who wants to win the swinging rook of the 60s? The swinger is there. And if you can find there's only one defense in this position to stop the brute attack. And you can shout it out. You have to be loud. Sorry. Okay, now bishop c5, one at a time. Now, is the evaluation bar going to stay the same? What do you reckon? Be confident. Who suggested it? Okay, so are you confident? Yeah, okay, you think the evaluation bar is going to stay like this? You don't sound confident. Okay, let's have a look.
I like how you pin them
ready?
down.
I know, I'm sorry, it's really cruel. Sorry. Okay, ready? Boom! Wow! Look at that evaluation bar. Take off. It's off to the races. And my Patzer attack has worked again. Okay, anyone else got a suggestion? And I don't think anyone's going to want to suggest moves after this, are they? Yes, sorry about that. I mean, look.
I know we need a new feature. We need to put a spotlight on the player.
Yes, okay, yes. Sound effects.
Are you sure you want to make that move?
Look, all of these moves are very good suggestions. They really are. I mean, they make a lot of sense because moving the bishop there, your queen can come over, and it seems very logical. But there's only one way black could defend such a brutal attack, and we are, of course, going a little bit away from what might happen, but just to show the dangers. Yes? Sorry? Well. Okay, okay, let's go for... where should we go? You choose, Ivanchuk. There's a lot of things coming out there.
Who suggested knight f4 first?
Who said it first? I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Okay, knight f4. Knight f4 from this gentleman here.
What, at the front or just behind? Okay, so knight f4.
With glasses.
Okay, with glasses. So knight... Oh, well done there. You've won a key ring. Yes.
Congratulations. The rook is yours.
I love this camera angle. The king has arrived. So,
yeah.
And knight f4 is very important. And why is knight f4 very important here?
It covers h5.
Very good.
Yeah.
It covers h5. Well done. And the thing that I was trying to do was trying to go here or here, g6 as well. And obviously this would be a crushing attack, but yeah, obviously you can take the queen with the knight on f4. But it kind of shows you that, you know, there was only one defense there, knight to f4.
And you have to see that actually
you have to
moves in advance. So it just goes to show that going with the bishop to c6 might be a natural idea just to kind of soften up the white king side, but it does expose the black king. But for Aravind, remember, we were looking at bishop d2, you know, knight e4 would be a mistake. So Aravind, well, he could be dicing with a lot of danger. Now, the round is beginning to find its rhythm, and we are going to take a short pause here. But in the meantime, please enjoy this video where Jordan yesterday won his game against Anish Giri, and our very own Fiona caught up with him, and he managed to show some analysis. So enjoy.
Jordan, congratulations. You just beat Anish, and we were just discussing it's your first win in the Masters since 2023, round 3. How does it feel to win again?
Yeah, it's a really good feeling. I used to play quite well in Wijk and Zee, I think, playing on home turf, but somehow the last couple of editions really haven't been going my way. I don't know why that is. Maybe after my previous second Max Warmerdam decided to beat me in the Masters tournament, things went south. But yeah, it's really nice to finally get a win again, and especially against someone so strong like Anish, especially since I've also lost to him quite a few times in the last couple of years. So it's nice to get a win.
I was going to say, yeah, your head-to-head against Anish is not great, but that clearly didn't let that get you down today.
Yeah, I mean, today, in general, this tournament, I've been feeling quite confident. And, I mean, Anish was not having the best time so far, so I thought, why not just play the game? I don't know, like, sometimes these things get into my head, but today it didn't. And also, I felt like my last losses against him were mostly due to me playing not as good as I can. And so, I don't know, like, I felt like if I'm at my best, I can play a good game. So today we went for a big fight, and he was also ready for that for sure. I mean, I understand he wanted to get back into the tournament with a win against his client of the last couple editions. So yeah, we got this big fight, and yeah, from there things started.
Yeah, you clearly came to play. We saw a sharp knight. I'm starting here after knight c1. I saw that Peter Dorres, he actually tweeted this was an idea that was played the first time in Amsterdam in 1985 by Karpov against Nunn. But there the king had castled to the king side. Were you aware of that?
I was about to say I don't know my classics, but this is like a major difference. Like king, okay, with the king on g1, it's like super typical. Let's say this knight on b3 or f3, neither of it always wants to go to the d5 square. So if the knight can get there, like without anything bad happening, is usually good for white. But with the king on the queen side, it's not as common, I would say. In fact, I couldn't find many games where this happened. So I thought.
Yeah, I think Peter's point was that it was kind of a mix of the old and the modern, the old classics and the modern approach.
Yeah, that's for sure true. Like, you wouldn't think it's possible here because usually with the king on the queen side, you kind of have to go for an attack or something. But apparently, White can kind of play positionally. No, well,
That's not what happened.
No. And also, like, I'm not gonna say this is like great line or something. It's just the way to play, and engines don't mind it for black at all. So, not a Knight of Reputation if you're looking for it, but it's something to get a game at least. And in modern chess, like, what else can you really be looking for? So, yeah, I was happy with the opening outcome at least, I guess.
So let's take it away. Where do you want to jump next? Do you want to move forward a bit?
Yeah, I think actually Anish played really well for a long time. Okay, I knew Bishop d8 is a bit more accurate here, but like if you don't know the line, what he did is very natural. And I think just we played both pretty well for a long time. So I'm trying to do something on the king side here, and he's trying to get a5 without allowing my knight to get to c6. And I have to exchange the bishops here.
I think here was a moment actually where the engine flagged.
I had to go h4.
Yeah.
We spoke a little bit with Anish after the game, and we also quickly checked on the
engine.
on the engine. So I'm not gonna pretend like I'm super smart. But we did see that h4 was good. But during the game I saw this, of course. But I thought a5, h5, and he will move the bishop. And now I have to go for bishop d3. And I don't know, maybe this position is good for White, but during the game I wasn't sure because I'm down a pawn. And okay, well, maybe my attack is good, but I wasn't sure about things. Like I can go g5, maybe it's good because e4, maybe I have like queen g2 or something. But I wanted to be more solid, let's say, with bishop d3 and not sacrifice any pawns. And yeah, he played really well. Like this is all good, and also queen a6 is really good. Like getting the queens off is an achievement for him, but somehow this pawn on a5 might get a little bit weak in the endgame. So, like, both sides have their trumps. Like, black is also very solid with the pawn structure and everything. So I took, and actually, like, if we just go a little bit more forward, yeah, here is a big moment because here he's completely fine, but he has to go rook c4. And we both kind of thought that I can go rook g4 and protect everything with rook d2. And we even saw stuff like rook takes e4, takes, and f5. And now White can take and go rook h4, so White is okay. If knight takes d5, just rook takes d5. But instead there is bishop takes g5 here, which is...
bit of a cold shower.
Well, I even saw this, and I thought I can take, and after f5 go knight takes d6.
Okay.
But I missed that the rook can now swing over, and that is a game changer. So actually we already saw White has to play this insane move rook d1 to stay in the game.
Wow.
Yeah, and after he went f5, like somehow my knight gets to e6 and things got a bit unpleasant for him. And well, it was a really long game, so I don't know what exactly to point out, but from here things got a little bit unpleasant at least, and I got into the driver's seat for sure.
A nice strategic handling, as you said, of the knight today. Jordan, this is your tournament on home turf, your previous winner here. How does it feel to be back again in January, and this time with a great start, 2 out of 3, the shared lead so far?
Yeah, I know. It's always good to be back in Wijk. Yeah, it just feels like, I mean, I'm always playing this tournament, so, and always before I feel like it's never gonna end. It's so long, it's like 3 weeks or something, so yeah, like when Wijk is finished, it's already basically February, like this year for real. Like January is just the whole month, and it's tough, of course, but at the same time, it's so much fun. Like I get this opportunity to play the world's best every year, and I'm not necessarily one of the world's best players, so for me, I don't get these opportunities all the time, and it really gives me a lot of, I don't know, I think it helped my career a lot being able to play all these great players over the years, and I'm really grateful to, I guess, have this opportunity every year. But yeah.
Is there someone this year that you're particularly looking forward to playing?
Well, I guess everyone is really interesting this year, but Gukesh was someone, but I already played him, and Anish is always interesting, so, but I don't know, like Keimer, Arjun, Abdusatov, I mean, there's so many big names, yeah. One game at a time, and we'll see where it goes, and yeah.
You mentioned your former second Max, who is of course playing in the challenges this year. Can you reveal who you're working with in this tournament, or will that wait until afterwards?
No, it's not a big secret. It's just my brother Lucas. So, yeah.
So Lucas is here in Wijk,
Yeah, he's trying to get into this room here, but he doesn't have his badge yet, so maybe that can be arranged.
We'll go and rescue Lucas. Jordan, congratulations once again, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you.
The game between Velimir Ivic and Vasil Ivanchuk in the Challengers was the most nerve-wracking game of the round. So far, the players have shuffled their pieces a bit here and there, and this was a moment where things start to get really interesting. However, the players are quite low on time. Velimir Ivic on 4 minutes and 20 seconds, Vasil Ivanchuk on 1 minute and 12 seconds. Usually this doesn't say that much, but here in the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, we are using a new time control. The players start with 2 hours on the clock, and only after move 40, they receive 30 minutes extra, and only then they receive 30 seconds for every move they make. So the players just made their 35th move, which means that they have 5 moves left to make with the time that they have on the clock. So Vasil Ivanchuk has to make 5 moves with 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. That's not a lot. And it starts to get really crazy from here. So Velimir starts here with g4. He is trying to expand on the king side to launch an attack to activate that bishop on d4, because once he gets his pawn to e6, then he can suddenly start to attack on the diagonal. And imagine if the queen gets to h2, let's say after takes, bishop takes, it becomes more clear that White's plan is to play queen h2 and threaten queen h8 mate after pushing the pawn to e6. So this is the pattern that Velimir is seeing, and he is trying to put the position in such a way to make this tactic happen. But obviously, Vasil is not making it that easy. First, Velimir attacks the bishop. And by the way, look at the clocks of the players. We're now on move 38. Bishop f5 has been played. Velimir has the opportunity to capture the pawn, but it does get quite tricky over there. Perhaps it's a poisoned pawn, you never know. Let's say after queen takes d5, it might get interesting for the bishop to head to this diagonal, and then this king on g1 gets really vulnerable. So with such a little time on the clock, it is hard to make such committal moves. Instead, Velimir went for e6, as I mentioned, opening up the bishop over here, potentially creating an attack this way with the pieces on the king side. Vasil responds with bishop c5, and as you can see on the clock, Vasil has exactly 1 second on the clock. This is unimaginable. We are on move 39. Vasil needs to make 1 more move, but he only has 1 second. Is he going to make this? Is he going to be able to make a move with only 1 second on the clock? Velimir has to make a move here. He can make any move here, and there's a big chance that his opponent flags and loses on time. Velimir, after thinking for a minute over here, he plays a move e7. He presses the clock. He receives 30 minutes extra on the clock. This was also really nerve-wracking, by the way, because he let his clock run down to 7 seconds. And now Vasil has to make a move. And he plays the move rook fe8, and he made it. He made it to the time control. This was absolutely crazy. Seeing the players stressed out at the board. Vasil had to wait for his opponent to make a move. And it all just worked out. And the best part is, for Vasil, that not only did he survive the time trouble, he also has a winning position here. Because now the position has been clarified, and it turns out that White's attack is actually not that dangerous. As you can see, the pawn on e7 is simply a weakness. This is not a big threat anymore, because the bishop on d4 is ready to be captured by the bishop on c5. So the threats are simply disappearing for White, and Black is ready to put the bishop on e4, which is exactly what Vasil did. Now this rook is in an awkward spot, this bishop got super active, and slowly but surely, Vachier managed to get a completely winning position, neutralizing White's attack completely, and even getting a pass pawn out of this. And after just a couple of moves, this is when Velimir resigned, and this is how Vasil Ivanchuk managed to win. With only 1 second on the clock, he ended up winning this game, even though it was very possible for him to lose on the time.
And Anna Maya is doing a recap, a daily recap on the YouTube channel of Tata Steel Chess every single day, and you can catch up with a lot of those key moments. And Vasil Ivanchuk making his 40th move with 1 second left on the clock was absolute cinema.
Yeah, we were very lucky to fortunately pick up the game yesterday when that drama was going on, and it was extremely exciting. And we can see the legend there in the background, wandering around, and he must be the person who loves chess the most in the world, I reckon, Ivanchuk. I don't think there's anyone else in the world who really enjoys it as much as Chucky.
Yeah, you feel like he's obsessed with the game, or
Yes.
rather the game is obsessed with him. And I got to say, he's got white pieces against Owen Lamy, and the game is shaping up to be a big fight because your favorite, H4, has made an appearance. And wow, we arrive at a key point where Owen has just played C5, and that is not computer approved, or evaluation bar approved, rather.
Well, we can go through the opening very quickly, see how we got this interesting position. And we had Chucky with the white pieces, and it's Queen's Gambit. We're getting loads of these. Well, actually now a Slav variation, and Knight to F6 played, Knight to F3, Knight to F6, and Queen C2. And this is a move I've also favoured myself. I think last time I played it was actually in Amsterdam, in a Batavia competition, a great competition that happened in the centre of Amsterdam. One of the points is, if pawn takes pawn, you don't have to take it back. You can play this pawn sacrifice, which is very interesting. Now, Erwin played a more solid line, just trying to develop the bishop to F5, attack the queen. So Ivanchuk moved his bishop out. They both developed, and now trying to get the other bishop into the game. Black castled. Both sides playing very normal moves at the moment. Bishop comes to G4. Queen B3. So eyeing up the slight weakness there. And Erwin now takes the opportunity to do some damage to Ivanchuk's pawn structure. He gets rid of his bishop, but is this good? Is this bad? We'll have to wait and see. The queen defends the pawn, and H4 played, a very aggressive move there. But also maybe the bishop now has an extra square that it didn't have before because it's defended by the rook. It might be more of a way to get the bishop into the game, this move. The knight comes over to stop that pawn and get some ideas. So the bishop slides back, and now C5. Now, again, if we don't look at the evaluation, it seems quite a natural move to me because we should take into consideration the safety of both sides' kings. And black is castled, and at the moment his king is pretty safe there. It's hard to get through to it. White's king, on the other hand, is stuck in the middle, and it's going to take Chucky a couple of moves to get the king safe. I mean, you might want to go king side somehow. Going queen side is very dangerous. So Erwin basically says, okay, well, if I play a slow move here, for example, knight a6, probably an okay move. Whoa, no, because the pawn's on pre. We have to do maybe something about that, but I guess you can take this one.
You can go e6, right, to stabilize the center and then prepare c5.
Yeah, play it in a slow way. Maybe Erwin's just thinking, okay, well, this is going to give Ivanchuk a chance to castle. Possibly bishop h3 with the idea of castling. and the king's going to get safe. And Erwin plays a very brave move now.
Do you think that's inspired by the fact that Erwin feels like he must win in order to redeem himself? You know, he's had a horrendous start, no points. And Ivanchuk is playing really provocatively. And you know what the wisdom says? When the king is there in the middle, open up lines, you know, don't worry about material.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think it could also be the fact that Erwin's playing a legend. You know, Erwin's playing a legend of chess, one of the biggest legends there is. And he's thinking, look, I want a fun game. I want to enjoy this game. You know, how many times you get a chance to play Ivanchuk? So I want to open things up. I want to get a exciting position. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to play this move. I want to try to open the bishop. And it does involve a sacrifice of a pawn, which...
Maybe more.
Yeah, maybe more, which Ivanchuk has played immediately. Ivanchuk has grabbed this pawn, but is black going to get enough compensation? And again, the engine favors white, but practically speaking, it looks dangerous to the human eye. I mean, let's say we take on d4. This must be one idea. The other idea is obviously just to bring the knight out. But let's first of all look at what happens if we take on d4.
Let's go maximum greed, and let's go knight c7.
Again, we always start by looking at the most critical line.
Exactly.
And knight c7 is the most critical because we're trying to take everything. Well, I don't care about the rook. I think we've gathered that by now, not that materialistic. And let's threaten checkmate.
Okay, let's take that pawn. The rook is not running away.
So you take this pawn, and now I'm thinking, okay, your king is quite exposed, but I'm losing my rook.
Yeah.
Do I have enough play here?
And I've got my hiding place worked out. I'm just going to give you advance notice. If you go rook d8, I will go bishop e2, and the king, the dude, is going to hide on f2.
Yeah, I mean, there's a checkmate threat on the board here, and you've got bishop e2. Rook d1's quite tempting as well. Bishop e2, the king comes here.
Yeah.
It looks quite safe for white, this position. I don't think this idea of capturing has really done much. Ivanka's suggesting this very sensible move.
Oh, no.
The rook coming here.
Okay, I must admit, I didn't see rook d1 because I forgot about the queen. But if I'd done that, if I'd seen...
Yeah,
but why is bishop e2 so bad? Like, why are you laughing at me, computer?
I know, the computer's horrible. Well, bishop e2, very logical looking move. And this is one of those positions you have to have a lot of time to analyse because there's still danger. And it's maybe there's some way of the queen coming this way, coming into g2. And I keep the king. And this is suddenly, let's say you grab the rook, queen g2, and the tide has really changed here because I'm going to start grabbing these. Your king's stuck in the middle. So, there's obviously danger when your king's in the middle, even if you've got a good position. This shows the human side to this. I think Chucky will play rook d1 because he's got that covered. And he just wants to now make exchanges whilst keeping this threat. So it doesn't quite work, this plan. Erwin deep in fort at the moment. And maybe, therefore, if this doesn't work, let's say knight c7, is there another move here that black could try?
Knight c6, knight a6. Get a piece in. Let's go knight a6 to go knight c5.
Okay, so knight a6 is pretty much forcing white now to grab the rook. So let's say you grab that one.
I'm inspired by you. Don't care about that piece.
Keep going forwards. So knight c5, right?
Yeah, knight c5.
Yeah, in we go. And this is not, I was going to say too much, then it started going up and down. Not too much of an issue. The queen has to move.
Yeah.
My first thought is I want to get the queens off because I'm scared, but let's try it. And again, we won't worry too much. We're just going to play some human-like moves. And this is really just a messy position. I don't want to swap queens because I'm material down.
But you have to move the queen somewhere, and the only place to defend the knight is queen f5, which coincidentally attacks the pawn on f3. So that's good.
And this is just a mess.
This is mess.
This is a complete mess. I mean, the black
so look at the valuation bar.
Yeah, it's
gone
equal.
Down, yeah.
And this shows the danger of, the human side to this kind of line. So the queen can't come to this square. It probably has to remain here defending. So let's or I don't know, let's put it on A3. We'll try this one, see if that helps. And this could be a quite forcing line, actually, this variation. Now, you got choices. What's he going for?
He's going for it.
He's going for this. Oh, Owen is going. And
Nice.
look at that.
Did you see? No
Wow.
hesitation.
Nothing.
I've worked it all out, monsieur.
He just goes straight in the greedy move immediately, like a computer engine. And this position is fascinating because now you don't have rook d1. So what if I do the same? Let's say I take on e3. I threaten checkmate. If you go rook d1, I take on f2. So let's say you, for example, play pawn takes. I don't think pawn takes is the best move, but I just want to show the difference now. Now rook d8, and we're threatening checkmate again. You do not have the resource of rook d1, and we know if bishop e2 is played,
You go queen h3.
there's
Which
yes, queen h3 is always an
in the
idea.
air, yeah.
And you also have knight g3, so it's actually
It's scary.
It's scary. So 100%. So pawn takes pawn. The knight's come in here, and now knight a6 at the moment. Ivanka's idea looks like the most dangerous try. And even though the evaluation bar is saying that Ivanchuk is doing well, who knows? Who has any idea here? This is two humans playing. It's not engine versus engine, and
Let's put
has
it
he
to
played
the audience.
Yes. Okay. We
Yeah.
need to have a vote here. Let's see how for your fellow countryman, if you've got confidence in him. So, if you think this game is going to go, okay, a Chucky win. Let's hear some noise for a Chucky win here. Okay.
And what about Erwin? Who believes that Erwin is going to produce the attack of his lifetime and win?
Anyone? Yes, of course. There we
Yay!
go.
We got the.
I like it. Some support. Yeah, and yeah, this is. I mean, I think it's. I'm going to go Erwin. I'm going to go Erwin because I love attacking.
I think this is really dangerous.
It is really definitely. If he probably has to find knight a6, this knight c5 idea, because this queen is well placed, and we can look at that one more time because it's quite forcing. If you go knight a6, Ivanchuk has to grab this, and we don't care. We keep going forwards, and now the queen. Well, we haven't actually found we haven't actually found the right defense yet. So where do we put this? And if we go here, we were taking here. Now pawn takes wasn't working. So is the better move queen takes? But then you've got to worry about like bishop d4.
What about doing stuff like queen d1? I know it sounds a retreat, but it's just fighting for
backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Back
like
we
groveling.
go. Groveling.
I don't even know whether I want to suggest this move.
I might even go d3 here. I mean,
d3 looks good.
This is a bit greedy. Okay, let's go d3 with the idea of eventually you go b3, don't you? Do you? Don't you? No, you don't. Because if b3...
Oh, no, he took the knight.
Oh, okay, let's go back. Did he not go knight a6?
No, he didn't go knight a6.
Okay, so let's see what he
penny,
played.
in for the pound. He's gone... no, he has gone...
I think he's got knight c6.
He's gone knight c6.
Which might also be okay, but it looks so nice getting the knight to this square with tempo. This looked like such a great square for the knight. So instead, knight c6 played. Ivanchuk has grabbed the rook. And now Owen's just played very calmly. Rook takes knight. And this still might be decent compensation. It's a bit more calmer. This is a bit more taking your time.
And the other lines, the white king was still stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
Now you can go castles.
Okay.
Queenside.
So
and
white has
what's
the chance
here?
to castle. Does black have enough compensation here? It's looking a bit more doubtful to my eyes because, as Ivanka said, and he's castled immediately. Chucky doesn't need time to work these things out. He's the legend. He knows where the pieces go. Yeah, he's not going to get in time trouble this game. He's just going to bang out the moves, take everything, and be greedy. And he has castled. And I don't... So what is the count? So the count is it's just an exchange. So it's just a rook for something, a minor piece. Not too much. But how do you need to now get some play against the king.
Rook c8. I'm just thinking, introduce the rook into the game.
You know what I play here?
Go on.
Look, watch the bar.
Okay.
Now, is the bar going to stay the same? No.
No. Go on, Simon.
I want to go b5. Whoa! Come on, up you go. Up. I'm just trying to open the king. I've already given up loads of points. Who cares?
But queen takes pawn.
What if you go queen take? Oh, I wanted to go rook b8, but that's not a very good move because
But
that
look.
little assassin.
Yeah, that's what. But apparently, queen takes b5 is not the best.
Maybe I can go e5 and then rook b8, and at least I get a line, which is something. But it looks like the best way to refute this rather ridiculous idea.
Maybe c takes
pawn
b5.
takes. But now I was kind of hoping I got the c file. I wanted to go knight a5, but obviously this is not enough. The white king is actually still very safe here. So b5 was a very drastic way to try to open the king. I think you have to be a little bit more refined here. Something I lack, clearly.
Well, if you wanted to make a pawn advance, a5, right? a5, a4, a3, on Eva.
I like it. And also, you do maybe get a square for your knight, which you could use at some point. But let's go for just a3, stopping that pawn coming too far and being really, really solid. It's probably not enough, I'm afraid to say. I think this knight a6 was a better try. And in this, for example, this kind of line, I mean, you can still try, be a bit mischievous and get your knight in like this.
But everything is defended.
But everything is defended. You kind of want a light square bishop here as black to cause problems. You don't have that. I mean, you do have your dark square bishop. There's still chances. I mean, something if I was black here, I'd maybe now consider this one. This would look very logical. Get the knight in. And I just play. And he has gone a5.
Yeah.
So he's played a5. Now, how quickly will Chucky move?
I was going to ask that.
Wait, this is the thing. Now, you don't have a second left anymore, Chucky. You can think. Oh, look at this. He's gonna move immediately.
He's going to go a3.
Look at that.
Instant.
He got properly warmed up with that game yesterday that Anna Maria was talking about. He's now in blitz mode. And he's blitzing his moves out, and he has gone a3. Okay, we'll go back to the top section, I think, now. But this is clearly a very exciting game. And you've got to give credit to Erwin. He's on 0 out of 3. It's a very hard competition, and he's going all in. He's not backing down here. He's sacrificed exchange. He's trying to generate. Maybe fortune will favour the brave later on. Not at the moment, though.
Well, we'll see whether Erwin can generate some counterplay there. But let's move on to the Masters and take a look. We haven't looked at Yaz against Vincent. And then maybe we can go on and check in on Fedoseev against Jordan, because a lot of trades have happened there. Oh, also Nordebek. We need to check in on that game.
Sure. So we'll go quickly, and we have the Raul Lopez with Bishop b5 and the Berlin. And knight takes e4. So Vincent going for a very solid opening against Yaz. The knight coming back. And this is one of the main variations. Knight takes e5. This has been played many, many times. And the point is, if you now... Well, you can't grab this, clearly, because of the lines here. So you've got to do something about that one. So after knight takes here, you have to block and get ready to castle. Bishop e7. And that bishop was on pre, so it comes all the way back. And it's a symmetrical structure. Very symmetrical. White trying to say, I've got the e-file, your knight's in the way of your pieces, so I can use my pieces to create something. d4, logical move, trying to get the bishop out. And now knight to e8, making way for the pawn and the bishop at some point to come flying in. d5, stopping that pawn going too far and getting a space advantage forever. This is still theory, obviously. The bishop now comes to a more active diagonal, and when you play d6, it won't be stuck behind that pawn. The rook gets out of the way of d6, which will make it move anyway. And now we have some more development here. Not too much to report at the moment. Some exchanges are going to occur here. Lots of exchanges. All the bishops ready to come off the board. And there goes one pair of bishops. Just h3. Is he trying to get an endgame advantage? Maybe, because you could have annoying ideas with this at some point. You've got a little bit more space, so maybe queen g4 is the idea behind that last move. Knight f6 stopping that one. And now white
Well, to
is
take
thinking what to do.
or not to take. Right, bishop takes
Yes.
bishop and double black's pawns, or do you do something else? So, I mean, the center is pretty resolved. There's no tension there, so you are justified in making funny moves, expanding in the center. Sorry, expanding on the wings. But what do you think? Bishop takes bishop. That's the first move that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I would be very tempted to take this. I mean, let's say I do take it. Let's have a look. So if I take it, you have to take back. Now, when the pawn structure changes, who does it favor? And I'm not sure this is a big deal for black. Doubling the pawns, it gives black the extra option. And this is the one reason white might not capture or putting pressure on this pawn in the middle of the board. I think this is Vincent's idea. He wants to try and prove that this pawn is not a strength, but more of a weakness, and just line up against it. But saying that, I have got a critical move now. So rook e7. This is the one move that I'd be very tempted to play, and therefore go into this variation, because rook on a 7th rank is very good, and it's ready to start gobbling up all the pawns. Just hoover the hoover rook. Unfortunately, yeah, you don't want to hear. That's my hoover noise, just in case you're wondering.
No, yeah. No, it's funny because I often use the word hoover in relation to a draw. Like everyone's just running
hoovering
to
the
swap
pieces
off
off.
exactly and then suddenly I'm like, oh, can be used in an aggressive way. So rook e7. Yeah, I like rook e7.
Yes.
You're preaching to the choir here. Now,
what happens if the hoover continues?
yeah.
Yeah. So
I can't
let's
believe
see.
you
Let's
almost got me
see.
to join you there.
Let's see if they're all going to get hoovered. So rook d8.
Yeah, rook takes c7.
Rook takes c7.
Go on, I don't care. Rook takes c7. Yeah.
Okay, knight takes d5.
Okay, and it comes on again.
And then
Put it on full blast.
yeah. Dyson power. Rook takes d5, and the hoover's got to stop soon, because now the queen has to move. And this rook is still surely a little bit annoying, but Vincent has to deal with that rook. Now, he can try to go passive, but you don't, unless you have to, want to go passive in chess. And one thing I've noticed about the top players, they're very good at going passive, but only when they really have to. They prefer to keep the initiative. So my first thought would be double rooks on the d file and get ready to do my own hoover. Careful.
Rook takes b7.
Okay.
I'll play.
Thank you for warning me, because there is a problem with that one. A little bit of an issue.
Yeah.
A bit of a big issue. And I'm sure our
audience are very good. I'm sure they've already spotted it.
I don't think we can even give away a key ring for this one. we got donated some very nice key rings
from DGT
from hands at DGT. So we're going to give them away, but I don't think we can give it away at rook d2. What's wrong with rook d2? You can take it, and now that rook would have to recapture, and we know what's happening there. But what if I play h5? Now I'm threatening to come in. Bit of compensation. I mean, this is like a forced line, so this is clearly what Yaz is calculating at the moment. It could be a forced line. You don't have to play rook d8, but I think black's okay here with the rook coming in. Could somehow get to a draw with lots of pawns getting swapped off. And if we go back, that is a line that could occur if bishop takes bishop. But if you don't go bishop takes bishop, what else are you playing here? I don't really know what other plan you have. I mean, you put your bishop here to exchange pieces.
Well, the move you really want to play as white is queen f3. But unfortunately, there is a queen on f5. So I'm going to take that back.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. So I was...
Yeah, I mean, maybe this pawn could be captured, but as Ivanchuk
No,
points out,
yeah.
you just get the better pawn structure, and this could only help black,
Yes.
as you say.
So
yeah.
that's the kind of move that you would love to play. So I just wondered whether you could take inspiration from Arjun and go G4 or some nonsense like that.
I like it, the nonsense move. We all like a nonsense. It's not too much nonsense. It's not, the evaluation bar says it's no nonsense. But of course, you have to be careful when you push pawns in front of your king, because you make your king weak. And
Right, but the sole purpose of doing it was literally to go queen f3. So if you go queen g6, I'm not sure I've actually succeeded in life. I know, but now maybe there's your rook e7.
maybe. I'm a bit worried about having the pawn here, because h5 is going to come with some power. And we discussed this like multiple times, moving the pawns in front of your king. It seems a little bit loose, doesn't it?
It does look a bit loosey-goosey. So, okay, I'm not going to advocate for that.
No.
In fact, if you don't do that, if you don't go...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You've got to go queen to d2. And that looks a bit limp.
It does. And this move is kind of like quite a sort of sensible move to play. And now black has another option here, actually, because which piece is better, the knight or the bishop? I'm wondering if black can now change plans and try to take the knight, mainly to like go for this d pawn. Black's strategy is, it seems to be, your pawn on d5 is actually weak. So what's defending d5? The knight. Maybe I can take that knight off and aim for ideas against that. And also bishop b4, I have the idea of knight e4. And that would be proving your queen is not well placed on d2. So I'm
don't like it. Yeah, I agree.
Fully expecting bishop takes bishop and the Hoover to come out.
Yeah, and I'm fully expecting that this one looks quite equal, very balanced. Can we just check in on Nordebek against Van Wyn, because Van Wyn down on time. I think this was a Petrov.
We've seen many Petrovs so far. Probably the most popular reply that black's played against e4 so far this year. And this has been discussed a lot by us, this position. It's very symmetrical, so it's hard to get an edge. But white often tries to get an edge by saying your knight's a little bit insecure there. A little bit of a paranoid knight. And bishop e7, castles. Bishop e7, not the main move, I feel. And now rook e1, threatening that knight. And black saying, okay, well, you can have the knight if you want to, but you have to give up your bishops, your bishop pair, if you're going to grab that pawn. And white doesn't grab it. So if white does take the pawn, then black's idea is surely to play bishop f5 here with tempo.
Absolutely.
And this seems already like pretty decent compensation. Let's say the rook goes all
pins
the way back.
abound, right? You've got knight b4 coming. You've also got bishop to g4, which looks a bit awkward. Also, it just looks like there's plenty of compensation.
This must be a theoretical line because you know the evaluation bar obviously loves the pawn, but it's got to be decent compensation. Maybe even got time to do the same thing we saw like in the other game. Just put the rook on d8 and hit the pawn on d4. Okay, so c4 was played instead, and we've seen this idea a lot. Again, trying to hit that knight. The knight therefore comes back, and now white gets this like space advantage, this wedge on that side of the board. But black has finished his development with bishop g4, and Van Wyn has been very solid so far in this tournament, Ivanka. I mean, he's not been worse, I think, in any game, really. He hasn't been in any danger of losing. And I quite like the way he's played this opening. He's just played a solid opening. All his pieces have developed. This pawn on d4 could be a little bit weak. On the other side, white has this chance to rush up the board on the queen side. So we'll go to the current position. The knight now comes back into e4. I guess f5 would be an aggressive way to, build this up. Bishop e2, breaking the pin. Bishop f6, more, f5 could have been a try there, but...
Yeah, but black is trying to play it in a very positional manner. It's just saying, The weak point is d4.
Yeah.
So what you want to be doing is going an eventual bishop takes knight, and then piling on the pressure. And you also want to be disturbing this pawn on c5. It's in black's half of the position, so I'm expecting a b6 to make an appearance. Oh,
and
that is exactly what's happened.
Current position. This is where we are, and black is trying to fight against.
And
this.
this kind of gives me Panov Botvinnik vibes, and the way that white fights in the Panov Botvinnik again. Well, when they have this pawn structure, they're normally going knight c3. Again, just disrupting that knight onto on e4 and asking the questions that if you take, hang on a second, I'm not.
No, I think this is a good move. This is a good move.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Knight takes knight.
Yeah, I think you found a good. I think so, because the light squares are very weak, and this is one danger that Van Wyn faces, that he is playing against a light square bishop. He no longer has one, so if the position opens up, that bishop could start to excel. And if you know, obviously we have to calculate what happens now if black takes on c5, because if you take back c3,
it's hanging. Yeah,
it's hanging. So we can show that bishop takes c3, and this is still, to my eyes, not entirely clear, because what happens we take on d5? I think with the queen, and this is still like, I don't know, probably all right for white because of the threats here, but no more than okay. The other way you could play this.
The thing is, if you don't go, if you take it back instead of knight c3, he has made a move. He's gone knight d2. Because I was going to say, I just wanted to point out a trick that if you go okay, you can't go b4 anyway. But say you could go b4.
Yeah.
Let's pretend you can.
Yeah.
Then you've got these ideas such as bc5.
Yeah.
bc5, and then there's knight c5.
Yeah.
Which is a very common tactical motif.
Definitely. And I mean, another move I'd be thinking of here would be queen a4. That kind of makes some sense to me. But let's go with the game. Knight d2. And this is another way to try. I mean, what white wants to do is swap off these knights and have a nice, easy game just attacking the d5 point, risk-free. So if you could get like rook c1 in, for example, like knight takes knight, queen takes, and then you've got rook c1 next, this position would be very, very pleasant for white. Black would not be comfortable here. So knight d2 is logical. And the other idea, just take the knight and get your bishop roaming. Mm-hmm. So how do you deal with knight d2?
So again, using the Panov Botvinnik, you kind of look at consequences. The knight came to d2, so the pawn on d4 is up for grabs. You also see that there's bc5 in the air. So let's have a look at the natural consequence. What happens if you can you just take? That's immediately my reaction.
This will be the first move that the players are calculating, because you've got to look and see if this move works. So knight takes d4. And
okay, it kind of works, but better for white.
Yeah, so we've got to think of the right solution for white. And I think it might now be bishop takes, because the knight is a little bit sort of, again, another knight, which is a bit wonky there in the middle. Because if you go knight takes e4, it gives black time to get rid of your bishop anyway. And we're going to get mass exchanges. And this piece seems pretty good here.
Yep.
So I don't see why that would help. As you're losing this bishop anyway, unless you go bishop takes d4, but then again, we get lots of exchanges. It doesn't seem to be helping. So the key line, which they are looking at, is bishop takes e4. This forces pawn takes, and now just the simple knight takes. The knight seems to be good here, because I've got ideas of taking the bishop. I defend my pawn. And, you know, you've got slight issue with your knight on d4.
Yeah, and it's going to be a case where the position is open.
Yeah.
White is going to have the bishop. Black is going to have the knight. And white has the advantage because they've got the better minor piece.
And also, white's very quick in getting the rook to the middle. You've got this rook ready if things open up. And with, like, you know, if the knight moves on d4, then you can quickly get your other rook to the open file. So it's very small edge, this kind of position.
What happens if you take with the bishop? Bishop takes d4.
So bishop takes d4.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
And there you go. Yeah. Blunder.
Well, the problem here is, it's this diagonal, isn't it?
Yes.
So in this case, because you're not threatening my light square bishop, I can now open up this very dangerous diagonal, and
that's no good. That one we can reject immediately. Okay, so that leaves us one other capture, which is like bc5.
Okay, so if you play bc5, we're looking at all the captures first. Again, it's the opening of this diagonal.
Yeah.
And we can, again, just play knight takes e4. And most likely going to win the exchange on a8 here. So you kind of, as black here, you either do something with this knight, exchange. The only other square you can move it to is g5. That could be an idea.
Or could you reinforce, could you also reinforce that knight?
Yeah,
that's the next one.
Yeah, rook e8. Okay, so keeping your knight in the center.
And it's like success because now it's equal.
Yeah, rook e8 just seems very sensible, doesn't it? You can't let this bishop go free. So, but rook e8 seems like a good move as well. I mean, it is pretty balanced, but next couple of moves going to be kind of key for Van Wyn because he's got to just make sure he doesn't free up White's bishop pair. I mean, finally, the other thing he could try is knight g5 because this is just saying I'm going to get the bishop pair back. And if you go bishop takes bishop, well, now it's opposite colored bishops. This pawn is pretty well defended. And I've even got ideas sometimes of grabbing this knight. So knight g5 is pretty sensible.
Looks very good as well. You know, again, the pawn on d4 is vulnerable and knight takes bishop in the air. So that's a great move, knight to g5. I think that's probably the best one of the lot. But Simon, the action is happening. So this one is a game of subtle differences, but the action is really happening in the Niemann, Aravind against Niemann. But before we go there, because I suspect there might be a result quite soon between Fedoseev and Jordan. So this is like the extreme vacuum cleaner.
Okay, there's a lot of vacuum cleaners coming out today.
Yeah, so when we left it, it was like a King's Indian. And now it is a full-on endgame.
Wow. So they've played loads of moves here. And Jordan had just played queen f6. And Jordan playing very well here. He obviously excels, understandably, here, you know, in his home turf. And he's had some great results here. Is he a fan favourite, Jordan? Yeah? Got any Jordan supporters? Make yourself known. Yeah.
Come on, give it some welly, like we say. Come on.
Who wants Jordan to win? The tournament.
Yay!
Okay, so we do. We definitely. Jordan is certainly an audience favourite. Who thinks he is going to win the tournament? There's some laughing going on. No, there was a couple of. So he's done it before, and he's a great player, and he's playing great chess. And if we go through the moves very quickly, in this position, White played it quite safe by capturing that one. And now, as Ivanchuk says, the Hoover starts to come out. Jordan has got very active queen there. White has to defend c4. We'll get to the current position as quickly as we can. The knight gets a good square. Now the queen has to go away. He keeps it as active as possible. And grabbing a pawn. So brave play. Can he get away with that? The knight comes into d5. A little bit of a counterattack. Bishop d4 is a move you might have to worry about. Grabbing another pawn. Pawn grab. And
carry on.
That's as much singing out of me as you're going to get. You can do the next chorus.
But it was so good, Simon.
Why, thank you, Ivanchuk. Queen takes queen. Bishop comes in. Rook b1. Now, knight to c3, relying on some clever tactics to get rid of the strong knight.
Yeah, okay.
So
more exchanges, and now
more exchanges.
Rook lands.
A very sensible move to defend that pawn.
Yeah, and you got to watch out because I was going to say beat of the bow, but that's like a
very
bishop
English.
to b6. Yeah.
So we have more exchanges, and now taking the open file, it's equal on material at the moment. The king gives itself a little hiding spot, but in comes Jordan's rook, and that pawn that is attacked just slides forwards, and here we are. It's move 23. It does seem quite equal material. Remember, they can't accept draws before move 40, and there's still a lots, you know, a lot going on here with all rooks remaining on the board here.
Yeah, but it does
yeah.
feel like there could be a situation where more trades are going to happen.
Yeah.
And we're going to maybe see the whole of the queen side just be swapped off.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems very likely to be a draw, this to be, which is not a bad result for Jordan at all with the black pieces. I mean, drawing with black and pushing with white, absolutely fine.
Absolutely fine. And it's the Arvin game, though.
Can I?
Yes?
Sorry, I was just trying to make Rook A7 work because I love sacrificing even in
there's
endings.
a check.
I know, it's a pity. What if okay, so I'm going to go here. just okay, only with the idea, if you play something like this, it still doesn't work. I wanted to do something silly with this one. But okay, I'm trying to find tactics when tactics just shouldn't work. But okay, tactics always there.
But it seemed like black was okay in that position.
Draw likely, yeah.
Yeah. But
okay, we have action, right?
We
Let's
do
see
have
what the
action
action is.
in this game. So we thought that Aravind potentially was in big trouble if he didn't proceed with accuracy. And here we were like knight e4 was already falling foul of c4. So Aravind went bishop d2.
Okay, and I like the way Aravind played, but it's so risky.
Yeah.
Because you've got this brute attack, which we had a lot of fun with, but you can't get the rook here when the knight's there. So if you can't swing the rook around, it's very hard to see how you can generate more, that didn't happen, more play on the king side. I think another idea of king h8, which you see a lot in the kings in defense, is the only point really White's trying to get to in a lot of these lines is h7. And this bishop can sort of go here, defending and also attacking. So this kind of stuff happens. So let's go a little bit further. Bishop e8. The knight now came to e4. Bishop f7. This is a big hole on b3. Bishop c3. And White understandably just wants to have the option of exchanging that knight off in some lines. b4, forcing that bishop to make a decision. White captures, opening the rook at least. The bishop now comes back. It's a little bit, if you're starting to go backwards, not a great sign.
It's very difficult to get coordinated with the white pieces.
It is. I mean, and
then you have to go queen e1.
Yep, one square nearer to checkmating you.
Wow.
Wow.
I beg to differ, Simon.
The knight comes to b5, defending a7 and also supporting. Black's got a lot of stuff going on the queen side.
And let's just quickly show why bishop takes b4.
Okay, so bishop takes b4 does not work.
Because of bishop takes bishop and
now
knight takes e2
check.
And d3 falls.
And then everything falls in the center.
Yeah.
And if we go, okay, so here, the other idea I think Black's just got here is just throwing that pawn up the board, just really pushing the pawn, a5, a4, a3, creating a very dangerous passed pawn. So now rook c1 played, and the bishop came all the way back.
Knight b3 incoming.
Making way for knight b3, and I am starting to fear for White here. You're putting the box on here. You're going in your box here with all your pieces, and it's a dark and grim place in the box. Or is it a coffin? Which one is it? I don't know. It's either the box or the coffin. I just want to see how many arrows I can actually get while we do that. Can we get any more? Look at that. That's a proper coffin. There's nothing else going on. And look at, yes, the coffin is there. That's very pretty, isn't it?
Wow, if you like that kind of thing. It's not looking good. Okay, so I'm an optimistic person. So now I'm thinking, how can Aravind do something?
It's really hard to attack. I just need to...
Okay, so first of all, it's Black's to play. So let's go a5. Let's just do what you wanted to do a long time ago.
Now, the other way I try to attack, I'm looking at, maybe g5, but it's very hard to play g5 with 3 pieces controlling that square. So,
I
I'll
would
try.
go, yeah, I was thinking knight c4 first,
Okay,
just to clear the
Sure.
path for.
Yeah, makes sense to clear the path for the
And I'm
bishop.
kind of hoping that you go knight c2, but
Okay, let's go knight
I
c2.
had no plan.
No, I'll do knight c2.
I just
Throw
wanted
it
to
in.
put the queen on g3 or anywhere.
Yeah, with idea. Yeah, this. I mean, obviously knight c2. It doesn't
Maybe
seem
I put
right.
the queen on g3. Yeah.
The problem that White's got, if he can get the queen over here, maybe it helps generate with g5 ideas. But it's so hard with this knight just attacking e2. You know, this knight is fantastic. It stops the queen coming over. It stops the rook coming over.
I have plans.
Okay, what, on the chessboard or for dinner tonight?
Both.
Yeah.
I have plans
Okay.
for that night. And
Right.
It begins with
Oh.
E. Okay, queen g3.
Or come on, let's go h4. It's a bit nearer the king. g3, all right.
Oh no, but the other knight appears. Oh my goodness me.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're all
yeah,
coming in.
they're all coming in. And now, okay,
so-
then I have no plans. Rook f2.
Whoa. Back in the coffin again.
Yes.
Back.
I'm not proud of it, but needs must.
Okay, but I've got g5 now.
Yeah,
At
exactly.
least I've got g5 coming with checkmate,
Yeah.
obviously, following.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, let's have some fun.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what happens if this pawn comes down. g5.
E3. I don't like that knight. And
You want to go e3.
yeah, instead of g5.
g5. Oh, come on. It's the one you're getting near the king.
Okay.
We can go
I
E-
will
no, go on,
oblige.
we'll go e3. We'll go e3. Let's do it. And now knight b3.
And now
Bit annoying this pawn though, isn't it? That's
some priest. Yeah, but now it's busted anyway. So
no. Okay, g5.
g5. Okay.
You know, when you've got a bad position, which White does, let's be honest, you've just got to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at your opponent's king, cross your fingers, and
Okay.
pray.
What is the threat?
The threat is g6,
G6.
and if h6, bishop h6, boom! Let's just show that. Does that work? Probably not.
Yeah, a3.
I'm still not threatening anything, am I? Okay, let me just...
And I'm gonna go.
a2.
And then what I'm gonna do here? Yeah, a2. Dun, da, da, da. Da, da, da.
Take my bishop.
Boom.
Okay. Oh, you know, it's still like.
This is.
It's a little
you
bit
do-
scary now. A little bit scary because you take the bishop, boom, just to show. That's my
Yeah.
one idea. The other idea, I'm kind of thinking, am I threatening bishop g7 checkmate?
I think you might be. So
Okay.
bishop takes.
Can you get a queen for me, please, Ivanka? Because you are my
No.
friend. Please just get one so I can just show.
Chess is chess, Simon.
Just
All
one,
bets
just
are
one,
off.
please. Just show.
Okay, let's put it on.
Okay. It doesn't even work.
How?
I
Come
thought-
on, bishop takes
I
pawn.
thought, I thought this was checkmate. Oh, you got king h8. Oh,
Yeah.
my word. So I wanted to go here, takes with queen g6, but it doesn't work because you've always got king h8 and bishop h7, so nothing's working. And this is in a dream world as well. And even in a dream world, I'm still losing. Which is a sad
Which is
place to
bad.
be, isn't it? Oh dear, this is really bad for White. The more I'm looking, the more it's getting worse. Okay, let's go back. I mean, none of this is really working, and this
But-
g5 is not getting very far. Very strong plan.
But you know something, we might see some kind of h6s as a result because it did look scary.
It looks
and
scary. Yeah.
You never know what your mind does,
Yeah.
and your mind might go, "Oh goodness me, I
Yeah.
ain't going in for that."
I think he's not a kind of character who seems scared of much.
No, he
know.
ain't afraid of no ghosts.
No, he doesn't see ghosts. Okay, what about okay? I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to go h4 because I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to use my h pawn as well.
Okay, so now a4.
Let's just do it.
Let's just do it.
I like the idea of leaving the knight here because
Yes, me
this
too.
might even be more accurate. Because okay, I'm going to go g5. I'm going to roll the dice. I just have
Okay.
my pawn if you want. I don't
A3.
care. You don't even want it. Okay, now I'm going to go h5. Here we go. This is what you do. This is the all-in way, and we just keep going up the board, cross the fingers, and go for the kill.
Okay, and now if I take the
If
pawn.
you take this one, then I'm going h6. Oh, and up we go.
Okay. And
Still don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to make some holes, like knight here. Okay, I mean, it is desperate.
It is just one pawn coming.
It is one pawn.
We're coming at the whole
but
black
it's the
or.
most important pawn.
That shows what confidence can do, right?
I mean, practically, I think White is in a position now where he has to go for this. I think there's a couple of things in the current position we can see. And number one, if Black keeps the knight here, it's actually, I'm trying all these ideas, but it's very hard for White to attack because you can't get your queen in. So even if you push and try everything else, without the queen coming in, because of knight e2 check, which is the killer, knight e2 and queen d3 in a lot of positions, how do you ever attack? Okay, you can push the pawns. It's not doing a great deal, but I can't see any other plan for an attack. Everything else is very slow. I mean, you could do the King's Indian plan, rook f2, bishop here, rook g2, but it's just so slow.
Yeah.
And Black's plan is quick. Push the a pawn, push it all the way. So Hans is doing very well here at the moment. He's got a very good position, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing though is that White's attack does feel very scary, right? You can see with g5, h4 coming, and then you're like, ooh, you can get nervous, and that can cause some kind of negative decisions. So I don't think it's over for Arvin, but it's certainly looking good for Hans.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Blue Baum against Sindarov, because
we had another King's Indian defense here, and this was the first game we looked at, and this was a big clash. Matthias having that really good victory against his countryman earlier, and White developing very sensibly. Black now playing the King's Indian defense break. White's waiting with castles. And Black now taking on d4 in the same way that Jordan did, grabbing this pawn, giving up a space advantage, but trying to use the pieces to the maximum. The knight comes in. Maybe you want to grab the bishop, so the bishop just retreats, keeping an eye on e4, pressurizing that pawn. Now, one thing I learned from my friend Mark Hedlund, it was in these lines, if you can make White play f3, Mark was all of the opinion that Black generally has lots of compensation because this pawn's on h3. This is just one little bit of advice. If the pawn was on h2 here, then White might have a very pleasant advantage. But with a pawn on h3, this setup gives Black counterplay on the dart squares. You really want your pawn on h2 here in these positions. And the reason for that is that, as we see in the game, at some point, White playing sensibly, Black playing sensibly, the queen comes out, a normal idea.
yeah, don't they normally do like knight e6 ideas, and
Well, I
then
think-
try to go knight d7?
I think knight h5 is the big move,
yeah.
and I think we're going to see that. So after bishop here, now knight e6, nice, and things start to get
Like you don't tend to
exciting.
care about the d6 pawn.
There's probably some horrible tactics here, because if you, well, I mean, you can't take here straight away, I think, because a knight takes e4 at some point. Maybe it's even better, because I'm taking this one. Is there a better move then? So we'll have a look. So if you go bishop here, maybe you just take here, of course.
Yeah.
You do it the other way
And then
around,
knight takes.
because the rook's defending it. Now you play knight takes e4. So you can't do that now. And if you take here, as you say, you don't worry about this pawn. You go bishop takes, especially as c4's on pre-counterattack. But the position gets very interesting because we had now bishop coming back and now this knight h5. And this is a very key idea, and it's much stronger for Black. This often happens when g3 is a whole. So this is actually the current position. And Black trying to get counterplay on the dart squares with these sort of moves. The bishop coming here, coming here. An ideal situation would be like the bishop coming here, the knight coming in, and then you start having sacrifices on h3 with your bishop. But if White can hold his space advantage together, which he has, this Maroczy bind, If he can hold everything in the center together and stop these tactics from occurring, then white should remain better.
Don't you always want to be exchanging queens as well as white?
I think white
Yes.
would love to exchange queens to take
Yes.
the threats away. I'm a little bit surprised the queen went this way.
Because it normally stays and
'Cause I-
goes on f6 or, again.
As Jordan did, yeah. Or even, just throw it into h4 at some
Yeah.
point. So I'd love to be able to go like queen h4 here, right? Because that's
Yep.
where the action's going to happen. So I'm a little bit surprised it went over here.
Well, Bluebaum doesn't seem that optimistic about his position, but then again, I don't think he's an optimistic. Have you seen him stream?
I haven't
He's
seen him
very
stream.
entertaining. Has anyone in the audience seen Bluebaum stream? Yeah, he's it's very relatable. Let's say.
Right. So he's a pessimist. Yeah.
Well, you hear all of our running thoughts. He
Right.
actually just goes, "Oh my God, what am I doing here? Why am I playing like this? I can't believe I call myself a grandmaster." And then, and then
Wow.
literally he plays a really good game. It's
And-
very entertaining.
And he's one of the best chess players in the
No,
world.
literally.
And he's qualified for the candidates. And
Yeah.
that's quite nice
Because-
to see.
Yeah.
I mean, there's me playing, I sort of sacrifice a rook for nothing and think I'm going to checkmate my opponent. And there's, 2 times European champion Bluebaum, and he's thinking he's losing every game.
Yeah,
It's
he's,
like, yeah.
Exactly. No, I mean, he's a great player, but I love watching him stream. Okay, anyway, so I'm thinking here, like you want the queens off, so I'm thinking you just go knight c e2, and also that has the benefit of covering those holes on g3. Okay, the evaluation bar doesn't like it, but doesn't matter.
No, doesn't matter, because I think you're right. You kind of like to get these ones off.
Yeah, rook takes.
Yeah, and my instinct is to keep the queens on, but I just don't think I can.
Where'd you go?
Yeah,
And like the beat back is gonna happen, right? If you swing the queen to e5.
Yeah, I don't want to go
I kind
there.
of want to go
Maybe
f4.
Definitely f4, and this stops. That covers another hole. I mean,
Yeah.
I think black can try to get counterplay because this bishop's on c2, and we saw this idea of the bishop attacking that pawn. So let's say I get rid of the knight by exchanging it and put a bishop on that square. And if you take the knight, I get this g3 square. So let's go for this line. Like bishop takes, I go bishop e6 at some point. Maybe this is okay for black because that pawn is a weakness. You don't really want to go b3 because I get the a file by exchanging on b3 to defend it. So this is probably okay. And
Yeah, I don't have time to go bishop takes bishop, which is like...
no, not quite. No, he's having a long think, and it seems like the best move, just turning the engine on, in this position is very similar to what Ivanchuk mentioned, but instead of moving this knight here, moving the other knight here, because this avoids that idea. So actually, it makes some sense, because when you've got a cramped position, and black is certainly more cramped here, that's what the Maroczy bind does to you. It cramps your position. You don't want to exchange pieces if you've got more space, because your opponent is in that kind of box we're talking about, and if he gets more room, by opening up the box, he gets more room to maneuver. So this avoids the exchange of pieces. It avoids the bishop coming here. It covers the holes over here, and it attacks this pawn. So this...
Yeah, and f4 is incoming, right? f4,
f4,
f5.
and you can start your own attack.
Yes.
And how this kind of position where I really want to play queen h4, right? I'd love to play that move and then try to get something happening. It's really weird because I have played these Maroczy binds normally on the white side, and what you find is that black gets these tactical chances, but if he can't do anything, if he can't use these squares, then slowly but surely his position gets worse and worse, and he gets pushed back. So these aggressive-looking moves can backfire, and white, as you say, plays f4, even g4 starts to take over, and that's quite likely to be the case here. I mean, you can try annoying moves, maybe queen b4. That's something I've seen Gwaine do many times in these kind of positions, but this is the computer's choice, and the computer likes the position for white if he finds this move.
Yeah. No, queen b4 probably is a candidate move. You know, you have to make white a little bit uncomfortable. So Matthias, if he finds this knight de2, he's going to have a very pleasant position. I think, Simon, it's time to move on from this, and maybe we can do a status update on our local heroes and see how they're getting on. So let's start with Anish.
Whoa, by the way,
yes.
Matthias grabbed the pawn, something we didn't even look at. He grabbed the pawn on a4. I think we just assumed that this was not playable. I mean, maybe we can just quickly look at it.
Actually, let's look at that because
yeah, I mean, this move tries to keep everything under control. I just thought this was a little. Oh, yeah. Doesn't look so happy with that move. That's the you know. I mean, you don't play a move and like, oh no.
What did you miss?
Oh no, why did I do that?
He's like shaking his head.
He doesn't seem so happy with that one, but don't play it then. Oh, no, look at that. It's like, I mean, you can't. I mean, that's not a very confident look, is it? I mean, like, he'll probably go straight on to win this game, but you know. Okay, so let's have a look. So he grabbed now the pawn. Knight takes a4, and this just didn't maybe seem like the right way to go, but it is a pawn, right? It is a pawn.
Okay, so you got to captures, right? So first up, queen takes queen, knight takes knight.
Yeah, but I'm suddenly thinking, why is he valet to drop? And you know, I wanted to get the queen to h4.
Yeah, but the laws of physics, my friend,
were
in your way.
I can bend those to my will.
Okay.
By getting it to g5 now, maybe.
Really?
Not straight away. Well, I could, but I wouldn't last long. What about this one? I want to get my queen over here and start going for checkmate.
Okay, bishop takes.
Okay, because if you go queen takes queen, I've got knight takes f3 or knight e2. So you go here, and now I go bishop takes.
And I go queen takes.
Whoa! Off we go to the races. And I got these up my sleeve all of a sudden.
Okay. And let's go queen takes d6. Aha.
Greedy.
No, hang on a second. I've got bishop takes h3, but
I'm definitely, yeah.
Yeah, there's bishop takes h3. Rewind.
It's a little bit scary.
That is very scary.
It's a little bit scary.
I'd like to take back.
Yeah, that's fine. On this occasion, I will grant your wish.
Okay.
Only on this occasion.
Only on this occasion. Okay, well, queen d2.
Okay, in we go. Whoa!
Right. And now king h2.
King h2. Okay.
I can sense some problems.
Whoa! Off we go.
I can sense trouble.
I'm just coming straight in.
I can see it. Pawn takes bishop.
Well, hey, we're getting nearer. And look at this one. Whoa! Happy days. And all of a sudden, the king's in defense looks like a brilliant opening.
It does. It does. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. What is he's reaching for something?
Well, this is maybe why
Matthias is shaking his head.
Because this kind of stuff's very dangerous. Obviously, this is not all forced, funnily enough. But getting the queen over here looks quite scary for white.
Okay, so let's run through that one again.
Okay, so I'll go knight takes d4.
Okay, so...
No, I think you have to take, right?
Yeah, you have to take.
Okay, so I take, and I force my queen in here.
Okay, and now here, queen d2 is a bit of a chicken move. So let's not go there.
But you see about this pawn, what we were saying. If this pawn was on h2...
I could just go, literally queen takes pawn, and I go, what attack?
And you've got g3 as well. You know, in a lot of positions.
Yeah.
But with a pawn on h3, and this is something like, say, Grandmaster Mark Hebron, who's played the King's Defense all his life, he was telling me, and I didn't understand it, and suddenly black gets attacking chances. Now, white is okay according to the evaluation part, but again, you've got to think practically. This is scary. I mean, which side would you rather be? Okay, it's time to see what if the audience, they've been probably dragged down into black side now, but a little bit biased here. But okay, would anyone rather, let's hear you, if you'd like to be white in this position. Any brave souls? No.
No one wants to be in Davy Jones' locker.
Who would like to be black in this position? Yeah, some small cheers. And so this, okay, he's gone, knight takes d4. So
okay, let's just run through the whole thing. Let's be as precise as possible. And let's just quickly make sure that queen takes queen isn't an idea. And so instead of...
Okay, so knight takes d4.
just run through that.
So queen takes queen.
And that's already...
So
evaluation bar goes no.
Yeah, I guess I'm winning the exchange again because of the g3 square.
Okay, let's just show that.
Yeah, so taking on f3 equal game, but knight e2, the king has to go here.
Yep.
And now we go rook takes a5, and again it's because the pawn's on h3. You take here, knight g3, winning the exchange.
Okay.
And
that's busted.
Busted. So after
you must have missed this.
I mean, I was thinking about b4 here. But oh my words. Okay, it's competition time. Now you have to enter into my brain. Yes, don't laugh. Very scary. After b4, what am I thinking black should play? And this is a typical King's Indian defense move. It might be rubbish, as a word of warning. I'll put it on the computer. It's the top choice.
I knew
it's
it.
the top choice.
I knew it. I know exactly what Simon is going to play.
So the winner will win a beautiful...
It's the Williams rule.
A beautiful keyring. Let's go for what do we think is appropriate? We think a black knight is appropriate.
No, I don't think a black knight.
No?
Let me find it.
Okay.
Let me find
Yovi's
it.
getting... I feel like I should be the Santa Claus in my Santa Claus looks. Okay, so what should... Okay,
you're
yes, sir.
underselling the beauty.
Taking on c2. Now, let's have a look. So taking on c2 is an idea. If you do it in this position, I don't think you get quite enough because I take the queen. But, you are going into my mind, kind of. Any other suggestions?
That's a massive clue.
Queen takes b4. Okay. Now, hello. Aren't you just losing your queen there, sir? Is the evaluation bar going to drop, do you think? Or is it going to stay the same? Boom! What a move. And you give up your queen for a pawn. But after queen takes here, this knight now goes rampaging. Knight takes c2. It's the same idea as our other audience member at the front, attacking the queen. The queen comes back, and now we have to take another one. And this is attacking so many pieces. You have to take that one, and we get this position. And this is a wild position. And if you want to come up for your key ring, you can, or just remind us later, because you have won a key ring. He's coming up.
He's won
Let's
a
give
night.
him a round of applause.
Give him a round of applause.
Okay. Well done, sir. Yeah. Okay. Well done. So we all love a queen. It's not even a queen sacrifice.
No.
Because black's got so many pieces.
Because you get 3 pieces for it.
Yeah, and normally 3 pieces is more than enough.
Exactly.
And this would be lovely. Any King's Indian defense
But I
player.
reckon that's probably what he missed, because if he doesn't like rewind, go
Yeah.
b4.
So b4, queen takes b4.
Like if he doesn't go queen takes b4.
Yeah.
If he goes queen somewhere.
Yeah. What I was thinking can you go this way with the same
Yeah,
idea?
bishop takes d4.
And I get the same, I mean, you could do this.
And then get the same.
You get the same, but the pawn's on b4. But of course, queen takes b4 is so much more fun.
Yeah.
I mean, any King's Indian defense player worth their salt would take this without blinking.
Because he's thinking
Definitely.
a long time. That's why. So I'm like running through
What he might have missed.
Exactly.
So we're kind of expecting the game to go. Just to show you one more time, this knight takes a4 feels a little bit greedy. We have Jordan there, another King's Indian defense expert in the background looking. And the thing that we're expecting to occur is a mass exchange here. And now the black queen can find a much better square. Now, black is not necessarily better here. He is taking it. This will happen. But practically speaking, it's starting to heat up on the king side with these ideas of the black pieces attacking. Now, for example, white should be able to defend here with a king somewhere at some point, but it's not easy. This pawn in
It's
h3.
not easy. It really is not easy though,
No.
because you go king. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
You go king h2. The queen comes in.
Yeah, king here.
Bishop takes h3 is also.
Yeah.
The queen comes in and.
Let's just show this again how dangerous this is. Bishop takes h3 is massive, yeah?
Yeah.
Massive position. And
Problems.
I don't think you can take here because, again, just to demonstrate how scary this position is, at some point I'm got these ideas, the knight coming in. I've got loads of ideas here, the knight coming in here. So this is really going to get very exciting now.
Well,
and
for black.
For black. I mean, yeah.
Let's not mince our words. I mean, this
Yes.
is now looking really shaky for white.
Yeah.
Because he's gone bishop takes.
Yes.
Bishop takes knight. And after bishop takes bishop, I mean, just to run through what is the best defense. So queen takes, and then queen takes d6 is going to be met by bishop takes h3.
Yep.
And hello, there is big problems. You have to drop back your queen to h2.
Oh.
That's the only move.
The
I can
only
see.
move is queen
And
h.
then literally
yeah.
knight f4 comes, and you're like, whoops.
And you're losing. You're
It just
losing
turned.
here.
Like the
Yeah.
whole position just turned because the knight is
Exactly.
out there on the edge of the board.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work.
No.
And then you, as we mentioned, you can't go king h2, but bishop takes h3 is in there. So you have to go.
It's very hard to defend this.
I mean,
Very hard to defend, actually.
Maybe you'll have to go some kind of rook f2 or rook d2 or some kind of thing to cover g2,
Yeah.
and you just give up at h3. But
But if you give up, I mean,
but you have to, Simon.
no, I agree. It's really tricky.
And queen d2, we saw it didn't work.
I mean, queen d2, I go knight f4, and maybe now you have to try this. But this is you're walking on eggshells here with this move. This is happening, by the way. This is bound to happen.
Oh, Sindaros is such a tactical player. He is gonna find queen to.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like child's play to him.
Definitely. Okay, right. Well, we'll come back to this one a little bit later. Now, we're going to have a very quick look at a game, and then just because there's a nice little tactic, and I think it's the youngster Faustino.
He's on 2 points out of 3.
And okay, where is the tactic occurring? I'm just going to
right at the.
Which move? Which give it a little challenge if you can find which move it is.
Yeah, so it is. Okay, so it kind of happens in move 26.
Okay, so we got this position, and Faustino, the young talent, is playing against Aline, who's having a tough tournament so far, and this is a tough game. You're playing this young prodigy. You don't get easy games. And look at this. He looks so confident on the... Wow. I mean, that's a sign of confidence there, the way he moved that piece.
But that also betrayed his age. That's the first time I've looked at that and thought,
yeah,
okay.
You're a little bit younger.
Yeah.
But you would probably guess he's doing quite well with that hand movement there. And what is the tactic here? It's white to play. And if you go rook here, then rook d7 is the only move. So how did Faustino get a major advantage in this position? And there's another question for the crowd. Is this worth a key ring, do you think, Ivanka? You want to save the key rings. Okay, no key rings on pre at the moment. We're giving too many away. We have to hold on to some.
No, let's be generous.
Okay, let's be generous. So it's white to play and gain a big advantage, and there is a key ring to be won here. And anyone in the crowd can shout it out. The little sequence here, if they can see it, is white to play and get a big advantage.
You get...
Sorry? Bishop h3 is a nice idea, stopping the rook coming to one of these two squares. So I like that concept, but the black king can now just cover that one in time. So good idea, but it's something even stronger than bishop h3 here.
Rook c7 and b7.
Sorry, rook c7.
Rook c7 and take the bishop on b7.
Ah, perfect. You have won a white rook. Should we give it to you in the break? We'll come down and give it to you. Well done, sir. What's your name? Peter. Okay.
Well done.
Well
you
done,
are the
Peter.
winner of one of these beautiful DGT key rings. Beautifully
They are.
carved. So looking fantastic for Faustino, who looks ready to move to 3 points out of 4. He's feeling confident. He's got 2 pieces for the rook after that very nice tactic that Simon's demonstrating. And the thing is, you know, he's also won a pawn to the good, so it's 2 pieces and a pawn for the rook.
Yes, this occurred in the game. Knight takes d5, check is the point at the end. The king has to move, and at the end of that little sequence, you don't just have the 2 minor pieces of the rook, you have the 2 minor pieces and the pawn. So point-wise, you could say 7 points against 5 points from that little exchange, and this really is a winning position now, I'm afraid, for the Dutch fans out there to say. This is, well, there's not much you can do here. I mean, I'd probably stop your rook coming in now first, so I'd maybe just play very safe and move my king.
And then just consolidate, and then it's just a question of just escorting
Yeah.
the d pawn. And okay, so
Yeah.
Faustino goes knight
Sure.
check. Same idea. Oh, and we
have a
have
result.
resignation.
We have a result, and Faustino there winning a game. He's so strong, he's so confident, and that's a tough pairing. And let's hope Aline, you know, gets in a stride in the next game. She's a fantastic player, as we all know.
She's a European Blitz champion.
European Blitz
she did
champion, yeah.
fantastic in the Women's World Blitz Championship. So she's a great player, just having a very hard start to this event. But there's plenty of more games to come. And the tension is still rising across the boards as we reach the middle game part. We are going to go on a short pause. But during the break, well, yesterday, Ivanchuk and his 1 second move on and move 40th absolutely dominated the storylines. And we have an interview with Fiona, so take a listen and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Vasil, congratulations. You just won quite a crazy game against Velimir Ivic in the 3rd round. Maybe before we go into any more detail, just tell us a little bit about your emotions after this long, tough game.
Okay, I'm just very tired and I want to eat and I want to relax. So this is my emotion. No.
Okay, we will try to keep it short. First question, how does it feel to be back in Wijk? The last time you played was in 2015. It's 11.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. Of course, it's nice to be in Holland. Also, probably I will play checkers in Holland.
Yes. After the tournament?
We'll see.
Very nice. And our tournament director today, Jeroen, he was saying that you wanted actually to play in the Challengers. You approached him and you said, look, I want to come back. I will play in the Challengers. What made you want to come back?
Okay, it's a quite tough tournament, so still 10 games. So it's nothing happened, so tournament only started.
Yeah, but what made you want to come back to Wijk and to play here?
I want to play in good tournament. I like atmosphere here also. Okay, I respect the organizers.
And there's a lot of youngsters nowadays. How is it for you, to be playing against all these young kids?
Okay, I'm just playing chess. A lot of youngsters, a lot of girls.
That's true. Yeah. And now let's talk about the game today against Ivic. It was a crazy game, and then there was this crazy moment on move 40, right, where you had 1 second to make your last move.
Yes, when I made move 40 successfully, I didn't understand yet who is better, who is worse, but I had feelings that he could win in this moment by something totally stupid move.
Oh, if he had made any crazy...
Yes, for example, Queen G2 A8, something like this, it's good.
That's what our commentators were also saying. Yeah. How were you feeling in that moment when you made move 39 and you only have 1 second left?
Okay, I understand that this is hopeless, but suddenly, okay, he made move, I played, and I see there is 30 minutes.
Were you very relieved?
And then I realized that my position also good.
Also good. So that was a happy moment after the time control.
Okay, it wasn't happiness yet because a game not finished yet, and I should calculate very precise. But okay, I have understood that it was incredible luck not lost by time.
When was the moment when you felt now I'm winning?
Okay, when I discovered the resource with f6, I had feeling that I'm winning, but frankly speaking, I missed king f1 idea, but I hope I didn't miss. I didn't check yet with computer, of course, but I didn't see how he could survive.
And in the end, always nice to finish with a checkmate almost on the board?
Yes.
And, well, Vasil, I think we're going to let you go to eat. I know it's been a long day. Do you still remember the restaurants? I mean, is everything still as you remember here?
Yes, of course I remember. Restaurants not changing and hospitality.
Do you have a favorite restaurant in Wijk?
Okay, usually for lunch, I go to one restaurant. I'm just taking soup and tea, and for dinner, yesterday I went to Turkish restaurant. Probably I will go back.
Go again. I will not keep you any longer, Vasil. It is such a pleasure to have you back in Wijk. And maybe just a final question. The very first day, you got the most applause out of everyone. Did you notice that? Did it mean something to you?
Okay, I know that the tournament is not finished. Okay, so
it's still a very long way to go.
Yes, so I hope to have many interesting games in this tournament.
It's been a great start for you, but yes, still 10 games to go. Yeah. Vasil, such a pleasure. Thank you very much. Enjoy your dinner. See you tomorrow.
are back, and it's getting tense in round 4 of Tata Steel Chess as the games continue. Well, we kind of promised a roundup of the Dutch players. We saw Alina Rubbers unfortunately lose to Faustino Oro, but Anish Giri, he's got white against Arjun Erigaisi, and we thought maybe he had a teeny tiny advantage, could try to press home something. Let's have a look at what actually transpired.
Yeah, sure. So Anish with the white pieces against Arjun, and Anish picked a very quiet variation, understandably against Arjun, who's a great tactical player. But we must remember Anish is having a bit of a hard time here, so it's now time to try and get some points going just to get into the tournament. And let's see how the game continued. This is the last moment we had a look at. Well, Anish moved his bishop, sensible idea, bringing it out. And now Arjun took the open file, and white now positioned his rooks in sensible squares. A very good check here, I feel, because you want to make white play f3, because that would block this bishop in. So that means Anish is kind of forced in some respects to swap off his good bishop. And this is really good news for Arjun. Maybe not for the Dutch crowd here, I'm afraid, but that was the danger piece, and now Arjun has swapped it off. And I don't think black should really have any more problems after this move. You don't need to swap it off straight away, so he anchors a pawn, a bit like the fishing pole, which we talked about before. And now bishop b4. Okay, some exchanges occur. This is quite committal, because now the pawn structure on the king side must favor black. Even though black's got double pawns, this pawn on g4 gets a really good grip of those light squares. I mean, you could see potentially in the future, you know, this horrible plan in a king and pawn ending. You've got to think about these things when you decide upon creating holes. So it's a little bit structurally dangerous now for Anish. Knight b1. So exchanging off the bishops in a pretty sensible way, even though it means going all the way back. And now the knight comes back into the game. And rook to c8. And actually this is a big move, Ivanka.
I was going to say, actually, Anish capturing with the knight as opposed to the rook probably was a big decision.
Right.
Because if you just gone rook takes bishop and then just got his knight on c3, I don't think Anish can claim an advantage, but he's not in danger of being worse or anything. Whereas if you go to the game position, you know, where we saw knight takes bishop, rook c8, and you're like, oh lordy, a rook is coming down to c2.
Yeah, this is a bit scary, because we're wondering if these double pawns were good or bad, you know, for black. And now it's proving that they could be good, because of course you'd like to go rook c1 to not allow a black rook into the position, but you'd have to calculate what happens if black simply takes the pawn here. And I feel, even though you have a check, black's going to be doing pretty well here, because this pawn will drop at the end. So this is not ideal. I mean, the next move just looks really ugly to me.
Yeah, and he does that. He plays rook b1, which looks like incredibly passive. But there is an idea behind it that after you go rook c2, then white is free to go king to d3 and hold the line there. No, well, maybe not that one. Maybe king d1.
Maybe king d1, yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, just the fact that you've got to put your rooks like this is not a nice thing to do. So black just improves his king. We saw this potential idea later on of this occurring. And now Anish goes a4. So he's got to try and take the pressure off that pawn. I guess he wants to set up a pawn on b3 and a pawn on a4, because then his rooks can move again. The rook comes into c2 now, and now king d3 does happen. You want to get rid of this rook as quickly as you can.
Maybe this is a mistake, because we kind of established that the king needs to be on d1, so that when black doubles, you're able to go rook c1 and trade everything off.
Right. So you want to control the c1 square. By the way, they're moving very quickly. this might, as Ivanchuk said, then be a better move because you've got this option. If rook c8, you'd love to get rid of all the rooks, and you can certainly consider this option now, even though this ending still, this is the kind of ending I'd be very worried about because of king d5 at the end. And it's that idea of knight e4 and the king just coming in on the light squares.
Yeah.
And this would still be really tough. So let's have a look. King d3. That's maybe why Anish decided to go this way. The rook comes in to support it. Now there could be ideas of even tactics with e4 when that gets exchanged, f2 drops. And look at the activity of the rooks. These two rooks are monstrous.
Well, that's why Anish just goes e5.
So
e4, sorry.
So he has to stop black from playing that move.
Yeah.
And now that rook comes back. Now that might seem a little bit odd, but Arjun's idea is to take over the d file now, another file, proving that the king could be just very badly placed here. The king gets out of the way of a check, but black takes that file anyway. And we're trying to get up to date. They're playing so quickly. So rook comes to c1. You've got to get the rooks into the game. You've got to get that open file. Black piles up on the d file. Some very scary ideas with that black rook of coming into the position. And white has to go passive yet again with the rook. Rook d3 check, forcing the king to e2. And now we hit with black that pawn on e4. The king has to defend it, so black has a draw immediately if he wants to, but why would black want to draw when he has this dominating position with the rooks on the open file and pressure against e4? So rook b4 played, and this is trying to tie down these two pawns, but maybe with a simple idea of just winning the pawn on e4, going a pawn up. You know, rook comes here. There's no easy way for Anish to defend this one, and this is tough for Anish. Things are not going well this year for him at the moment. I mean, do you feel this is... He's got the candidates coming up, and you think his mind is on the candidates, and he just hasn't got in his stride here? I mean, is there any reason we can say why he's having a tough time? Because he's a fantastic player.
Just one of those things.
Yeah.
You know, he's had such a good 2025. Things are working for him really, really well. And he was playing fantastic chess. And, you know, you always go through these dips in life. And I think this is just one of these things. And I mean, the problem here is, you know, he's just unable to hold on to the e4 pawn and also maintain control over the third line. Because, you know, if you go rook a3, the other rook comes into d4, and the e-pawn is dropping. And if you were to, you know, the ideal move that you'd like to do is like knight c4, like in some kind of way, but that's not even possible.
No, you can never put the knight there. And also the a4 pawn is also a little bit weak in these lines. I mean, maybe you have to go rook a3, because I can't see any other move. Again, you think about the pieces that it's possible to move. And if you look at, imagine you're in Anish's shoes, what would you actually play here? Because you can't really move the king, because knight takes e4, and that would only make things worse. You can't move the knight, because something happens on e4. You can't move this rook, something happens on d2. So you can't move any of these pieces. That... Aha, yes, we'll put the position on the screen, yeah, just so we can see. We'll show that now, and we see Anish has played a move, and he's played b3 there. No, look, I was just testing your powers of your visualization there. I was going to give away a key ring just to make sure that you could follow it without the board, because if you want to become a better chess player, you don't need a chessboard. That was the trick we were trying there. And did you pass the test? You did. Okay, well done. Okay. So. Yeah, so we were looking at these pieces. So the king can't move, this pawn. The knight can't move, because that pawn, and the rook can't move. You can only move your rook or the b pawn. And he decided, therefore, to move the b pawn. But what's he going to do after this rook d4 move? This is the big question, which is very, very obvious. I mean, black also has ideas of putting a knight around here, but I don't see the need. Let's just try and win this pawn, when white's king may be also in trouble.
Okay, well, they often say that you should go on the offensive, get active with a piece. So rook c7.
Right, let's have a look. So rook c7, we will grab this one.
Nothing to be done other than knight takes knight. And I have a problem. Things are going to be falling with check with rook takes b3.
It's horrible. I mean, the king is actually a real issue here.
Yeah.
With, I mean, it doesn't matter where the king goes. We can even grab another pawn, can't we? Unless this one.
Could you go? Could you go rook king to d3? I know it's not pretty.
Okay, so let's try. Okay, we have some more moves. Arjun is playing very confidently here. Just the speed that he's moving is a bit terrifying. He's so confident. You can tell the body language there. He's very comfortable. He's up on time. Obviously, yeah, Anish would like to play this rook c7, but after knight takes e4, we're not sure what he can do next, because if this knight goes as a rook b3 check, you kind of have to do this. And if the king goes to d3, at least you stop that check. Or no, you don't stop that check. I can play it anyway.
Oh dear. King takes rook, f5. How do you like them apples? Checkmate.
Well, indeed. And, you know, I always thought the Dutch was a good opening. And look, you can do a Dutch checkmate. F5 checkmate.
Actually, that checkmate has a name.
Nasty.
No. It has a name.
What is it? What's the
any
name?
Checkmate, well, any time a pawn checkmates the king, has a name.
What's the name?
David and Goliath checkmate.
David and Goliath checkmate. Aha.
Yeah,
the Goliath.
There you go. The David and Goliath.
The David even. Yeah.
Yes, the David checkmate. But okay, well, I don't think he's going to go rook c7. That fails to that rather beautiful checkmating sequence. So rook c4. This was my next suggestion. Holding on to the pawn in an ugly way.
It's
ugly, Simon.
It's ugly, yeah. It's really
but it's
ugly.
Necessary.
Yeah. It is. It's the only move. And yeah, you've got to try to exchange off those active pieces. So at least that does that.
You can still go rook takes b3.
You can still go rook, and you should go rook takes b3. Check.
Check. Knight takes rook.
You have to go knight takes rook.
I think you'll find there's rook takes rook.
And now I've got these threats still. And you have to bring the knight back to d2 here, I think.
Yes.
Again.
I mean, can White just kind of clench their teeth and hold on?
Well,
no.
Well, you can. You
rook
have to. You have to.
Rook c3, rook b4.
Yeah, there's too many choices here.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, just the speed. He's
what's
playing
he
this
playing?
has he played this move?
I think
he
he's
has gone for this. This looks like it's current. This is the current position we have, and it's White to play. Black is now a pawn up. But it's not just the extra pawn, which is the problem. It's the remaining pawns. A4 is weak. E4 is weak. You have to bring all your pieces in defensive formation, which Anish has gone. His knight has to remain here. Now, Black has got to decide the right way to progress. Pushing the king back makes some sense, but you can also play maybe just rook b4. So this is looking really bad for Anish. He could be on a very bad score there after this game. Maybe we should go somewhere else.
Yeah.
But does anyone think Anish is going to hold this? Anyone got confidence in Anish's defensive skills out there? He's a great defender. No, just no. Anyone? Quiet. No.
You win a lot of money if you support Anish and he manages to hold. It's difficult, isn't it?
It's very tricky. Yeah. So.
But I tell you one thing in his favor. If he manages to get into a knight endgame, maybe there's chances to stay alive. Like, say, for instance, rook to b4 is a move that I was suggesting. Maybe that won't work because of rook to b1. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's always this knight coming to c5.
Yeah.
I mean, then you just grind away, don't you? I mean, it's really tough.
And it's all because of actually this pawn on g4.
This as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Black's king is so active. So no, I mean this is really I was trying to get in a situation where you could argue that Black has an extra pawn, but it's a double pawn and it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Like knight a3, knight c4, but nope.
Yeah.
Not on this endgame, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you're just not in time. The king's just coming down and winning the game. So this is really tough.
I'll tell you who else is not in time.
Yeah.
Aravind.
Okay.
His position is creaking. He's gone all into the attack. So when we left it, we knew that Aravind was struggling, but he just needed to go into blagging mode. He's done that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Hans is just taking him up on the challenge and is just running with the A-pawn.
Okay, so it was still interesting because you have these swindling chances on the king side, and we are calling them swindling chances because black's so strong with the A-pawn and with the knight on D4. And you've got to try to create something, some magic on the king side. So slightly surprises me, that move, because it allows the queen to now come in, but maybe that's not a big deal. Hans doesn't think it is. He swaps off the dark square bishop, and that's quite a sort of surprising idea, because the knight was so good, but I guess he figures that bishop was... It's a bit like the King's Indian defense for those who play that. This dark square bishop of whites is maybe the only threat. It doesn't look like a good piece, but it supports g5, and if h6, you might better sacrifice it on h6. So by swapping off that bishop, Hans is basically saying you can never checkmate me. And then he just pushes and pushes. The bishop's coming in. So the queen comes to g3. You've got to try to get going over here. a4. They're getting nearer and nearer. They're marching down the board. g5. You've got to try it. You've got to go for it. g5 played. One idea. If this happened, this move now, and all of a sudden, if a3, there's a little bit of danger. I might just... Oh, no, I've allowed a2. And then this one.
No.
So, you know, there's some chances if you get this kind of idea in. But at this level, that is rarely going to happen. And Hans says, well, I don't need to take that one. Allowing your knight in, that would be crazy. So I'm going to play a3 anyway. And they're just getting nearer and nearer to touching down.
Right, maybe you'd expect some kind of b takes a3 to happen. But Aravind doesn't do that. He just goes e3.
So e3, yeah. And that would even allow this
A2.
I get it, maybe he's trying to blockade it somehow. I mean, he's just trying to think of some way he can make some inways to the black king. But this was quite clever of Hans to get rid of that dark square bishop, I feel, just to take off the risk. He figures his bishop can defend everything over there, and his other bishop can defend h7. He takes on g5, though, now. And I was thinking that this was always a bit risky, because the knight now has some ideas. Do you really need to take that one? That surprises me. And the thing with these positions, you know, that even though you're winning as black, things can go wrong. And he took that pawn. He's still doing well. But that knight now looks a little bit threatening. I mean, immediately, this could be an idea.
Right, and just to kind of stop that idea, we saw Hans play rook to b6.
To cover the check, because now if I come in, you can just take it, and this check covered by here, and the rook comes to help the defense, right?
Yep. So that was, but it does allow Aravind, and Aravind has played b takes a3 now.
Okay, so we took here, now the knight comes
takes,
in.
and now big threat incoming, b2, b1. It's as obvious as that.
So rook b2 played to defend. Is this as simple as the evaluation bar thinks? So,
okay, let's try it.
Yeah.
So what is black going to play? Knight c2, queen.
So this is the current position, if anyone's wondering. I mean, this pawn looks very scary, but it is stopped in its tracks for now. The knights kind of look visually quite nice for white, but I don't know if they're doing too much. I mean, you've always got this queen h3, but it should be quite easy to defend against that check if you need to. But it's a bit messy still. I mean, Hans is doing well, but it's messy. You know,
Well,
it
can
could
you
go
do
wrong.
knight c2?
So knight c2.
It has no threat.
Maybe you want to go bishop a3, get rid of the...
Maybe, but I just wanted to improve that knight.
So let's see what happens if I go queen h3. I mean, I just want to try for knight g6.
Yeah, because knight g6, my plan is to go rook takes.
You also have rook h6 if you need it here, I suppose.
Yeah.
That doesn't really help.
But my backup was just simply, if you
rook
ever
takes.
went knight g6, rook
Yeah.
takes g6, and
Is that so clear? I don't know. Probably.
maybe. But yeah, you can go. Okay, let's try rook h6.
Yeah, rook h6 just
Safety
just
first.
stopping this one totally.
Bishop.
I'd have to come back now, so I don't think. I think the problem White's got here, Yovi, is that White just doesn't really have any ways to create any threats. You know, it kind of visually looks nice with these knights here, but I can't see a way for White to create a threat. Knight g6 is the only kind of cheapo. We call it a cheapo because it's kind of a cheap trick. You know, it could work, but only if Hans completely misses it, which he won't.
But could you do moves like d4?
Yeah, sure. So d4 and
There's no threat behind it.
No.
I'm hoping after bishop a3 that there's
you can maybe
do
here.
some knight takes pawn. Yeah.
Well, let's have a look. So this is the fun move. Bishop a3. You don't play unless you've really calculated, because now.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's gone up a little bit.
So what is the response? So is it
It's
knight?
actually just rook here, because after this one, I
Yeah.
still don't think there's any threats. Like
Yes.
I take here, and again, they look kind of scary, but black is defending well here with everything. I can't see any threats. So if bishop a3, though, what you would do, just move the rook back, and you got a good blockade on the pawn here, and I'm threatening to take that one next move. So this is not so clear. It's still a bit messy.
Okay.
So d4, what would black want to do to make progress here? Maybe white can go this way with the knight in some situations. The knight,
Well,
yeah.
if there's no threat from black, I guess, yeah, you're right. Just go knight c5 and see
Still
what
game on.
happens.
I
Yeah,
mean, it's
exactly.
still game on here.
Okay.
I guess let's just go back to that disposition. That was with knight c2. Quite a logical move to make way for the bishop, but maybe there's something else here. I mean, yeah, white has some chances, but black is better here. Right. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So still messy. Still
Yeah.
anything can happen in that game. Let's move over to Nordebek against Van Wyn, because feels like Nordebek is making big progress. Because when we left it at knight d2, and black had that nice move knight to g5, but rook e8 played, and this maybe wasn't correct because it does allow Nordebek's next move, knight to b3, it just kind of consolidates that c pawn.
Okay, so a5, and the rook comes to, again, give it a little bit of support. Black now goes b5. Should still be okay for black here. And look at this move, knight a1. Wow, what a move. I mean, how many players, honestly, would put the knight there now?
Oh, that was a
I
perfect
mean,
guess the move.
Yeah. I know. I went there too quick. Sorry. Yeah. I don't think anyone would have got this. Okay, you have to pick another one if you find a good one. We've got to give more key rings away. So, but knight a1, what a move! It was the most famous times that knight went to corners. There was a knight h1. Nimzovich, he started maneuvering
Was
the knight
it
around.
Gligerich as well, doing something like that? So.
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. So knight a1, very, very interesting. That knight was not good there, but what is that knight doing? Well, it must be coming to c2, and there it's going to support that slightly weakened pawn. So interesting maneuver. Black also gets his knight to what he thinks is a better square. Knight c2 happens, and black's knight hits here. Still looks okay for black. Queen d3, just touching upon that one.
c6.
And now c6, which was actually a mistake there.
No way.
Yeah, so logical. It was actually better to take this bishop on e3 whilst black had a chance. So taking here was the correct move, getting opposite kind of bishops, because after c6 you may not get another chance to take this bishop, because white played bishop f4, and suddenly that bishop finds a good diagonal. and it could really come its own later on. So g6 played, and this is a pawn sacrifice. This is the other problem that black has after the bishop comes to the square. There is 3 bits attacking e4, and black only has 2 defending. So
And no square to
no squares.
no square to move, right? You can't go knight g5 because the knight is hanging.
So
oh
that,
dear.
So that was a mistake. So now after g6, Nordibek grabs the pawn, goes a pawn up. This seems very logical, putting the queen on this central square.
Also ideas of taking on d4 on a2.
So rook c1, rook takes e4, queen takes e4, and this has the x-ray against c6, and now with the queen coming back to d7, you got to fear Van Wyn here, because the only way he can maybe justify giving the pawn up is by taking something, but it just doesn't work, so he's had to play the queen back to d7, and it just seems like a whole pawn for white in this position. It seems like a safe pawn. You can defend this one, maybe bishop e5, something along those lines. It's not the best pawn, but it's still a pawn, and a pawn at this level is normally enough to win the game.
Yeah.
Now, Nordibek,
Yes?
Yep. There was.
Ah, the knight of Hans Ray.
Okay,
it moved its knight to a1.
Let's go back there. So let's go back to it.
Was it a good move, this knight a1?
Okay, we'll Google this so we can tell. No, I haven't heard of it. So we're going to Google this one because I'm sure you're telling the truth, but we have no idea. Because I mean, I could. Okay, we're hearing a great story. We're hearing a great story that we'll try to maybe get the Google information on. And I'm sure it's true, so thank you for that. It's always nice to hear. So one of our audience members, we've got a live audience here, which is great, and we are trying to, we've got help you guys on the internet and help you guys in the crowd as much as we can. Not always easy, but we've been told that knight to a1, hopefully Ivanchuk can get this, was played by the famous Dutch player Hans Ray, and it looks like he won the game, and that was it. Sorry, I didn't hear the club was named after him. After his move, knight a1.
No, he lost the game. It was a bad move.
Okay.
He's a friend of mine. And
Yeah.
He doesn't want to have anything to do with those guys, but I like him.
Aha. So knight, so it's a little bit of a troll, right?
Okay. So Hans Ray, famous Dutch grandmaster, played. We're getting this story. Hopefully, we're getting this right. We might need Tom to come on and tell it. But maybe you can pop up even.
On the other hand,
Yeah.
Anish played a brilliant knight a1 once in this tournament.
Right.
They should have named
After him. Yeah.
So next move was knight b3 mate with a queen sacrifice. But
Okay.
alas, it's Hans Ray's move.
It's Hans Ray's move. So Hans Ray, a club has been named after his knight a1, which he brilliantly lost with, and it may be a bit of a troll maneuver, like, you know, just name it after the worst move you've ever played in your life, you know. And apparently Hans doesn't want to think about this move anymore, but forever he has to think about it because the chess club's named after it. Is that about right?
That's about right.
That's
you
about
got
right.
it right.
Okay. So
I like
there
the
we go.
Dutch sense of humour.
Yes, yeah, I do as well. Yeah. Yeah, just name a club after
The
one of
worst
fame's
move you've
worst
ever-
move. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've got so many of them. There'd be so many clubs around. Yeah. It'd be like, yeah. So knight a1, and it is actually the best move here, and you rarely see this kind of maneuver. And I remember doing an article on these knights going into the corner, and they're kind of beautiful in a certain way because they look so stupid. Okay, here's a question for the crowd and for everyone at home, just while we get to the next game. And the question is there's a key ring involved, and even if you Google it, you probably won't find the answer. What is the rarest ever possible move that can occur in chess? So is it like knight to A1? You know, what is the rarest ever move that can occur in chess? So is it knight A1? Is it knight to H8? What do you think is the move that has occurred the least amount of times? Yeah. En passant checkmate.
But you have to be a bit specific.
I don't think it is. Now, I hope I've got this right. Because I'm going to say no, but that's a very good guess. Okay. Sorry, Ivanka, you yeah.
Yeah. So, no, continue, but I know exactly where we're going to be headed next.
Okay. So have a think about it. So en passant checkmate is a very good possibility. Yeah, but what move is that? Yeah, well, you you kind of might be right. yeah.
But I think, any promotion to a bishop.
Yeah. Who said that? That's good enough to win. That's definitely good enough to win a chess keyring. So
well done.
I think the rarest move in chess, you've got to come up and get your keyring. Well done. And I haven't actually double checked these facts, but I'm just assuming. Cheers, thank you.
They sound good and sounds plausible.
So the rarest ever move is G takes, or it could be, let's be a little bit flexible. B takes A8, or G takes H8, or, take it on H1. It's the same, symmetrically. And then you, promote to a bishop. That is the rarest move, I think, that has ever occurred in a game of chess.
Because you would promote to a queen, normally.
You'd always promote to a queen, a knight, and that's so rare. Yeah.
Okay, so as black, what would you say is the most common piece sacrifice?
As black?
As black,
The most common piece sacrifice.
Sacrificing towards, where would it be? What square?
H3.
H3. Let's go there. Let's go to the game. Bluebaum, Sindarov.
Oh, is there action?
There is a piece sacrifice on H3.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see it. So this position, we were very worried about Mateus's health here on the chessboard after Queen G5. I mean, the position might be okay for White, but again, you've got to think practically.
Simon.
Yeah. Yep.
I got big news, guys. I've seen the future. We got to get there.
Okay.
Go for it.
We will get there.
Yeah.
Rook D2, trying to defend. And one idea is bishop takes H3 now, but another idea is the move played.
Yes.
Knight comes into F4. Everything's attacking. The king gets out of the way, but the queen lines up, ready and loaded. White says, nah, there's nothing going on here. I'll just have a pawn. He grabs the pawn. We know what's happening here. Incoming. And
Boom.
Here it comes. In you go. And this is the kind of danger that you get. Bishop takes H3. Pawn takes H3. And now the very calm Rook to E6. Attacking the queen. And White is still okay, but these are so hard to defend, these positions. The queen goes to C5. What can be more normal than this?
What's the evaluation bar?
This is prize time, definitely.
Yeah, if anyone gets this one.
Anyone, black to play. What's black's best move? Do shout out, you are black. You're trying to kill Mateus on the chessboard. You've got your pieces hanging around his king. How do you finish it off? What is the only move where black is better? Every other move, except for this move, is going to be equal. Will he find it? Will you find it? Queen H3 is a very good guess. Yeah, but it's I mean,
let's put it up on the board and let's see.
Queen H3 is a very good guess. It's not the move, but it is a very normal way to play because you can't go Rook H2 because Queen F1 is checkmate. But unfortunately, after Queen H3, King G1, and there's not necessarily a follow-up to win. You might only have a draw. You'd love to be able to get the Rook around to G5, but the Queen controls this file. You need to introduce a third piece into the attack. You could try to do it slowly maybe, but it's a bit too slow. Let's say you do play a move such as this. White now defends Rook to H2. So Queen to H3, very good guess from our audience, but it's not the move that wins. There's only one winning move here. Rook e5 has been suggested. Boom. Well, I'm going to grab that one. Thank you very much. And
you might have to just.
You still have a draw.
You still have a draw.
You still have a draw. Okay, and this one you have to go for a draw, and you have to take the draw, so it doesn't lose. Sorry, we had another suggestion. Where is it?
Knight takes h3.
Oh, okay, now knight takes h3. Another suggestion with the idea of some horrible discovered check, but it is now White's move. White defends.
Set up the pin. Rook h2.
And black. Okay, another suggestion.
Oh,
Rook
wow.
a5. I love that funky move. And Rook a5. Whoa! It's a nice idea, but counterattack. Rook d8. Which is not actually easy to see with Queen f8 next. And we get rid of your most dangerous attacking piece. It's not an obvious move. Will Sindarov find it?
I mean, this is a big question. You have to really think outside the box. It's a bit weird.
Sorry, knight. Put your hand up so we can see where you are.
Knight
d5. d5. Nice idea. Trying to come in to d2 there. But I like that knight hovering around the king. But in this case, I think White can probably take it. Defends the bishop. And if you grab the rook, I'm going to grab your rook. So nice idea. Doesn't quite do the job. Still haven't found the win. Very calm. A Dutch move from a Dutch player. I like it. Just, if you're going to play f5, play it on move 1. This is far too... No, it's a nice idea because you want to get this rook into the game. But it's very slow here. And now White has a couple of ways he could try and defend. Maybe just rook h2. Let's just cover that one. But it's a good idea again. We're getting some great ideas, but no one's found the move. Okay, queen g7 first. A little bit of triangulation going on, but
preparing rook e5.
Preparing rook e5.
I like the idea of preparing rook
nice.
e5.
But now this one comes queen g5 and White defends. Let's go back. Sorry, we had rook e8 as well, preparing to go rook to this square. But I've always got this rook h2 defending. Now, you're only allowed, by the way, we're putting a maximum amount of guesses on this. I think when we get to guess number 50, I'm going to the bar and having a drink. So we've got, no, you're doing well. Keep them coming. Any other?
Okay, but
yep.
I'm going to...
Sorry? Very calm, trying to drag the queen away. I like that one as well.
That's very nice.
You're basically saying the queen comes in, sorry, the rook comes in.
Yeah, exactly, rook e5. But I like this idea of just introducing the rook to e5, but you need to work with it in a more forcing way.
Yep.
So that's my big hint.
If b6, actually, this is one of the nicer tries, I think, because you are trying to drag one of these pieces away, maybe get the rook in, but the queen now comes back here, and that is a useful defensive move. So what was the clue, Ivanka? Let's hear Ivanka's clue of the day. I mean, you're running out of moves now.
Yeah.
The f6,
well,
the delayed Dutch.
You have to.
Yep.
You have to think about. Okay. Oh, what did you say? What's your idea? Rook takes d3. Hang on, we got knight d3. Why can't the...
Yeah, maybe you can take, but then I can take on h3.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking
Something like that. You're a lot of
I could see who's saying that. Can you put your hand up? Who's saying that idea? Who's saying knight d3? Hand in the air? Yeah. Oh, it's a bit greedy. Do you want to get all the blooming key rings? What are you going to do? Make a Christmas tree of key rings? You've already won one. Knight d3 was played. Boom, well done to that man in the crowd.
Amazing move. And that
Well
is
done.
a clincher. Because, as you guys mentioned, rook takes knight. We've got to show this.
Yeah, let's show it.
It's absolutely stunning here.
Yep. So
Queen takes h3. Have we?
It's happened.
It's happened.
So rook takes d3 plate. So the knight attacks the queen. But the main idea is that queen supports rook e5. Now, if you go, it's going to happen. We get to it. If you go here, I now come into this square. I change my plan, and I threaten these two moves. So let's keep going.
It's going to be checkmate, guys.
Okay. So let's go with it here. I don't think...
Queen takes h3, king g1. You go queen to g3, king h1.
Oh, okay, it's a better move. Yeah.
And this is actually what's happened in the game.
Well, what's the killer move here? I was thinking it's rook e5, but there's a better move. There's a better move than rook e5. g5. And that is unstoppable.
It's over.
Wow. Look at that for a tactical idea. He's on fire. Sindarov playing an amazing game in the King's Indian defense under 30 moves. If he hasn't played g5 yet. Can we just go through that a little bit slow? Because that was quite complex. This is the only winning move. He's playing it. He's playing it. And look at that. The head shakes. He bangs his pen down. He missed this move.
And that's it. It's over.
Ah. He's distraught there. He just missed this g5. So you think he saw everything, but he missed g5. Well, so first of all, bishop takes, the queen comes to... Oh, dear. I mean... Yeah, I feel for Mateus now.
We feel for Blue Baum.
I feel for it, yeah. I don't like seeing anyone like that. So, okay, we'll go for it. So this was the killer move. It wasn't rook e5, which I was looking at. The killer idea was much more quaint. And the killer idea was getting the rook over here. You don't go to e5, because this would allow the counter sacrifice, and white can fight on. And I think this is what Mateus must have been hoping for. I think he was hoping for this, and it being a draw. But he clearly underestimated in his calculations this g5 brilliant move. There's no way to stop this, because you can't play rook h2 anymore, because the rook is over here. How do you stop this one? You can't easily. If you come in here, I take it, doesn't help. And this is loads of emotion shown at the board here. And you've got to feel a bit, you've got to feel for him a little bit here, definitely.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all made some big mistakes in our calculation. But g5, such a nice move there from Sindarov. Yeah. For Mateus, he's just coming to terms with the fact that he will lose. I mean, there's no defense such as rook d6, because the queen on g3 covers absolutely everything.
Beautiful combination.
Beautiful. Knight to d3. Did we have a winner in the
end? We
did.
He's already won one, but you can give it to your friend. Do you want to come up and get you've got to get your key ring. Round of applause. That was very well found. There you go. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah.
And yes.
Beautiful prize.
This chap here will be starting a stall outside. Chess key rings, going half price. Yeah, so he's won a couple of them now. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we could just see a little, this is very emotional. We'll go there. Oh, we'll definitely go there next, Tom. Good idea. And look at this. I mean, I don't always like focusing on people's pain, but chess is a game of emotions. And to be honest, Sindarov played a really nice game. I mean, this is the King's in defense. Even though white is better, I'll just show a couple of moments while we wait for this one, because seeing resigns is always the final bit of emotion. And what I know from this opening myself, what I've learned is this position where you've got f3 and h3 is okay for white. White's even quite a lot better according to the engine, but practically, according to some of my grandmaster friends who play this opening, they're always happy to take black on in these situations because of exactly what happened in this game. h3, he has resigned.
He has resigned, and a win for Sindarov there with some beautiful moments, finding this whole sequence that made sure that the queen was there on g5, and then finding that killer blow, knight to d3. Brilliant tactical display. But for Mateus, well, the emotions are there for everyone to see, but there's still more games. Mateus has to recover and play tomorrow. That's all we can say. It's been a funny tournament where we've seen a lot of uncharacteristic blunders, but talking about blunders, well, Erwin Lamy, he was under some pressure against Vachier-Lagrave, but he now seems to have turned the game around and is now winning this endgame, which would be a much needed recovery for the Dutch Grandmaster.
Yeah, so let's just see where the tide changed, because Erwin, with the black pieces here, the last time we looked, he played this very imaginative sacrifice, and it seems like fortune is going to favor the brave. He sacrificed the whole exchange against Ivanchuk, and we were here last time, and we were thinking that, well, to be fair, his compensation wasn't quite good enough here, but it's always messy, and we saw this. Messy chess, doesn't matter what the evaluation bar always says, if you got the initiative, it counts for a lot. And let's just see how things went. When he went A4, and the queen came back, we'll go for it reasonably quickly. Now he has to try and use this B3 square, and he does. At least he gets his knight to a good square. Chucky develops, and now the rook starts to take aim. Now this B5 idea is certainly possible. So the queen gets out of the way of that. The pawns come through, and this is like, even though the computer says it's not so easy, this. What is White doing? White now tries to break open the formation. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes. The queen tries to sneak to a more aggressive position. Maybe with ideas at some point of trying to do something on the g file. The knight comes back. Rook g5. The rook trying to get into the game around the angles. Knight takes f4. Pawn takes, and now surprisingly enough, Erwin swaps the queens off, even though he's the whole exchange down. And little by little, he's kind of outplayed the great Ivanchuk here. I mean, Ivanchuk was better, but the evaluation bar's dropping and dropping, and it was never that easy, actually. Even though it was a whole exchange, Black just had the initiative. And after this one was recaptured, he came bishop f6. This pawn is very big. The rook now has to make a decision. It comes behind that pawn. But he starts grabbing some pawns. Bishop takes h4. Rook takes d4. Bishop takes f2. The rook exchanges itself off. And another thing with Erwin is he's a fantastic endgame player. And he goes on to show that. But this is still, I don't know which side I'd rather be now, because the rook is obviously quite, well, very strong.
It is, but it's also past h-pawn that is
yeah.
going to start making its presence felt. So let's see quickly how Erwin managed to turn things around. I think, yeah, f5. Suddenly, it's two passed pawns, and that's very, very difficult to handle.
Definitely. And
It's
these
just-
two, yeah. These
You just watch how, like, Erwin just slowly improves the king, then the bishop, and every single one of his pieces, they're nicely secured. And in here, it's just a question of it being a race, and this bishop is so good at holding back the c-pawn. And this is another classy move, right? The king maintains contact with that c-pawn. So g2 is incoming.
Yeah, and even though Chucky has the rook, as Ivanka mentions, g2 is a killer. Let's say you go c6. I think you can even go, well, let's go g2. Because I've got,
Let's be lazy.
I've got queen c1 at the end, so this is too quick. So you go c7. We both queen. Maybe I'll get a rook. I don't know if I'm trying to be flash.
No, don't do that, because
Okay.
rook takes bishop.
Okay, we won't do that. And then after you queen, I have this move, queen to c1, and that is
Very
one
nice
of
touch.
one of the big problems. So after king e5, we could actually see now Chucky resigning and Erwin getting a pretty legendary first win after losing 3 games in a row. Beating Chucky with a very brave sacrifice is well.
With the black pieces as
with
well.
the black pieces.
And to do it in such a bold way. And here, I think the only move for Ivanchuk is simply to move the rook to b8, b7. You know, he has to put his rook on the g line.
Yeah.
It's the only way to handle it.
So
But
if you played rook, I mean, am I going crazy?
Rook b8, I was thinking.
And just okay, too slow. So rook b8, trying to get behind.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yeah, but the problem is
he has gone rook b8.
rook b8.
But I think the simple idea is you now
Just come in with your king.
and then support your
And
pawn.
and the bishop on f4 does all the heavy lifting.
It covers everything. So if you try to queen immediately, it'd be a mistake here because suddenly this one happens. So we have a suggestion of king d4. I think it wants to come this way because if you go king d4, okay, if you go king d5, then it's white's move and the rook.
I think the rook can go to f8 first.
Yeah, maybe rook f8, maybe rook g8. I'm not sure which one's best, but
Oh no,
well,
rook
only
f8.
only because
King
king
e4.
here. But I expect if you go king, I think this is going the wrong way with the black king because I now think the rook can most likely go somewhere like here, just stopping the pawn. And if you take this pawn, then your king is now quite a long way away. And I have a couple of moves, but maybe just rook f8 now because you can't go king to defend the pawn. And I'm going to take this pawn with check. And if you go g2, then I come back behind the pawn and you lose the pawn. So I think that's the problem. But I think the way to do this, I think the quite straightforward way after rook b8 is just to go king here. Because as Ivanchuk said, the bishop covers the pawn. And he has played this.
He throws in a check.
I mean, bishop g5.
We have some moves, by the way.
I think you can just play another suggestion here. Maybe you can get your rook now this way. It's a bit more complicated. I mean, let's see what he plays. So I think he just played the best move. He played king e4. He's just trying to come here and go g2. Very simple.
Very quick rook to b4, and I think you have to kind of come up with a king. King e3 probably is better than king f3 because king f3 you have.
Yeah. So this is the one part you have to be a bit careful because this
Let's try king f3.
So if you go king f3, I'm just trying to make.
Yeah, like.
I mean, maybe I'll go c6 first.
C6
but then the bishop can cover.
Okay, so rook takes bishop then.
So yeah, so I want to play rook takes here. This is a forcing line. You have to take, and now I go
C6.
here. And you don't really want this ending.
No.
Because if you get this ending,
you have to work
very hard.
After rook b4, you go queen d5.
So let's go back. So this one is probably better for black, much better for black, but it's hard work. We want to find an easy way of doing it. Mm-hmm. So after rook here, we can't go king d5 because I can come and I take this pawn with check and I get behind the pawn. So I think we're going to move on very shortly. I know we've got a lot of Dutch people here, but there's a lot of action in the top section.
I think the best move is a king e3 because then after rook takes bishop, you can simply go g2 and
this wins.
This one should win. So Owen, if he finds king e3...
He looks like he's found it. So he's got king e3 is the only smooth win here, by the way. So if he doesn't find king e3, then it's not so easy to win. If he finds king e3, he will win. He's about to move. Should we just wait? If we've got time, where's he go? He's played it.
King e3.
He's played king e3. So now rook takes bishop is not a check, and Chucky's seen it as well. He's gone rook takes f4, and the move here, g2, would be the finishing touch, and he's going to queen the pawn and be a queen up. So let's go to the top section because there's a lot of action.
Let's go to Aravind and Hans Niemann. I just want to show you this beautiful moment that happened because, if you see the game position.
So we moved over to that game now, and we're just bringing it up for you guys quite quickly. We're just having a look on Chucky as well, so you can see if he resigns.
Just see that closing moment, whether he, I think it will continue, like after G2.
So this is about where we were in this big game in the top section. And A3 did occur. Obviously, Hans was doing very well in this game. We were a little bit further, weren't we? I think we were around rook b2 here. And Queen e8, sort of double covering that knight coming in. d4, the move that Ivanchuk recommended. Knight c4, trying to make some exchanges because that knight is very dangerous. Makes a lot of sense to get rid of this knight. But rook b1, okay. b2, getting very near touchdown. Rook f2, some pressure. And now the queen came back to c8, so the queen wants to get to c1 with this move. Rook c2.
And you think you've prevented...
Yeah, the knight's pinned. It can't move, right?
Exactly, it can't move. Or can it?
How many... You know, we've seen quite a lot of queen sacrifices going on, and Hans gets... And by the way, Erwin did play g2. Erwin is going to win that game. A great result for Erwin. He's played a very brave game there. And now knight takes e5. Happened anyway. Wow. And this leaves the queen on pretty. It's a queen sacrifice. Of course, you have to take the queen. Otherwise, you're going to get your rook taken. Rook takes c8. Rook takes c8. Hans's idea is to combine the b pawn with the rook. So, for example, if you took on e5, it doesn't matter what you capture with here. Let's say you take with a pawn, rook c1, and that is the end. Because bishop f1, I take the rook, and the b pawn is going to win. You don't have any threats against the king. It's quite secure over there. So this is why somehow white's got to block the c file, and knight c5, blocking it for a little bit, but of course you unblock it. Nice queen sacrifice.
Beautiful queen sacrifice. And now, what is white going to be playing? You know, if you go pawn takes bishop, rook takes c5, and the threat has been resumed. If you go queen takes knight, then again, the bishop is going to clear the path. Rook c1 still in the air. It's all about the quality of pawns, and that b2 pawn is a killer. So, what to do? Pawn takes knight. Again, the bishop is just simply going to clear the path. I think it can almost go anywhere.
Let's go all the way back.
All the way back, just for fun.
They kind of look nice.
Okay, and now you go queen to e1, trying to cover the c1 square. And now you go bishop a3, and then rook c1 is a coming. The end.
Yeah, very nice. Probably bishop a3 is even better immediately. So let's just show that. So if you take this one, I can go.
But it's so bad that you can literally play with your fifth.
Okay, it's still winning, yeah.
Okay. I was thinking, you know,
Yeah,
white's
yeah,
position is so bad, you can just basically start messing around.
We have a result there, and Erwin has won. He's beaten Chucky. Well done.
Excellent news for Erwin fans as he gets onto the score points and wins a game. There we see Andrea Maurizzi having a look. Andrea doing very well in his game. For Arjun, on the other hand, shaking his head. He knows it is more or less mission impossible here.
Yeah, the move that was played, and it does seem like one of the better tries here, because when the black rook reaches c1, and there's not really anything you can do to stop that rook getting there now, you have to, first of all, try to have your rook covered, but also give your king somewhere to go to. So bishop e4 is actually, in this still very messy position, a good attempt, because you guard the rook and your king can come out. Now you're most likely threatening to take something. And Hans is having a think here. Under 10 minutes. Only 2 more moves to make, though, so it's not a
key
problem.
one. But there's Yazkan Edamush. Okay, he's just made a move, but he had 10 seconds left on it. There's a king and pawn endgame. Who likes king and pawn endgames?
Yeah.
What would you give him out of 10? Not to be recommended, king and pawn endgames? Only if you're clearly winning.
Yes. There's a lot of calculating to be done.
Exactly. We'll come back to that one. He's made the time control. I'm having a look at who is suffering when it comes to the clock. Okay, Gukesh and Pragg, they're on move 32.
Yeah,
and
let's
Gukesh is down to 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
Right.
How complicated is the position?
Okay, I think we just pick it up around here, because we saw that basically Gukesh had played this opening not to get an advantage, but really just to try and outplay his opponent in the long run. This is the big Indian, all-Indian encounter here. Two fantastic players, future world champions and a world champion. And we'll go through the moves quite quickly because we want to get to the current position because they are short on time by the sounds of it. And it's quite strange what White has done also with his pawns over here. I'm finding this play a little bit odd. Queen f6, and we'll maneuver around because we get to the time position. White does have the two bishops. Is that some compensation for the bad pawn structure? Maybe. And Gukesh now making some nice exchanges. Seems to be playing this very well in the middle game, Gukesh. What a lovely square for the knight that is. And a little bit more maneuvering. Trying to block out the bishop, which was getting quite scary. c4, the b pawn can now, might as well not be a pawn in this position. And more exchanges occurring. White's queen, really, really good piece here, but White's bishop,
not so good, right?
Not so good. I mean, if you could get it on the other side, White would most likely be winning, but how do you get it past Black's pawns? Well, he might have f4 breaks or h5.
Yeah, well, this is also the thing, you know, because of the queen, you can't get an f6, which is the desirable move. So h5 kind of forced to maintain that e5 pawn. Queen comes back. Yeah, this is not an easy position from both sides.
Not at all. Queen e6 counter striking that pawn. And now Gukesh grabs that one on h5. And I think he's grabbed this pawn. He's taken his queen away from this beautiful square, but he's done this so he's got h5 as an option later on. And this is going to be a very important idea. The problem is his bishop is so bad here. So Pragg grabs on c4, queen f5, queen takes a2, just take as many as you can, and here comes that h5 move. And they are both short of time, and there's only 8. Well, they've got to make 8 moves. That's quite a lot of moves when you don't have increment. They're playing quickly, so we're going to have all the pieces coming off.
Okay, so pawn takes knight. That is a given.
Could be a perpetual. It could end in a perpetual because Black has these very dangerous pawns. And if I take on g6, can you play for win? I think White probably has to take the draw.
I think White has to bail out. So if you see f takes g6, I think White is simply going to go queen c8 and start pivoting to the h3 c8 square.
Keep checking on these squares. And this looks like it's going to be a draw. And the reason I think Gukesh has to take a draw, he doesn't have any dangerous pawns, does he, Yovi?
No.
He just,
no, I mean, look at them. The c pawn is so dangerous. And if the black king gets itself a haven, then the c pawn is going to decide the game. So it's up to, I think Pragg, unfortunately, he's more or less forced to capture on g6. I mean, you're not going to let that pawn live.
And also, queen c8 is mates as well.
Literally.
So if you're like, oh, I'll just defend that card, that pawn there, nothing going on here.
Oops.
Whoops. You actually get checkmated on the back rank. So you have to, I think, take in. Let's just show this. If you do take here, because the black queen can't get back into the game because it's blocked by all its own pawns, the white queen should keep checking now. There's no way White can play for a win here because you've only got an active queen. You haven't got anything else. And the way you keep checking is just on the light squares. And it should be quite simple. For example, here, if you come here, I go to h3. If you go here, I can go e6 as well. It doesn't matter.
He threw in a little trap, which was queen c1 check first. Obviously, Gukesh is not going to put his king on h2. Instead, moves to g2. And we're going to be seeing that drawing mechanism. Oh, 1 second. Now with this queen, you got queen h6. So
so this is a
sneakier.
It's quite clever because Pragg is trying to play on for a win here. Because now, if you do the same thing as before, let's say I take here. If you go check on c8, there's king h7, and if I check here, there's queen h6. And this seems to stop everything because White doesn't have any more checks, and I would assume that Black's winning, but strangely enough, it's not. Okay, now we have another result, so we'll go over there while we wait for this. We'll come back to this one very quickly, and Nordicbeck did win. He won that game. He was a pawn up, and we'll just see the end of this one. It did seem like a safe pawn. The last time we had a look was after queen d7 with an idea of taking here. So Nordicbeck moved the bishop to e5, playing very well always in this competition, Nordicbeck. Rook e8, getting out of the pin, or getting out with one of the pins. Bishop takes bishop, rook takes. It's just a simple pawn extra for white. Guarding the weakened pawn, and now just slowly improving the position. And they go into a bit of an ending with white having this extra pawn, which is going to come through the center here, and you can combine it with a queen. So there's not much that black can do here. Black tries to create some counterplay against the queenside pawns.
Yeah, but the main thing in the queen and pawn endgames is that you want to centralize the queens. You want to make sure that the attacking king has a safe hiding place, and then you just simply start advancing the pawns.
Yeah, and d5's coming here, isn't it? At the right moment when your king's safe, and this is, I mean, it's still, funny enough, it's still a little bit tricky. If you do play d5 at any point, I bring my queen to e1, and the white king is a little bit weak.
Exactly. So you don't rush with going d5, and so let's see how Nordicbeck managed to
and
get home the point.
And this was actually a mistake, a3. Not obvious in a very difficult position. And by the way, I think there could be a result on they're going to have a draw. Gukesh and Pragg must be having a draw, and they've agreed a draw, and it looked like it was going to be a draw there, except for that little idea at the end. We'll come back to that one just to see why that idea we saw with queen h6 wouldn't have worked. And let's finish this one. Queen e7, and the white king actually does a very nice walk now. Look at this. This is very high quality.
And it's going to walk up to b4.
It's very
followed
safe.
by taking on a3, and then it's very, very safe. And black doesn't want to wait for the advance of the central pawns. So Van Wyn simply resigned. Let's see the ending of Gukesh against Pragnananda, because we're left with queen to c1 being played, and Pragg hoping that the queen could do some defensive work on h6, but in the end that didn't happen after queen takes g6. Queen e6 being the big idea, checking on the diagonals.
Yeah, so you don't even have to allow this as an option, and you might also, of course, grab a pawn. So the black queen is a little bit too far out of the zone here, and c4 was tried, as good a try as any, and now we start seeing these checks. So all you've got to try to do is not give black the chance of going queen h6. So you check instead on f5, because black can't block this check. He could block the queen h3 check with the queen coming back, and this is how the game ends. So they just repeat like this. There's no way that black can escape the checks, as we've seen before, with really the white queen being able to check on any square on this diagonal at some point, as it's supported on f5 in a lot of cases. So that was the end of that one. Quite an interesting opening. Would have liked to have seen some more of the middle game, but we can only look at so many positions. And we have Hans pondering there, but it looks like he was doing extremely well.
Yeah. And I'm seeing there's some decisions. Vincent Keimer is thinking for a long time. It's a king and pawn endgame, but he just has to make one move until he reaches move 40. And it's also pretty interesting in the game between Marc-Andrea Morizzi against Velimir Ivic. So they're on just a move 40, but Ivic has 45 seconds, and his position is not looking good either.
And I must say, it looks like Anish has fought back into his game. Anish Giri was in a lot of trouble, as we saw. He was going to be a pawn down against Arjun, but it's not so clear, that one. Maybe we could go there very quickly. Let's go there very quickly, because let's have a look. So last time we looked, he was losing. He lost this pawn on b3. Oh. And it looked really bad. Rook b4. sensible move. Rook c3, maybe a little bit more accurate there. a5, and black just has this extra pawn. Anish is a real fighter though. And b5, it looks like this could even be a mistake. The right way to play this was to be a bit more patient, but it's funny how Anish has managed to get his rook to the other end of the board, and he's got some chances here. And after b5, he plays rook a6 check, and nothing can be more natural than that move. But king d3 could have maybe caused the rook some problems there. Let's go to the current position. Rook a6, king e7, and now he has this series of checks. So black's got to avoid the checks, so he has to move his knight back. f3, and he's creating some counterplay chances with knight takes e5. Black stops that, and now more counter chances with the h-pawn, and he's really fought back into this game very, very well. King d6, rook a6, king e7, rook a7. And here, Arjun has got to decide, actually, have I missed my chance? Am I actually now very scared about the h-pawn, which he should be?
Exactly. But the players have they made move 40. And someone who hasn't made move 40 and is taking a long time to make their 40th move is Vincent Keimer. And just as I say, it's a king and pawn endgame. He makes his move. And he gets up. Oh, Simon, he thought for a long, long time. You have to wonder whether he'd actually forgotten about the clock.
I've done that before when I was a junior. I think I was playing Richard Bates, International Master, and I made move 40, and I was like about 3 pawns up, so I thought I'd go, get up and go and get a cup of coffee. And I came back, and the arbiter stopped the clock, and I'd lost on time. And I didn't write my moves down correctly, so I only made move 39. Oh, dear. So and I was like 3 pawns up, clear 3 pawns up, and I just got up from the board and took a walk. My clock went, and I came back, and I thought Richard had resigned.
Yeah.
So I came back and think, okay, it's about time he resigned. I went to shake his hand, and they're like, "You've lost." Like, what?
Oh dear.
Oh, that was horrible.
Oh dear. Have you?
Well, after that, I'm so paranoid that I always make 41, 42 moves.
Yeah.
And I'm a bit dyslexic. Well, I am dyslexic, so sometimes my writing goes a bit wonky.
Yes.
So that was painful, really painful.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone into a tournament not knowing the time control?
Yeah, regularly. Yeah, I have to ask the arbiter halfway through a game.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, then they
I'm
tell
glad
me,
I'm not the
then
only
they tell
one.
me it's a bullet tournament, Simon, and I've already lost on time by then. Yeah.
I've played in tournaments where I didn't know that there was just 1 time control.
Yeah.
I also played in events where I didn't know there were 3 time controls.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was 2.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I know.
and I think I found out like on my 4th outing at that event that there was 3 time controls, and I said, no, seriously, no, I've always thought that there was just 2. Is this a new thing? And they said, no, it's been like this since the start. I was like, oh, better read the rules.
Chess players are terrible at reading the rules.
I think it's me. But
maybe.
Well, okay, everybody has read the rules, everyone has made move 40, and we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to break down all of the action that occurred running up to move 40. We're going to break down every single position, so stick with us, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, and it appears that the players have saved their best for these last moments because we have a lot of complications unfolding right now. And one of those games is between Vladimir Fedoseev and Jordan van Foreest. So when we left it, it looked very even. Everything was level. And now we get to this rook and pawn endgame where we see Fedoseev has 3 pawns, but Jordan van Foreest has a c-pawn, and it's a good one. Now, we have to break this one down because this is probably one of the most complicated rook and pawn endings we'll ever see in our life.
Yes. I mean, without an engine, without the evaluation bar, if you're going to try to be honest to yourself, then, I mean, who's doing what?
Yeah.
Who's winning? Is it a draw? Is it? I mean, like, it's impossible to work out because 3 pawns is generally better than 1 pawn for a start. And even if you have to give your rook up, which you are going to have to do, at some point Vladimir will have to give his rook up for the c-pawn. So it will come down to a position, is that rook, how's that rook going to deal with the 3 pawns? I mean, what is happening there? I mean, it's
exactly
really sharp, really
very,
sharp.
very sharp. And also, you know, does Fedoseev, you know, is he going to be losing in that battle between the pawns against the rook? Is he forced, therefore, to keep checking the black king? These are the questions that are like running through both players' minds. Okay, so first up, let's try the whole race. H5.
Yes.
Let's just get going. Is White to play?
Yeah, let's do it. So what would happen if White just tries to push the pawn and at the right moment gets his rook behind that pawn? So H5, the first move we should look at. Now, clearly, if Jordan doesn't do something quickly, he's going to lose because these 3 pawns are racing, and they're 3 pawns. So you need to push this pawn. So I think you need to play C2. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we get this wrong because one little move in these positions, the whole evaluation could change. And the most natural move, put your rook behind the pawn. So let's do that. The rook comes here. This is what they're looking at now.
And now the black king needs to step up to d3, and you want to be building that bridge. You want to go rook to c3 and promote Charlie the c-pawn.
Yeah, correct. But even this is complicated because I can go h6, and if you go rook c3, I can take it because I queen with check. So
okay, we'll go h6. If you go h6, then you go... Wow, so here is you probably have to change direction, right? So you go h6, you have to go rook a6.
Yeah.
And then after...
So h6 works because rook c3 is black's idea, building that bridge that Ivanchuk mentioned, when this might win in a lot of circumstances, but the king is going onto a square where we're queening with checks. Actually, this move loses to h7, and I queen with check. So Ivanchuk has found a very clever plan instead. If I go h6, and maybe the only way to draw really, rook a6, and you've got to suddenly try to grab that pawn.
Yep.
And if I go h7, you get your rook behind the pawn. Very complicated. And if I queen, well, that's a blunder.
Because the rook takes
because the
queen.
rook takes, and we queen here. So it's really, really tricky, this ending. And maybe the first thing we should look at, right, is what happens if instead of h5, what about these endings? These are the endings I thought might occur. These endings are really, I mean, how are you supposed to work out these endings? You can't really, because now I go g4, and I'm going to use 2 pawns at least to come up the board.
Okay.
I mean...
Okay, run with the king. Come on.
Okay, run.
The monarch needs to get going.
Well, I'm going to shoulder you now, so I'm going to stop your king from getting nearer. I'd rather be white here, even though it says it's just obviously a boring draw.
No.
0.00000.
Yeah, then you have to kind of, the king has to get in, so you have to go like rook a8.
So rook a8, but now, here they come. Definitely
Check.
rather be white.
Rook
Check.
f8,
ah,
check.
clever.
Okay.
King g4.
Now my king comes to save the day. King, well, I don't know. I don't know. It feels very scary, Simon.
It's very scary because they're still coming. Let's go G6.
And
I don't know if that maybe H6 is better.
yeah, go H6.
Because then if you take, I can go H7.
I don't know.
Scary.
King E5. We have to follow this one through to the very end.
So you're just about getting there in time. And now I don't want you coming to F6, so I don't want to move the G pawn.
So you want to go King?
Maybe I
H7.
Yeah, let's go H7 because now I'm going to try.
Okay, Rook H8.
Rook H8, and now I play G6.
Woohoo! King F6.
And now I come here.
King G7.
You feel relieved.
I do feel relieved.
Okay, F4.
And then I now Rook somewhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere on the 8th line, you can take your pick.
Okay, I'll keep coming.
And now anywhere except Rook F8, just put your Rook. Yes.
Okay. Oh.
And now.
One move
oh
away.
My God. Rook A5.
Rook A5.
Yeah, because
it's just about a draw. Just about.
Yeah.
I mean.
But okay, hang on. Let's also show why Rook F8 doesn't hold things.
Okay, so if you go Rook F8 here.
You would
wow.
fail.
Oh,
well,
nice trick.
Yeah, F6.
Yeah, F6, game over.
Yes, because of Rook takes F6, and then
bishop. Remember, we wanted a bishop earlier. Yay! I got it in.
Well
bishop.
done.
It was actually G takes H8. It's the rarer move, but this is pretty rare. Okay, and now we win just about with this one. So incredibly tough ending, and it should be a draw. But as you can see, this is us with our evaluation bar running, so it's a bit easier for us to work out. For the players to work out if it's a draw or not is so much harder.
Yeah.
And after King E4, that king, sorry, come this way. Vladimir is now working out if there's anything he can do with his extra 2 pawns. It's an extra 2 pawns to the good, but he's spending a lot of time. This is good for Jordan because there might be a point where you have to really calculate at the right time, but it should be a draw. We'll come back to it as it progresses though, because it's going to be going on for a while.
Yeah, this one is going to go on for a long time. So I'm going to put the question to everyone in the room. Which endgame do you like the least? Rook and pawn.
Yeah, rook and pawn.
Rook and pawn.
I hate them all.
Okay, you're not allowed. Okay, which is your favorite one?
Hate them all. What's my favorite one?
Yeah, your favorite one.
Any that I'm like pushing in. I don't care. I hate defending endings. I absolutely hate.
And what about our audience?
Yeah. Any favorite
Any
endings
favorite
you love playing? I know what actually my favorite one is Queen and 2 rooks versus King. I like that one. Yeah.
So my favorite is I like Queen pawn endgames.
Queen and pawn. Okay.
Yeah, I think that they're quite good. They're fun.
Them. How do you hate them?
Yeah, because they're less about calculation. They're more about like visualization. The endgame I cannot stand is a king and pawn endgame. And we've already had 2 of them.
Okay, we've got another one.
We've got another one.
Oh, do we really want to look at it?
Yes, we're going to have to go there.
All right.
Because it's between Yaz Adamush against Vincent Keimer. And they're thinking for a long time. And this could just be a draw where the people just shuffle their kings and nothing really happens. Or it could be like that Anish Giri Sindarov game where you have to be precise. Now, I'm going to put it to our audience. Who prefers white? Who prefers black? So who say yeah? The people who like white.
Very
we got
quiet.
one. We got one.
Okay.
Someone. What about? Okay, and everyone who prefers black.
Couple.
It's couple. Who thinks it's going to be a draw? Nothing much is going to happen. A few people, Simon included.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're going to have to break this one down.
I would have thought if anyone's trying to. I mean, if anyone's trying to win this, who do you think's trying to win?
I don't know, Simon.
I don't. I honestly don't
genuinely
know either.
don't know.
I would have thought black just for the fact that it's. I don't know now because you've got B4. And
Exactly.
B4 is quite a good move, right?
Right, you got B4, and also you've got like in some moments you've got A4, B4 coming for
Well, hang on a
white.
minute. So in king and pawn endings, I know one thing.
Yeah.
Okay, in king and pawn endings, if you can get an outside pass pawn of some description, that is normally an advantage because it makes the king go the wrong way, and you can go the other way. So as white, when I go B4, I'm going to get an outside pass pawn because you've got a central pass pawn. So if I play B4 here, with the idea, let's say, for example, if you take this way, I'll take this way. I want this position. This is what I want. I'm not going to get it, but I've got an outside pass pawn. And if you go here, I go here, I go here. And this is why the outside's important, because your king, now I can come and start munchy. Munching them all. The pea soup variation. And so B4 looks a little bit scary. He didn't play B4. He played king E3, but he can wait with B4.
Right.
So I think maybe white has the better of this.
Okay.
So let's put the move on the board that he played with the idea of playing B4 at the right moment.
Okay.
So let's try.
So I
Yeah.
just say you as black kind of copy. You go king to E6, D6.
Right, and now I will try this B4 move. I could have gone king D3, but I want to try to get that outside pass pawn. So I'd love everything to get exchanged here because I think white would then be winning because I got the outside pass pawn against your central pass pawn. So I'll make your king go the wrong way. You want to keep your king sort of near your pawns, but you can't if I distract it. So I'm going to try and get that outside pass pawn here. And this is so. I think.
But this is a little bit complicated because I'm thinking you can go A4.
Yeah, there's
And
also
who's-
There's also D4 as a
Right.
move, and then black might get the outside pass pawn because if I take it, suddenly you get the outside pass pawn, and now
Right.
I'm losing. So that's not very nice. So D4 is scary as well.
It is.
So I don't know. It's really complicated. It
And
looks simple, but it's not.
I agree. And if you do something dumb as well as white, let's say, for instance, you go A4, which is a terrible move. You look, the evaluation bar just dipped all the way. But it's terrible because you basically prevented your chance of ever getting an outside pass pawn.
Yep.
And now the black king can come in.
And you're going to get the pass pawn.
Exactly.
Because there's no way white can get a pass pawn because the only break you got is this one, and black's controlling it very well.
So A4 is like out of the equation.
So it's a really tricky ending where one little slip up, and we saw how tricky endings were in the Anish Sindarov game, which ended in a draw, but they both played inaccuracies there, which could have cost half a point. And here, okay, what about, I'm going to try winning this for white. Now, I don't want to go B4 because D4 scares me. That's check. So I want to go B4, but I want to have my king on D3. So I'm going to go here.
Yeah, and I'm going to go king C6.
King E5 is adventurous.
Okay, let's go king E5, but I'm a bit worried.
I don't know, yeah, I know.
I'm a bit worried because the action is happening on B4.
Okay, let's go king 6 first, and now I get my B4ing, because if you go here, I have...
But I got A4. That
more
also
options.
worries me too, Simon.
A4. A4.
Yeah, am I?
A4.
A4. Yes.
A4.
Yes.
Yes, okay, yeah. Maybe I have to just...
Wait.
And take the draw now.
Yeah.
Because I can't see how I can do anything here. I need to take here and go here, but that's not going to happen, is it? Ever. Ever. Is there any way to try and win this now? I don't think so. I can't see any way white can now make progress. So we are possibly working out this ending, and it is a draw. But again, we know the evaluation bar says it's a draw. For the players, they don't know that. I expect they understand it is, but they've really got to be careful where they move their pieces. Maybe this one is also okay, but with B4, you haven't got this A4 anymore because I just take here. So it's a lot to work out, but we have a result in the game, and I think Hans must have taken it down. Very good game. Let's go
Yes.
there.
Let's go there and see how the action unfolded. It was a win for Hans. Oh, and it was, look at that.
Very nice.
Very nice. The king made a dash for freedom. And let's have a look at how this one actually panned out. Some nice analysis there from the players, but it was a great game from Hans, you know, from sacrificing the queen.
Yeah, very nice game. And Hans he's definitely in first now. I mean, like, I'm just wondering, we'll have a look at the results, obviously, at the end of the day. But he's playing, it looks to me like some of the best chess out of everyone, because he's never been worse, never been in danger. And he's winning some pretty confident games. His open preparation seems to be top-notch as well. So bishop e4, knight c4. And of course, this is very complicated, but there's always this problem of the rook coming in here. And you would have thought at some point White will have to give this one up when it doesn't have enough material. So let's see how it was done. The knight comes back, a tempo on the bishop. The bishop tries to keep a blockade, but this blockade is going to be broken, most likely with the bishop coming in there, or a knight coming in. The queen has to move. And now knight c3, a big fork. Your back rank is okay because you have bishop to g8. So queen d3, and yeah, this is too much. Maybe some hope over here. La 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 la. Nothing going on. Oh, I've lost a pawn. Oh no, it's a pawn. You just got to stop that one. And this is the clinical way of doing it. You've got this b pawn. Oh, Vincent doesn't look happy there. Maybe just tired. And after this move, the last chance is the back rank. But this gives the king a square, and it's getting, yeah, I mean, look at all the pieces.
It's nicely calculated, right? Because
very nicely calculated.
in order to escape the checks, the king has to put itself on g6 or h6, and
yeah,
he will have to give back some material. So let's see how the king became Superman.
Yeah, because if you take this one, I'm going to move the knight and try to queen. So the king just has to get out of the checks, as Ivanka says, and here it comes. And you had to calculate this, so this is a very good calculation. And look at it. All this needs to be carefully calculated. Wow. So well calculated. And the checks are going to run out soon with rook e2. And after here, knight d2. And there's no... Well, there is one more check, but then you go king d1. And then there's no more checks. Or there's a check here, I go king d1. I'm putting my king here, and there's this like little pattern. I think we saw it before. When you've got a piece here and a knight, the knight does a great job of covering queen checks. So, for example, White actually resigned here because the pawn is about to promote. And it's still, this is still, you know, looks quite complex because, you know, you take the rook. It only wins because the pawn promotes, and if you keep checking, well, there's nothing to give here after that one. So that would be the end. So yeah, it's a really nice game there.
Very nice game indeed.
Yeah.
From Giri. Okay, let's go straight to Giri, because is he going to be saving this one? It might look that way. Oh, this is very nice.
Yeah, so we're actually wondering if Arjun was going to take the draw here, because Anish had, by the looks of it, created enough counterplay with the h-pawn. It's really nice to have a passed h-pawn, particularly against a knight, because the knight can only defend that pawn from one side. You can't put the knight off the demonstration board to defend it. But instead, Arjun decided to play on, and now the white rook is in a perfect situation, very well defended so far, and that rook is very passive. So here comes the h-pawn, the distractor. And now this extra pawn of black's over here is pretty useless. It's not a pawn that's ever going to be of any worth. Looks scary, this, for Arjun. He could end up losing all of a sudden.
That's why he goes rook a8. You got to keep your eyeballs on that runaway h-pawn, and then.
Whoa.
Well, what a
Going for
very
F5.
nice maneuver.
Oh, that would have been a good guess the move, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would have been really. So this is quality, a quality move. This is like super grandmaster move. So what you're thinking here is, okay, my pawn is going to be going. Now, where do I want my pieces? Yeah, I can take this pawn, but my knight is not doing anything. It can't go anywhere. We talked about this yesterday. If you want to improve your pieces, one nice way of doing it is just imagine that piece off the board and just think, if I could put it on any square, where would I like it? And there's two really. There's d5 or there's f5, where that knight attacks the king and has some influence in the center of the board. And then what you've got to do, you just got to get a route from one of those two squares to the knight and make it work. So that's what Anish has kind of done here. And I think he's going for f5, but he could be going for d5. And he's gone for the route. You go back from that square, try to pick the quickest route. So g3, here, here, here. I think that's what he's doing here. Or you go from e5, d5, and you go c3, e2, g1, f3. So it's 4 moves. So that's the kind of way to improve your pieces. We have another result there. They've probably taken a draw. I don't think anything with Vincent. His game that we saw, it looked like they were dancing around a bit.
I think they were just going to shuffle the kings, and that's it. Okay, well, the players sharing a smile and some analysis, but in the end, a very fair result between the pair of them. And going back to the Giri game, I mean, we saw that he's putting his knight on g3.
Yeah, this is the only decision, mini decision he's got. Does he go here or here? And I think one of the problems of going this way is that the black rook is now active, and you have to put your king on d2, and you might lose another pawn. So you certainly go for the other square, and this is what he's done. So this is a good way to get the maneuver. And we don't need to take this pawn. The pawn is not going anywhere. We're going to take it. You are a pawn down in an ending, but it's this pawn here. It shouldn't be a major problem.
Also, the black king is never going to be very safe with a knight.
No.
Sniffing around on f5.
That's right. And this is just Anish's idea. Put the knight there, grab the pawn, and just wait.
Just wait with the king. You know, the king can do the defensive job of holding the e-pawn and g-pawn, and the b-pawn is going to fall off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
very nice defense.
Yeah. And I think as he's going to get his knight into this square that rook h2 played, I mean, it doesn't help if you pin the knight, because I now just step. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe here actually this is safer, so I don't allow the check, and I come to g2 next, and you can't really go rook h4 because of this one. So this is not helping you. It's only a short-term thing. Rook h2 was played, and you either take the pawn or you check, and this is likely to occur, and it is equal. But you know, the only way black can maybe win is because he is a pawn up. I don't think black should be in danger having these pawns like this, unless something horrible happens. So something horrible could happen. Let's imagine you go king here, and then you think, oh, I've got to activate my knight now. So what do I do? Where do I want my knight? I do the same thing. Oh, I want to get my knight to f4.
Yes.
Let's do the same thing. I'll go this way. Yeah, that's good. I heard Simon talking about in the commentary. What a great plan. So I'll go knight to f8. And then I go here, and you go, yeah, here we go. And
Now be careful.
I go here, then you go, yeah, in I go. Yay, I'm such a hero. I've done the plan. I'm learning from the Grandmaster. Checkmate. End of game.
By the way, this
And
also
then you
has a name.
Idiot checkmate.
Yeah, close.
Yeah. What's this one
Hook.
called?
The hook.
Oh, the hook. Okay.
Yes.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, that's not how.
Checkmate.
Exactly. I think more probably because it looks like a hook.
I think this will be a draw. I think that.
I don't. I agree. I think it.
yeah.
I think the extra pawn is practically worthless.
Yeah, you just can't move this knight,
You
can
can't
you?
move the knight.
You can't do it. And if you have to move your king somewhere else, well, this just looks. It looks really like. Not. It's going the wrong way because you're losing contact with f6. Maybe this is the try.
Right, but I think probably this is the best way to go about it. You go king c7.
Yeah, or. Yeah, okay, king c7 makes
E7,
sense.
and then where to go with the rook? Rook d. Can you go rook d5?
Because here you're trying to do that same maneuver but not get checkmated, and then, you know.
But can you go rook d5?
Rook d5. So let's see if I can now do that. Well, maybe do I get my rook to bed place? I'll move my rook as far away as I can. It kind of helps me.
Rook d. Okay, well, I think this is actually happening.
Something similar, yeah. You know, yeah. How easy is this? Because you know, if I, no, don't do that. That was a mouse slip. Okay. Well, we keep an eye on this. I think we go to another one. What has occurred in the game is they got this ending here, and because White's got a lovely knight, we think it's a reasonably easy draw. But it just depends if Black has time to improve this piece. If Black can do the same, that extra pawn does count for something, actually, mainly because it defends your 2 pawns. And, you know, if Black can somehow combine the knight and the rook together, it could, yeah.
Yeah,
could
no,
have some
I
chance.
mean, definitely
Unlikely.
Arjun is going to be
Yeah.
going around the houses again and again, trying to get something. I tell you what is not an easy draw. I mean, we mentioned it earlier, is that Fedorseev Foreest game.
Yeah.
Because this is now the position, so maybe we can just do a
Sure.
quick action replay.
They were dancing there. So this incredibly tough ending we had it here. Now, Vladimir played rook e8 check. So how does this change things? I'm not sure, I'll be honest. The king comes to the most natural square. He goes for another check. And Jordan comes into e2. And after check, is this an offer of a draw maybe from Vladimir, who's 2 pawns up? It could be just a way to take the draw, but let's see. The king comes this way, check. The king comes to e2, and no, Vladimir could have now played rook to e8 and got a draw. So Vladimir's trying to win this, and I understand that because you have got 2 extra pawns. And there's all those endings where you give up your rook at the right time are a little bit tricky. So he now plays for the win with rook c8. King comes over because you need to just support this idea. White now starts pushing his pawns, g4. So we had a similar idea last time we were looking, but Jordan is able to push his pawn. The big threat here is rook c3. It's not queening, but breaking the idea of White sacrificing the rook so you can get a whole queen, not a half queen. And after g5, why didn't he play it now? So rook c3.
Probably because you can throw in some. Yeah, why did he not go rook c3? Oh, because a rook takes c3.
This is amazing, yeah. Amazing calculation. Because, yeah, I mean, rook c3 looks like it wins the black.
Right.
Because you basically, you can't, I mean, it just looks like it's winning because you one square away with queening, right?
Exactly.
It's crazy.
And then the white pawn is on g5.
Yeah, I mean, how on earth can White be winning this? I'm queening my pawn.
Exactly.
Nasty trick. But the point is, if you do now play this, White can take and go g6. And it's like, okay, queen, thank you very much. I'm a queen up. You're not going to queen. Ha 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 ha.
But
ha,
am
ha,
I?
Ha, ha, ha,
G7.
Ha, 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 ha. G7. And you can't stop that.
You can't stop the queen.
Unbelievable. You can't get here. You can't get here.
That's
you can't get
absolutely
here.
beautiful.
Really nice. And White queens. And he's going to be 2 pawns up in the ending. So really nice idea there.
So that's why Jordan doesn't go rook c3.
Yes.
He was like, not going to fall for that one.
No.
But instead he plays...
He plays rook a4.
Rook a4.
So this is trying to pick up a pawn. And if you go h5, then I have rook g4 check, and I get rid of one of your dangerous pawns, which is fantastic. So king g3, and Vladimir making this as hard as he can for Jordan. Rook a3 check. The king goes back to g2, rook a4, so Jordan again trying to get that draw. And now f4, the last attempt at trying to win.
Yeah, the reason why you don't want to be running up with the king to g4 is because then it's a different story.
Sorry,
because
let me
when
show
we're
that,
rook... Yeah.
So if I go here,
Then, oh dear,
Oh, right.
goes the other way.
now
Because now,
because now the queen can get behind,
exactly.
and I can stop that pawn. So it's like the variation before, but in the last variation, my king was controlling this square. In this variation, we're not controlling it, so you can be like, ha ha ha, you can't stop my pawn, wah ha ha, ha ha ha. But then, boom, and
Oh dear.
there you go, sucker.
Yeah.
So Vladimir's trying everything. He's tried f4, and this is another imaginative try, because what he's trying to do, he's trying to go king g3 with tempo. That pawn was kind of irrelevant to the race. Jordan's like, okay, I'll just take it. King g3 tempo, rook f1, trying to get behind the pawns. h5, it's a race, queen, rook takes, rook takes. You don't want to take with a king, because your king would be further away from the pawns. You want to get your king back, and we have this very interesting ending, which again, without computers,
It's complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, here all kind of factors come into play. Like for instance, the white king is going to step up to f4 just to shoulder the black king away, and then you have kind of issues like which pawn to push, and it's going to be a big race. Okay, so now let's kind of be concrete about it. So white steps up with, which one should we look at? White steps up with the king, or just going for the pawns?
I'll let you choose. I mean,
Okay.
it's hard to.
Let's try.
Sure. Which one should we go?
H6,
H6?
yeah.
Okay, let's go for this. So it's well known that 2 pawns on the 6th rank is stronger than a rook.
Yep.
As long as you can't win one of them immediately.
Mhm.
So in this position, very close to being winning for white.
Okay, so the rook goes to h1. Just need to stop one of them from advancing.
Yeah, because if you went king e3, you might be losing.
Yeah, there might be h7.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So if I went king e3, which kind of feels normal-ish, then you don't go g6 because I check and take that one, but you do go h7.
And then after rook h1,
I play g6,
g6 and
I win.
nothing stops Gertie
No.
from going.
And these pawns.
Hmm?
Sorry. These pawns are too strong. This would be winning. This would be winning. So you have to be a bit careful. If you got to this ending, you can't play king e3. There's another result there.
We have that will be a win for Marc-Andrea Morizzi against Velimir Ivic. Ivic having a tough time, losing 2 games in a row.
Yes. Okay, so Yovi was recommending, rather than playing king e3, you've got to stop these pawns from moving, and the way to do that is by playing rook h1, because now, obviously, the h pawn, unlike before, can't go forwards. And if you move the g pawn, I take it. So let's try now king f4 to stop the black king coming, and now I want to go king here and use my king to help support the pawns. And this is still like, you know, I again always rather be white in these positions, because you have to be careful, I think. How should you draw this now with black, with Jordan?
Guess you bring in the king.
Okay, so king d3.
King f5.
And now, am I threatening g6? No, because you have rook h5, right?
King e3.
Okay, so g6 nearly works.
Well,
okay, they've got some more moves. Let's stick with the game. So instead of pushing the h-pawn, very similar, actually. He has played this. So he's actually gone h6. Jordan found rook h1. He didn't fall for the temptation of queen here. And now king f4 was played. And the idea, like you say, is to support and to help. So Jordan now, his rook's in the best place. So as Yovi recommended, I think you start using the king to try and, you know, get around this way. So something like king here, king d4 or king e3, one of the two.
I think if they're fine, both of them.
Okay, let's go king d3. And is there any way white can win? Now this looks like a decent try, because if you went rook takes pawn, I go here. And this is still a draw, actually, rook h5.
Rook h5 check.
But I think the easiest way is to go rook h5 first. Because if you go forwards, I pin your pawn. But so I can't push this one if I want to be tricky. So let's keep moving the king.
And now you go king to e5, 4.
Yeah, and you're getting just in contact with the pawn.
Yes, and just note how the rook stops the g pawn from advancing.
Yeah, so let's go king g7, and I'm now ready to push.
And now you can come king
f5.
f5.
And here.
g6.
And then, can you go rook g8 now?
You can go rook g1.
Rook g1, sorry.
h7.
Rook g6, and you get behind.
Yeah, king f7.
Let's go here. Just
yeah, and that will
okay, so
ensure stalemate.
Yeah. So are we going to watch them play it out, because they're playing very quickly now?
They are playing very quickly, so we're expecting this to happen. I mean,
yeah,
there's no fork in the road for Fedoseev. He more or less has to run with the king.
They've
and a draw.
Yeah.
Agreed. Okay. Well, what a nervy ending that was.
that was
that was not your dead equal
no.
rook and pawn endgame.
No.
Everything is a draw. Well, it was a draw, but boy, did it have
being a draw. But it looks scary.
Yes. Okay, so this gives us a chance to look at some of the games in the challenges. Carissa Yip, she's doing very well against Vedant Panesar.
Right, here we are with that game. So they're both quite short time here. And it's a pawn up for white, and Carissa with the white pieces.
Isn't bishop d8 a bit of a killer?
Bishop d8 looks good. Looks very good. So, yeah, this just looks like Carissa's going to win, right? Bishop d8, a nice simple way to win. Winning the exchange, and you're already a pawn up, and she has just gone in with bishop d8. And you're also threatening horrible stuff on the 7th rank. There's no counterplay. c4 is a check. Is that anything? You just have to move the king, but we've probably got many safe squares. c4 played. The king most likely should move. You might even better go queen e3, but you don't need to. Let's go king f1. Get out the checks, and black doesn't have any counterplay here.
Yeah.
This bishop can't get in. The other bishop can't get in. Black's pieces are all stuck, and white's winning a lot of material. So Carissa will win that one. Okay.
Well, which is great news for Carissa, who will be bouncing back from her loss yesterday to Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. And also, let's check in on Max Varmadam, see whether he can hold a tough ending against Andy Woodward. He's currently a pawn down.
Yes, Max had a good win yesterday to get off the mark, and it's been, well, I was going to say a bit better for the Dutch players, because Erwin beat Ivanchuk, which was a great result, but then, of course, Aline lost her game. So we have it now with Max defending against this passed pawn. And also, another problem might be how active White's king is. This can combine with some ideas with the rook and the g-pawn. So it's a tough defense here.
So what happens if you take that pawn on f2? It's black to play.
Yeah, okay, let's take it. Makes sense.
And then rook takes. No, rook takes. Don't suggest bad moves. Rook takes g6 is going to be met with rook g3.
Yeah.
Ba-boom.
Ba-boom.
The end.
I mean, you can do this though, can't you, first, if you want to do that? Go rook f6 check. So if you go here, I take the pawn with check. If you go the other way, then you can't go the other way. But if you go to e8, then
something takes g6.
Let's go rook takes, so I can try to keep. Well, I suppose I can. Yeah, I don't know if that's better. Maybe king takes.
Well, maybe you have.
King takes is better, isn't it?
Yeah, then rook d4.
Right, a lot of pawns are getting swapped off here.
Yeah,
a lot of pawns.
That's the thing, right? If you're going to go rook takes f5, you simply capture one pawn and you give up the knight.
Yeah.
And because of rook and knight versus rook.
Yeah.
Draw. It's one of the easier ones to hold.
Yeah, it's still a bit of work. I mean, I think even in something like this now, and you have to go this way, and we get this ending, which should be a draw, because as Ivanka mentioned, if you can get rid of the knight for the pawn, it's actually quite an easy draw. You want to sacrifice this one because that's called a technical draw to get that one. But I'm going to try to stop you giving up your knight for the pawn. I mean, do you reckon this is easy? How easy do you reckon this is? Because I'm quite near, and your king maybe not ideally. So this could happen because knight f2's played, and rook f6 check. Oh, king g7 was played. So this is the only difference we had in our calculation that after knight f2 check, we're thinking the king might and should go this way because Max went to g7 quickly, but now you can take the pawn with check. So it's surprising because like this gives white that extra tempo, no?
It does.
And I might be able to get two of them. So I don't know if that was a little bit of a quick move, but Max is short of time. He's under 4 minutes, and that's maybe why he's made this inaccuracy here.
Well, he's putting his king on h7, which does put him at risk of checkmating ideas. You can imagine if a white knight came to f6, it's goodbye to the black king then.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I probably get the rook out the way now. Maybe even defend the pawn because you're not able to swap off one of it. Because in the last variations, you're at least getting rid of this pawn. But if white now plays rook b6, I'm keeping these pawns, which increases my winning chances.
But you have to do some funny business here because there is the potential of a mating net around the black king.
Yeah. Get this knight back and check.
Yeah.
So rook b6 looks very sensible, but even rook d6 is worth thinking about.
I like your rook b6 because it just overprotects the pawn on b4, which is going to be a big runner. So
this is a tough job for Max to defend, especially because he's got under 4 minutes, and rook b6 played to defend that pawn there, and there's a couple of issues. Obviously, you're a pawn down here. But it's the black king. The black king has kind of stuck itself in the corner of the board. And when your king's in the corner, you're much more likely to get checkmated. And with this check coming, it's only going to have 2 squares. And even, and that knight can jump back around to cause some checkmate for it. So it's very dangerous here for Max. Could even be losing now, this one, with correct play from both sides. So he's in trouble there, I'm afraid to say. Right. Anywhere else?
Yes, let's take a look at it. It's all endgame stuff. So let's take a look at Suleimanli against Liu Miaoyi. And this one is a weird one.
Definitely.
I don't know who is trying to win.
I would have thought white's trying to win because...
But the black is also mobile with the pawns.
Maybe they're just both trying to win. So it could
King
be.
g5 is coming.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to play bishop here, take the bishop and queen. That's what I would be trying to do here in the position. Just trying to play bishop f3 and queen the b pawn. Whose move is it? Okay, it's
black to play.
Look, black's move.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Good,
king. Okay, so the king goes to g5. Yeah, I like your bishop to f3 idea. Let's have a look.
It's kind of simple, isn't it?
Yes.
At this stage of the day, I've got to keep it simple.
Let's try king g5, bishop f3.
So king g5, activating the king.
Yeah.
And now I want to get rid of this one so I can queen my b pawn.
Yeah.
So let's
happy days. Yeah.
Let's get rid of that one, and my king can always come to f2 to avoid any mischievous checks here.
Okay. Now how to handle that one?
Well, you might be able to take and get your knight back around somehow, might you? But I don't know what's going on there.
Well, I can flick in a check that I can flick in and say like
and now
and now the king moves and now bishop plays bishop.
And you check me again. Well, I don't know where I go. Let's try here. Now you have to stop this one, so you probably have to go here.
Yep.
I'm going to be like, whoa.
Okay, and you can also go knight to b8.
Yeah, but you can try to get a queen as well, right? You're like
I have many options, but I'd rather go knight b8.
Okay. And I will do something.
Just wanted to stop you getting a knight. I wanted to lessen the risk.
Wow, what's happening?
I don't know.
Okay, let's push the a pawn. This is like the computer doesn't budge. Draw, boring. Go and get some dinner. Get out of here. Not interested. But actually, it's like if you're a human, you'd be
just like,
"Oh,
my
what the
God,
hell?"
this is so freaking stressful.
I
Okay,
know.
so king.
Okay, let's both try to get.
No,
quick.
no. I want a king
Whoa.
f4.
King f4. Okay, right, off I go. I'm just pushing my play. I might have knight c6 here, and then here. Do I have that?
King e.
Okay.
E3.
Right, here we go. Knight c6. Boom.
Knight takes knight.
a6.
You won.
I tricked you. So I'm going a7. It's not easy.
Yeah, not easy, not easy.
Okay, then now, of course, none of this happened.
Are you sure?
Yeah. F4 happened. The king came to f2, and Lou decided she didn't want any of that. And she played a very sensible move, because this bishop f3 was annoying. So stop that one. Just cover the square. That's like a proper player's move, not my moves that I was giving. Stop me doing my plan. That's the way these players play. And now you can push this. So I mean, interesting. Either side, all three results
Definitely.
Possible here. They're both in a race situation.
Okay, so let's race with white going a4.
Okay, let's go. And I want to go here and b7 queen.
Yeah.
Landing.
Okay, so let's go.
It's h4, and you want to go queen.
Yes.
So let's go. Whoa!
Oh, what did you do, Simon?
Well, obviously, I played the very illogical queening move. God, look at that.
Why is it so bad?
Look
Okay,
at that mountain of tissues. It's like the Himalayas. Like, poor old Lucy. Maybe she's caught a cold, and
Oh, no.
it is that time of year where there's a lot of colds going around. And are they literally all tissues?
I don't want to speculate. I don't even want to go there.
Wow.
Let's,
Look at it.
can we change the camera angle here, please?
Oh, poor thing, just like, but it's not nice playing chess when you're ill.
It's not nice for your opponent.
No, it's even worse for the opponent.
I'm sorry.
All your
I'm sorry.
pieces.
Having just played.
Yeah, get that all
Well, you know what it's like having just played in a big open. It was full of people who should really have been in bed.
Yeah, I used to always play chess when I was ill because it's what you do. You don't want to. But now I think if I had really bad cold, maybe, you don't. Here comes another one.
No. Okay, right. I vote that we don't go here anymore. I'm getting triggered. Let's go to a different.
Adding to the tissue mountain. Okay. Let's move
Okay, we have a win for Carissa.
Yeah.
In her game, yeah. And there we see Arjun Erigaisi. Maybe we go back to Arjun and see whether he has made any progress.
Yeah. So, okay. So the top section, and I've just got to remind myself where we are. The only game still going on is Anish versus Arjun, and there we have our results. And we've had so far 3 decisive results. Hands, again. Ooh, danger. Hans Niemann winning. And Nuri Beck is also playing great chess, I have to say, winning. And Sindarov probably with the game of the day, just because it was a very nice King's Indian defense win, played for the win there, and that was impressive. So the last game going on is Anish versus Arjun. Now, it did look equal, but if this knight ever finds its way in, it's only white who can lose, and I don't think we really need to look at the previous moves because this was always going to happen. And that knight's made progress. It's getting into the position.
Right, and it's preventing white from jumping in with their own knight. Because if you jump in, knight f5, okay, I'm sorry, knight to d2, and the e-pawn falls.
It looks like black's made loads of progress, and white hasn't even got the knight to f5. So black's certainly made a good deal of progress here. And as you say, you want to go knight f5. I thought this was going to happen without a shadow of doubt with these checkmates, but you can't do that. Well, maybe you can, but after this check, it's risky because you're changing the nature of the position.
Yeah.
I suppose you just move the king, right? And f6 drops. That's the problem.
Well, but Simon,
Oh, yeah.
after knight f5, wasn't knight to d2 a good shot?
Yes.
Because I'm a pawn grabber.
You're a pawn
Grabber,
grabber.
yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
I see.
Okay, yeah, it was.
Some-
Of course, I didn't see that move.
And then the king goes somewhere. And then
Naughty, you're coming out here.
Yeah, exactly. Whether that's good
Now I'm going
enough, I don't know.
I'm going to trick you. La 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 la.
La, 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 la.
Or I might just trick myself. I'm not sure.
Well, hang on. Isn't there rook? There's knight takes pawn.
Okay, I thought I was tricking you, but I'm not tricking you for some
King
reason.
comes out.
Trick.
King goes back.
Yeah, I tricked myself. Yeah. King d6 I missed. And then if I check you again, you come out this way.
Yes.
So let's not get tricked. Let's play something more sensible. And after knight, okay, so what about if I go king here? Let's just double check this. Because I'd like to force the draw at this moment. You know, I don't have to play my knight in, but I really want to get my knight to that square if it's a possibility. Now, you can still just see what happens, really. But then you come to c6, and
Okay,
then I attack this. How about this is a weird way to try and draw? So I keep checking you, then I get on the f-pawn.
No, he didn't play that move at
Okay.
all. So instead, he just
Right.
goes king e2, and he says nothing to worry about.
Right.
Your king.
Yeah. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so we'll
I
stick
mean,
there.
it has a point, right? He's just saying, let's keep the status quo.
King, sorry, he played king e2, yeah?
Yeah, king
King
e2.
e2 is much better, yeah. And also maybe now I got the same idea. You know, if I can go king here and knight f5, you know, black. If black is really not paying attention, then black can get mated here, right?
That is true. That
He
is
has to
true.
really not pay
A
attention.
knight c5.
Knight c5, and now my king moves to e3.
Rook c3.
And now I calmly come to f2.
And now I say...
Now I move my rook forever.
somewhere, yes.
So
Okay.
I just keep moving my rook, but your knight can get to this square now. It's a little bit.
Okay, so let's do that.
I mean,
Yeah, but I don't know whether it's any great because
it might not be good on f4.
the knight will actually go to f5.
And then you might get mated.
Yes.
As I just said, yeah. I mean, it should be a draw, but
it should be.
But Arjun is trying so hard in this game.
And Anish is
Really.
down on time as well. You know, he's under
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He's going to be living off the increment soon, and it's a tricky position.
Knights are very tricky pieces, and you know when both kings are, you know, in some danger. The black king is in danger of knight f5 and rook e7 checkmate. That's a problem. But the white king is in danger of, you know, just dropping one of these weak pawns. And if you drop one of those pawns, it's often going to be losing. So the current situation is here, and it's black to play. And what could be any way that black can sort of try something? So this last idea, it didn't really seem to help because as white, I'm just going to keep my king defending this pawn. So I think white's drawing idea, just keep my king on these 3 squares, these 4 squares if I need to. If I get a chance, I'll come in here.
Could you go
That's
rook
it.
c3?
So rook
And
c3.
you're going to go, oh my god.
See, this is the problem, yeah? Because I've got king d2.
Oh, you've got king d2 at the end of
Yeah,
this.
you have to
Oh
be
dear.
very careful, because like here,
Yeah.
then suddenly white's winning.
Yeah.
It's easy to fall into this, right?
Yep.
If you go check here, and white's winning still.
Because it all comes with check.
Yeah, so it's so yeah, I mean, so this is, yeah, so white's drawing plan is quite simple. Just defend the pawn. If I can't have to come back, defend the knight.
And if you go knight to d4 check,
Okay, with the idea.
of no idea.
Okay.
And now rook a4.
And now I want to play knight f5 again. So let's play it, because this is the most obvious. Because I want to checkmate you. I like checkmate.
Rook a3 check.
I will come up. Thank you.
Hmm.
Might be playing for a win soon. You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see the crowd there, Yovi?
Ah, look.
Arjun Stalker has turned up. Fan, sorry. I was only joking. Don't take it serious. Or is it his family member?
Yeah, I heard the word is stan.
Oh, you're an Eminem fan.
No, it's genuinely called a stan.
Is it? Oh, right.
Yeah, I was listening to a
No,
podcast today.
It's nice to have fans. I'm really
It is.
joking. Of course, there's someone wearing an Arjun T-shirt and looking at Arjun playing his game. So a big Arjun fan there, and I'm not surprised because Arjun's a very exciting player. And does anyone have a Nishgiri T-shirt in the room? Don't laugh. Oh, a hand up there.
Well, there was a hand
Little
up.
hand
Yeah.
up. There was. That's what we have. Yeah. Nishgiri T-shirts on the case.
Do you have a chess player T-shirt?
No. No. Basically, no. I if I was going to get one, it'd be Mikhail Tal.
Not one with your own face on it.
Oh, well, I got gifted that. It sounds a little bit vain, doesn't it? yeah. Well, the funny thing was,
Hang on a second.
yeah, I just go around with my own face on my T-shirt, like champion. yeah. I had that expression saying, "Just resign," and in Norway they printed out some T-shirts, didn't they, with that saying on it. So I didn't print them out myself. So I'll clarify that.
Yeah.
But then it was really funny. I was tuning into Magnus playing a game, and he's wearing my face on his T-shirt. That was really weird. So but I do. You tempted to print some T-shirts with your face on?
I have a mug with my face on.
Aha.
Now again, I was also gifted this, so.
You were gifted it. Okay.
Yeah.
So by your husband or? By your husband?
No. By the same people that gifted you.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah,
mug,
the
because
normal
you
one,
also
yeah.
got a mug as well.
I did, with my face on. You're right. I forgot
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, I think I've broken that, so don't tell anyone. No one will know. Yeah. No, but if you had to get a chess player, if you had to go to a tournament and wear a T-shirt with a chess player on, let me
I have
guess.
a coaster with a chess grandmaster.
Can I guess who it is?
Yes.
Judith
In fact,
Plogar.
no, I was going to give it to the audience.
That's my guess. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
I'll give it to a grand. I have a coaster with a grandmaster's face on it. Can you
Which
guess who it is?
Grandmaster. And I hear you got bed sheets as well with this Grandmaster on and pillowcases. Is that true, or is that just a rumour? Just a rumour, yeah? Okay, any guesses? Let's move on quickly. Any guesses who it could be?
Simon always taking it too far.
I do. It's that time of the day. Oh, we
Okay,
have a result.
we have a result.
Looks like Max lost.
Yes. Okay, maybe we can just quickly check in and see the ending. It was Judith Polgar, by the way. You're right.
I thought it was. I thought it'd be Judith.
Yeah.
Legend of chess. Great attack. Such a great attacker.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen her game against Shearoff? That was an
Yes.
amazing game.
And against
Sicilian.
Anand.
Oh, she played some brilliant games.
Okay, so yeah, when we left it.
So I'm
Okay,
trying to
maybe.
find a game.
Okay, maybe we just check in on this Suleiman Liu.
Oh wow. Okay, so this was really complex, and that it was looking. Well, we really weren't sure, to be honest. After here, all three results were possible, and this knight move had stopped bishop f3. But White now started some rather devious maneuvering. That knight is hanging, going for d6, and maybe b7 is on the agenda. So now knight d7 played, and that looks to be the losing move. Bishop b5, attacking the knight, and now that knight has to go to a very passive square. And again, this was a very crafty idea. Get the knight away from the side of the board where it doesn't have much play and bring it into the center. And it does come into the center with tempo, and bishop c6 was the last mistake, because that bishop was doing such a good job of at least having some ideas of sacrificing and covering that square. And as soon as you swap that bishop off, you're relying on your knight to defend everything. And these two pawns, they're quite
dangerous.
Yeah. So b7, simple idea. Just push the a pawn. King g6, stopping any checks. But here they come. And now king f6, it's going to be too slow. a5.
Oh, this is a very nice move as well that he's just found. Oh, the relief there
Yeah.
on Suleimanli's face.
So I think king d6 or king e7 loses here because you can play a6 anyway. You just ignore the knight.
This is what you did to me.
Yeah.
In an earlier variation.
Yes. So instead, the knight came back here, and now knight e4. Okay. Are you coming to c5, are you? Is that the idea?
Mm-hmm.
King... Yeah, I guess you're just going knight here and a6, right? That's
Yeah.
simple as that. It's as simple as that.
And the black king is just nowhere near the action.
Yeah, and these pawns never got going, did they?
No.
Never got moving.
And also a result in the game between Bibi Sara Asalbaeva and Daniel Juffer. That one was a draw, with Bibi Sara finding a nice resource just to maintain the momentum. But for Suleimanli, with a win, he will just move to 3.5 points out of 4.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing to be done here. I mean, let's just put it on the board. The king has to move. I don't think it matters where the king moves. Let's say here, just knight c5, and this a6 move comes next. There's nothing you can do about that. Your pawns are slow. Let's say you attack the knight, a6. If you take the pawn, my knight takes, and I queen, and otherwise I'm going a7. You can go knight c6. It looks like it holds both pawns up, but it doesn't. I go a7 anyway. And when you take on a7, I queen, and that's the end of that. So Suleimani clearly understand. Well, they both understand it now, looking confident, and tough loss for Lou. Hopefully she can recover and be better for the next round. There's a rest day coming up, but not tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. There will still be one more game before the rest day. Yeah, she's suffered 2 losses in a row.
Yeah.
And she stops the clock. A
she
win
resigns.
for Suleimanli. And he moves to first place with 3.5 points out of 4. And that means there's one game remaining. And that is between Anish and Arjun. And Anish is sticking to a tried and tested formula of using the knight on g3 just to defend e4. And the king is going to be holding the fort as well. And doesn't look like it's going to be easy at all for Arjun to break this defensive construction. But Arjun is going to be trying. 7 minutes and 27 seconds there for Arjun. We're going to be joined by a guest soon, so I look forward to welcoming them soon to the studio. But for Arjun Erigaisi, he's pushing hard. He has to deal with his check. King is going to step back. And the big question is, how is he going to mobilize the king? When should that king make a run for it? Because it will come at the cost of the f pawn. Should he just simply accept the status quo? But then that would be simply accepting a draw. He steps the king back. Maybe he's going to try and hide it on g6. Wait a few minutes. Maybe try to get Anish to burn some more time on the clock before he makes a move. The king goes to f7. We're expecting Anish to continue with his defensive ideas. He can slide the rook all the way back to b2, just chase that knight away. Or he can give another check. That's exactly what he does. And where is Arjun going to go with his king? He can't step to g6, as that would allow a white knight to jump into f5. And that could be a little bit tricky. But we are joined here by Carissa.
Hi.
Carissa, you just won your game. How are you feeling?
Feel good. It's always nice to bounce back with a win after a loss.
Yeah.
So, pretty happy.
Pretty happy. And is this your first time here in Wijk?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
ours as well. How are you finding the place?
Honestly, very lovely. Everyone told me it's going to be super cold. It's kind of racked up a little bit in these last few days, but overall, I feel like it's a cute little beach town. I like it.
I like it too. And we're all liking it as well. We kind of like the history. And
Mhm.
what's it like playing with these big guys and being in such a historical tournament?
Honestly, it's just so cool. Like you said, it's my first time playing, so it's one of the tournaments I've always wanted to play.
Yeah. And going to your game today, you were playing Panesar Vedant. I mean, like maybe you can quickly show us some of the key moments.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
okay.
yeah.
Let's see. How do I get to the challengers?
Okay, we scroll down.
Okay.
Yeah, you scroll down and then you hopefully will find it.
Oh, brilliant. That's my bad.
No, don't worry,
Okay.
I'm with you all the time.
Alrighty. Yeah, so I think I surprised him pretty early on in the opening. Yeah, this G5 is kind of rare because black gets to bring the bishop back, and here usually black plays knight h5, winning the bishop pair. But yeah, he played this bishop g4, which I think is a little bit inaccurate because the bishop is very out of play on h5, and eventually white's going to get g4 in, and bishop on g6 is just kind of blockaded by the central pawns. So yeah, all of this ends up happening. I get d4 in.
So when you got your g4, were you feeling really confident because you kind of lock the center, take control? Or is it
not really? I kind of felt, it should be good for me, but I have to be kind of precise because the king could get weak, obviously. So here's kind of a critical moment. I wasn't sure if I wanted to play rook e1 or if I wanted to close up the center maybe further with d5. But kind of saw what happened in the game, and I felt this should be pretty good for me. Yeah, so here black knight on b4 is in big trouble, obviously. So black could either go c4 or a5. c4, I think, is already kind of a concession. So a5 was what happened, but kind of after a4, the pawn structure is just wrecked for black, and I get this very nice c4 square for my knight, which is extra nice because of the weak pawn on d6. This is all pretty routine, and
it's looking really nice for you because at some point I saw you even got f4 in, which is like my kind of chess.
Yeah, exactly. I just have to make sure there's no knight takes d5 tricks, but eventually the pawns on the king side will just roll, and it's kind of what happened in the game. Yeah, and then eventually g5 breaking through.
Yeah.
And yeah, from here I felt it was just pretty smooth, just kind of a matter of cleaning up. Yeah.
Yeah. And I like the gutsy kings as well, king f2, king running over, and you're like, nope, not gonna.
Well, the king is just so safe because all black's pieces are so tied up, right? So, yeah.
And so quite a smooth game in the end then. Just and you mentioned that it was quite nice to win after a loss. Talk us through how you managed to come back after the loss, because I think you were a little bit down yesterday.
I don't think you even saw me yesterday, actually,
no,
but you could sense it in the air.
I could sense it because you were like, time for a career change.
Oh, my tweet.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah.
You're like, oh, poor girl, loss got to her.
Yeah, well, it's tough losing, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. What makes me feel better? I don't know. Usually I just talk to some friends, do something to take my mind off chess. Yeah, I was really mopey, and then my dad, who's here with me, made me get dinner. So,
yeah. So you do have your dad with you, and you mentioned the beginning with Fiona that you had a lot of people helping you, cheering you on.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Were you kind of winding her up?
I was just joking around a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I'm very lucky to have a lot of friends who are supporting me in this tournament. So.
Well, we hope that you play a lot more chess like this and that you keep racking up the points. But very nice win there, and wish you the best of luck.
Thanks so
in
much.
tomorrow's game.
Thanks for having me to your commentary.
No, you're welcome. Come back Anytime.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I
Hopefully
want to see
soon.
more wins like that.
Me too, girl.
Who do you have tomorrow?
Ivich?
Ivich.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be my first time playing him.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And just before I let you go, actually, sorry, I thought of one more question. Like, this isn't like a round robin. I mean, can you talk us through a little bit about the preparation that went behind the scenes?
Let me think how much I can reveal. I see
Y-
Andy in the
it will-
audience.
It will
who
just
I'm
be
playing
between
in
us. It
3
will never
days.
leave the room. And maybe
Um,
some people.
Maybe some people.
Maybe some
you know
people
what?
online.
Sure, since we're so close
Yeah.
now. I think generally I try to just know my lines very well before the tournament
Mhm.
starts. So in case of, a surprise, nothing is ever, it's not like I ever have nothing to do against it. And then kind of during the tournament, I try to go a bit lighter on prep. I think just relaxing is always kind of better for my mental state anyway.
Well, that's good advice to know your lines, and that way that when you get to the actual day of play, you're able to relax and just rest a little bit more. Well, thank you very much, Carissa, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks
and we'll
so
be cheering
much.
you on.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we still have one game remaining as Arjun Erigaisi tries to make some progress against Anish Giri's defensive fortress. And there we see that the rook has come to d3, the knight is there on e2, but still Anish has seemed to have found a nice defensive construction. Nothing seems to be able to completely unsettle Anish. But Simon, the clock, 1 minute on the clock, but getting that 30-second increment. Do you feel that Anish is going to be holding this one?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
I do. Yeah,
The confidence.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job. I mean, he's a great endgame player as well. So I don't think much has really changed. The time is a bit of an issue. So you're obviously a bit worried when you've only got 1:08 left, but that increment of 30 seconds is very useful. So I expect it'll be a hold. But there's always tricks, right? So you've got to keep trying and trying with extra pawn. Every half a point is massive.
Can I just check as well before, like, how many moves has it been since the last pawn push? I imagine.
Right, that's a good point. So, yeah, as I'm sure most people know, there's a couple of ways to draw in chess: perpetual, agree a draw. But the other one is the 50 move rule, and that is basically if you play 50 moves without a capture or a pawn move, then the game, you can claim a draw. One side can claim a draw. And the last capture
It's move 50.
was move 50. So if they get to move, that's actually that's a nice round number.
That is a very nice
So-
number. You get to move 100.
I had this ridiculous situation in the British Championships where my opponent was just going backwards and forwards, and I wasn't sure if it was a free fold repetition, and I claimed it I think 3 or 4 times, because it was just.
You claimed it 3 or 4 times.
And I got it wrong every single time. So the arbiters were so mad with me.
Did you keep getting time penalties?
I did, but it was so easy to draw. I was
Yeah.
going to claim it on every move because I knew I got free fold, but I just didn't know where it was because it was like the bishop was going backwards and forwards, and it's like, and I did have free fold on 3 other occasions, but I was just guessing really.
Yeah.
Just kept saying, I'll claim a draw, like, claim another one, yeah, let's have another one, and then afterwards someone said, well, if you get it wrong 3 times, you might actually.
Really?
Yeah, you might have actually lost.
Well, we
I
have
don't know
a
what the rule
resident
is.
arbiter.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the rule is. I don't know how many
Here.
times you're able to claim it. Probably not as many as I did. But yeah, it's very confusing sometimes to know if it's repeated claims.
Not advisable. Okay, so don't do this at home. Simon got away with it, but it can be considered
but
harassment. What are you
Harassment?
doing? Well,
He was harassing me by playing on.
It's disturbing, right? I had
I
a
know.
situation once,
But
a few years ago,
Yeah.
many years ago actually, where my opponent kept offering me a draw at every move, and I was the one with the pawn up, and
Yeah.
I was the one trying. I was the one with a higher rating. I was like, that is so bad that I actually called over the arbiter and said, can you just make her stop, offer me a draw?
Right, sure, yeah. I mean, it depends on the situation. So my opponent had a bishop on this diagonal, and he just kept moving it to different squares for like 65 moves. That's what I counted. So he just went there, and then he'd play a pawn move, and then he'd do it again, and it's like, oh, God. So he wasn't even trying to win.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't offer draws too many times unless it's a complete dead draw and you're hungry. Then it's okay. That's my rule.
If you're hungry, you should just resign.
Yeah, it was tempting. And, okay, well, Anish is still defending this reasonably comfortably. And it looks like he's played. We have a couple more moves. The knight has gone to f3. It's, you just have to be careful you don't get tricked. Now with ideas of coming into d4, I assume, but Anish goes rook a2. Keep the rook away from the knight. That's a really good idea. So you can't get forked by the knight. Get it away. Get it out of forking. Range. Sorry.
I was just saying, forking town.
Forking town. Yeah.
Although, then I thought about it and I thought, I'm setting myself up for a fail there.
For a fork.
Yes.
And
it's latent in the broadcast.
It is. They got 28 moves before move
yes,
50.
yeah, of course.
28. So they can still go on for that period of
Okay,
time.
so let's just break down the position that bit more. So, like, how much progress can Arjun make if you give a check on the edge of the board? And okay, I'll tell you one thing: if he gives a check on knight h4, be careful where you put the king.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Don't put it on f2, because then there's rook f3.
Let's show that. So we should look at both these checks. h4 is a secure square, makes a lot of sense. And now one way to lose would be to go to f2, because this one picks up the knight. Game over. So if this check happened, you have to go to a square that's not actually that comfortable, is it? Actually, this is. And then the king can come maybe. So
okay, but then the knight is far away from the action. So
I have to go king. Yeah, okay, king here.
And now.
Now let's try to move the king in. Let's go one way or the other. Let's go out of the check range. So we'll go
then
c6.
Rook a6.
Aha, you're going to win. Okay, but let's just look at this a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because at least now we've got another 50 moves. Fantastic. And now I come here.
And now.
And I'm trying to. I've given up a pawn clearly, but I've got my king.
What about getting into that rook and pawn endgame? Knight f5. Well, I don't even know whether one should even go there. Well, he's putting his knight on the edge of the board, of course. Anish is not going to play king f2, so he goes king h2.
So here, king h2 played. Yeah, I mean, if Arjun really wants to win at some point, he might have to do something drastic, like give up the pawn on f6 to get the king to d4. I mean, that last line, again, still a draw, but it changes the nature of the position. And that's also quite annoying when you're very short of time. You've got you're looking at one way to drawing, you're doing it for a while, then all of a sudden you have to recalculate. And the players get tired, It's a tiring game, and it's a tiring tournament. But he's gone rook d6, maybe with the same idea, but he doesn't want to lose the pawn. That makes sense.
It's very maximalist.
Makes a lot of sense. And he seems to have gained a bit, Arjun, here, because the white king is now in a really quite bad square. You want it on f2, but you weren't able to do that. So is he going to try bringing it back to f2 again? Because this was the safe range, I'd say, when the king's around here.
But this begs the question, is now the time to transfer this endgame into a rook and pawn endgame and go knight f5? Anish goes, nope, not going to go for that. I also thought it was a little bit dodgy, because then one way or other black would have a protected pass pawn.
So this was an idea.
Yeah.
Probably pretty safe still, but you're right. It is pass pawn, and you don't changing the nature a lot. If you can draw without changing the nature of the position, and also let's not forget, you have to. It's another 50 moves.
Exactly.
There. So you're now halfway, 25 moves in to getting that 50 move draw, because it's move 75 coming up next. So the knight now comes back, all right, and now white should be quite happy because he can bring his king back into the safe zone. I say the safe zone. It just feels a bit safer towards the middle, where it can look after both pawns if needed.
Oh, hang on a second. I also thought that white has a threat with after knight h5, that you're going to go rook a7, and if the king steps up to e6, knight g7, checkmate.
Yeah, nasty. Little cheeky
Right, so
threat.
like, if you go...
Let's show that.
Like,
so I go
king
here.
g3.
You come back, for example. Check. Okay.
Oh.
Whoa. Now, what are the chances of Anish winning this game, do you think? 1 in a million is generous.
Well, Arjun would have to have a complete meltdown.
He would. Now, you can now go knight takes f6. This is surely the time to change the nature of the position. Knight f6.
Yes. He can also go rook.
Rook check. Oh, checkmate coming up.
Well, I was thinking maybe because Arjun obviously.
Boy, there's
Well,
two very tempting moves.
I'm just thinking here about whose knight is actually better. So if you go rook a7.
Yeah, and now we
Obviously.
can't go here.
Yeah.
And I think if we go here, we take, and you got king e6 at the end.
Well,
I
he's
take
reaching
here.
for the pawn.
Okay.
So let's look at that one.
And now we've got another 50 moves to go. So takes here. Now if the king moves, you can go knight e8. So let's have a look at this. So takes here, but this is really simple, no? I just take here with check.
And this one is going to be a draw.
This is like...
This is just as dead as a dodo, so...
It is, because my rook can just check the king, probably.
Yeah.
So let's say you go here. You might even win a pawn as black, but you probably won't.
You probably won't king g3.
Yeah, king g3, and I can even wait passively here if I want to.
Yeah.
Oh, this is completely drawn. So they're going to play it on a
they're
little
playing,
bit.
They're
So-
playing this.
Yep, check,
Okay.
check. Arjun's moved his king. The last try is to come here and win a pawn, but...
Well, Anish is doing it. He's going to draw, but there is
Yeah.
no more life in this position. King e6, king g3.
Yeah, what's the easiest way to draw? Is it to just give a pawn and check, or is it to go passive? I don't really like going passive, especially the king can come here. You still got to draw it. I'd probably go here and go active, and
Yeah.
after rook f4, do I
King
check
G.
now? King
Yeah,
g3,
no,
fine.
yeah, I think I would check, just for fun.
Yeah, see
and
where
then the king
goes.
can go at the back.
You got
and-
rook over here as well.
Yeah,
haven't you?
exactly.
Ah, this is so easy.
If the king goes to
So
f7,
easy. So easy. And now your
then you go
king's so
king.
bad.
Now you go king g3, rook
Okay.
takes, and just wait.
Pawn down, no?
Actually, maybe you can start
Can't
checking.
check. Yeah, check you to kingdom
But maybe
come.
we could have checked
But
before.
the king can't escape the checks, though, can it? It can't escape anywhere.
Yeah.
There's nowhere the king can go to escape. And if it does try, I come behind the g pawn.
Yep.
So this is so
This
easy.
is yeah.
So, for example, if you ever try to escape by going here, well, I can keep checking you if I want, but I can also go here and, yeah, this is easy. This is the easiest way to draw. Just Anish getting a bit short time, move the rook just as far away so you can check from the sides. That's the simple way. I wouldn't want to go here, here, and here, which holds on to the pawn. Passive defense is not the right way to go, because the black king can sort of come in, and this gets a little dangerous.
Well, as long as you're prepared to go active with a rook, it should be fine. Like, for instance, you go rook h2.
Sure.
And
But if you
then-
just sat here and wait, that would be horrible,
No,
wouldn't it?
if you
So-
just let the black king just march over to d4, then, okay, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
But he's gone for this approach,
Yeah.
and I reckon now he's going to check, 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 check.
Yeah, or king g3, because of course you've got rook g6, right? This will be a handshake in a
Yeah, now he can go king g3. Rook g6 is coming.
handshake very
I think they're
soon.
going to make eye contact. And
There you go.
a draw agreed. Some excellent defense there for Anish Giri to hold the draw. Well, it was not easy for him.
No.
And Arjun definitely made his life difficult. But the two players sharing their thoughts, I think for Anish, maybe he might be kicking himself a little bit, because he had a lot of paths earlier on in the game, particularly just out of the opening, where he could have just gone for a safe route, and instead he kept trying and he
Well,
pushed the boat too hard.
I think Anish will be like
He'll be
really happy, right? Because I mean,
Yeah,
he was completely lost. Yeah, I mean,
he was really in trouble. But then, he came back into the game.
yeah, but I mean, Arjun's going to be kicking himself, isn't he? I mean, Arjun was really, just a pawn up to the good, and it wasn't as easy to convert as we thought, but in the end, that's an important result for Anish because he's having a bit of a tough time, and he really needs to hold that game to give himself a bit of confidence and to get into the tournament. So well done the hold there, Anish.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see how this one impacts the day's results. We saw quite a decisive day, 3 decisive results. Hans Niemann beating Aravind. We also saw Nordibek Abdusatorov moving to 3 points with his win over Van Wyn, and Vachier Sindarov playing the game of the day, as you mentioned there, Simon, winning against Matthias Blubaum with the black pieces. And a lot of the other games, it felt like it was just very, very even. And it does mean that we now have a 2-way tie at the top with Hans Niemann and Nordibek Abdusatorov both on 3 points. But there are 3 people within a whisker with 2.5 points. So still anything can happen. It's still very much early days. But for Anish and Pragnananda, they're moving to, with their respective draws, moving to 1 point.
Yeah, and the Challengers, another bloody day. I mean, there was only 1 draw yesterday in the Challengers, and there was only 1 draw again in the Challengers. And this is kind of a testament to the organisers picking the right players, because you often get draw, but every game is a fight here in the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and that's the way it should be. And there's the score group at the moment with Soleimani at the top still.
Yeah, so he's taken an early lead. We'll see whether he maintains it. There are 3 people, including 12-year-old Faustina Ora and also the teenager Andy Woodward on 3 points. For Owen Lamy, well, it was an important day for him as he got off the scoreboard with his win against Ivanchuk. The players still analysing, still discussing their game. But for us, that brings day 4 to an end. Reminder, we are playing a game tomorrow and then there will be a rest day. This is a change from previous years, but it has been a day full of tension, I would say, a lot of creativity and a lot of things to look ahead to. Big thank you to everyone for watching, to a wonderful audience, to Simon, of course. It has been a lot of fun. But to close out the show, here is an interview with Sindarov breaking down his beautiful win against Blubaum to Fiona. So please enjoy that and tune in tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Yeah, Vachier, congratulations.
Hello, thank you.
After 3 draws today, you got the first win of the tournament and in fashion against Matthias Blubaum.
Yeah.
How does it feel to get that first win?
Yeah, I was very happy because I think it's one of the important games in this tournament because Matthias also playing in the candidates, and the game was very interesting, and I like how I really played.
You say it's important because he's also in the candidates. Do you mean like just to get a bit of that psychological edge?
No, in general to understand, because I never played against him in any tournament. In general, to understand his style, and I should learn from these 2 games a lot for candidates.
And well, we'll discuss more about the candidates later on, but it was such a nice game, so let's jump into it. I'll hand you.
I choose King's Indian because I saw in his classical games and he has very bad score, and I have yesterday a lot of time to prepare, and I was thinking like it's a good idea to play King's Indian, but I didn't expect he will play knight f3 and h3 line because I don't prepared this line. I played classical King's Indian. But okay, here also I know something. I played a5, but I think he played very well here. Take knight c5, bishop c2, rook e8. I don't like my position here because I think queen d2, a4. He should need to play something like, I don't know, maybe not rook a d1, something like knight d e2, because he don't give me some queen e5, something like this. But okay, rook a d1 also not bad. queen e5, bishop e4 is a very bad move in my opinion because I think he missed knight e6. Yeah, here after the queen e5 is my position is I think very bad, like plus 0.70, 0.80 minimum should be. But okay, it's a,
And in one move.
it's a normal typical King's Indian, yeah. You always get some bad position and then you are playing for your opponent mistake. Yeah. He played.
And here it comes.
Yeah. I mean, this move should be mistake. Bishop e4, knight e6, bishop e3. Here I was thinking like I can take on knight d4, bishop e6, and position should be like fine for both of us. But I want to play some interesting game, and I played knight h5. And you know, I was thinking like, okay, what I was thinking like first a3, b3, knight h5. But then I was thinking, what should be if I play knight h5 and give to my opponent choice he want to take this pawn or not? And I think like 70 minutes, and he thinks 12 minutes takes this pawn. I think it should be bad move because now I'm attacking his king. It's really.
So you were happy when he took the pawn?
Yeah, of course. I was like attacking his king, and here I saw a lot of lines here. I think queen d2 also move, knight f4 and king h1. King h2 probably is not working. Bishop h3, queen h4 it should be very bad. But after king h1 is maybe some interesting game after rook e5. My idea was somewhere play queen h6, bishop h3, took the pawn. But okay, it's a very interesting position. He played rook d2. Rook d2 I also calculate. I played knight f4. He played king h1. And then yeah, I saw like when I thinking a lot about move knight h5. I saw this everything like queen
really?
queen h6, and I think like I'm should be like very good here. I think queen d6 is he should need to take, because if he don't take, and bishop h3 is coming, and rook comes to e5. I mean, if rook comes to e5, it will be made immediately, and then he take bishop h3, g takes h3, rook e6. Here I was feeling like white should have something, some moves for draw, because like position is he has one more piece up and should be something for draw, but computer says like queen d7 and queen b4 is doing draw. I think it's okay. It's impossible. Yeah, I mean,
not very human.
I only calculate queen d4 and queen c5, and both of lose. Also, I saw queen c7 with some ideas to play rook d8 check, but then I was play queen h2, queen g3, g5, and queen was c7. It's stupid. I was like calculate these two moves, and I think okay, I was winning the game, but I didn't calculate queen d4, queen d7, queen b4. Anyway, I have like draw anytime, so that's why I didn't calculate. But he like thinks 5 minutes. I think he also saw this line maybe queen d4, queen h3, king g1, queen g3, rook h2, king h1, g5. I mean, rook h2 is not works because queen h2, king h2, rook h6. Yeah, it's king g3, knight e2. I have.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was calculating everything. Yeah, queen g1, rook h6, rook h2, knight e2. I was calculating this, and I was very happy. I think I was winning after.
That's such a beautiful line.
Yeah.
What goes through your mind in a game when you're calculating and you're seeing beautiful lines like that?
I don't know. I was like always thinking like I was finding this attack to king and. No, first I was very scared because, you know, against Anish I was like blunder everything and was thinking like, okay, come on, you should need to play safe and maybe somewhere.
This was not quite the safe approach.
Yeah, this was completely not safe. And I was like, when he plays through, I will show you. I mean, here I think 7 minutes, but I saw immediately before rook e6 I saw queen c5, but for double check I think like 7 minutes. And
you learned your lesson after the Anish game.
Yeah, but okay, I double check everything and he's losing here. I mean he missed I think g5 move. Yeah. Okay. He also calculated a lot, and in a defense it should be very hard to find everything. And yeah, it's a very interesting game, and I'm very happy with my attack.
Is that your favorite kind of chess, attacking chess?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean I like to attack to king, and yeah, I always enjoy like these games.
Let's talk a bit about that game against Anish, because it was such an interesting moment. He's, of course, another player who is in the candidates. So, as you said, those games are a little extra special. You had a couple of chances. What happened that day?
No, I think I was too tired to think in the board. And after Gukesh game, I lost all of my energy in this match because the round was start late, and then I played like 6 hours. Against Anish, yeah, I was like miss everything. When first I was thinking like when he plays b4, this guy was doing, like he's come on, it's so stupid move, because I was thinking like knight d3, c5, but not b4, yeah, and then I played knight d4, bishop c6. You know why I was thinking like I have knight e2, because I calculate like this line, knight d2.
Actually, maybe you know what?
Yeah.
Let's get the iPad and let's find it.
Yeah. Like here, I was calculate like line knight d3, knight d4, knight d5, rook d8, knight c6, and knight e2. And here I have knight e2, bishop takes, queen c6, and I was completely missed knight on c1. and then when he played like b4, knight d4, bishop c6, I was like completely missed knight on c1. And when I take my knight, I saw like knight on c1. Oh
Yeah,
my
because
God.
you reacted immediately.
Yeah,
right?
I saw like knight on c1. Oh my God! Take queen c6 +1 and just close to lose. Yeah, but knight e2 is crazy. But anyway, then he.
You got another chance.
Yes. Anyway, he plays very bad here. He plays normal, but here he was thinking like he's also can push. But this is okay. Come on, just play here f6. Yeah, I was like.
But I was shocked. You made the move in 9 seconds.
Yeah, because I was so tired. I didn't want to think in this game. And yesterday, draw is give me like chance to little bit take a rest and prepare for today.
And
game.
today you came with new energy.
Yeah, today is finally some good game. I'm very happy.
Last year was such a brilliant year for you. You won the World Cup. You rose in the rating ranks. What do you think happened? Do you think there was just some kind of switch, or what made you suddenly become, this monster player?
I think last year I prepared a lot with my coach Roman, and it helps me a lot because we are, I think, for 1 year we are preparing like more than 500 hours, like I don't know, maybe more, because I'm always living in Munich and training with him, and yeah, it helps me a lot. And also, I think after first tournament in Weissenhaus, I feel confident in my level, and I was like not scared from the top players, and I was thinking like, okay, with the good openings I can also play with them in the same level, because in Weissenhaus I was close to beat Fabio, so I beat Hikaru, and then it helps me a lot. And also tournament in Uzbekistan, Chess Cup, when I share first place, I think it helps me a lot to confident in my level, and yeah, finally some tournament I won in India.
A little tournament known as the World Cup, which qualified you to the candidates tournament. I imagine that is your main focus right now. If I can say, do you consider it more like a preparation tournament, or do you still think I really want to win this event?
No, of course I want to win this tournament, but I was like more training before candidates with this time control also. I think it's also very good idea to play with this time control.
How do you like it?
If really, at first I was thinking I have a lot of time, but then when time was going less than 30 minutes, like it's already very scary. It's like if you are in move 20, because in Gukesh I think I was like in move 20, I have only 30 minutes, and we played like, I played in 5 minutes, like 7 moves. It's very scary, but okay. It was in first game, and I should need to like join to tournament, and now hopefully I'm joining to tournament, and let's see what will happen.
I think you're very much in the tournament after today's win. Vachier, thank you so much for showing us this beautiful game. Congratulations again, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.